Not the right one. Oh shit. Oh, ladies and gentlemen. I'll be right. No, you think I remember to do this before I stream, but I always forget. Oh, okay. Anyways, welcome to the stream, ladies and gentlemen. Then let's talk some BlizzCon. Honestly, I'm gonna take this off. There's no point for me to put this on. Yesterday, I went to BlizzCon.
I saw 3 total hours of BlizzCon. Literally, that's it. I ate lunch at a Via place nearby, and then I was in BlizzCon by 4 p.m. or 3:30 p.m. out by 7. And literally, I didn't do. Let's talk about BlizzCon. Actually, let's talk about some of the BlizzCon and some of the announcements from BlizzCon. Okay, so I think if you've never been to BlizzCon, BlizzCon used to be the #1 event you wanted to go to as a gamer. It was up there with E3. I remember watching these events from home and being like, it would be like my bucket list. I would love to go to these. Like they're just the greatest. Like it really like means a lot for me to end up at one of these because it means that like I've made it, you know? And now E3 is like full corporate, like just a shell of itself. And to some extent, it feels that way about BlizzCon as well. I feel like BlizzCon is just bleh, honestly. Like very bleh. Like when you enter BlizzCon, it's a visual success. You walk in and they have separate areas for each of their major games. There is no area for StarCraft and no area for HOTS. Literally does not exist. I looked for them. I was like, oh shoot, anything over here? Anything over here? Did not find it. And I want to say that at these events, the thing I'm looking forward to is what can you do if while you're at the event that's cool. I think that's the bare minimum thing that you need to answer if you're organizing an event or a convention. So I walk into these areas and they have a really cool front like display. Like you walk into the Overwatch area, there's like it's like a full-on display where you can walk in the middle and they see all the maps at the top with the areas. It's pretty cool. Diablo area was kind of similar, and then the WoW area was really cool as well. The WoW area was like you walk in and it's just it feels like you're walking into a throne room, and the very middle is the sword. I don't is this Sargeras' sword? It's the random sword in the middle of the earth that they're gonna explain later in the lore. And I think visually it looks really cool. But the biggest problem is after an hour, straight up an hour there, you ask yourself, what can I do? And the answer is always, it's nothing. Bro, it's fucking nothing. Like I get so fucking mad going to events like this. And I'm just like, how do you make an event that's just shit when your IP is so big, man? Like, it's like, do I wait? I cannot, like, here's my options. Do I wait 30 minutes in line to play Overwatch? They have a huge area where it's like a LAN area where you can play Overwatch. It's like, well, what's the appeal of playing there? I can play the new hero. No shit, I can play the new hero at home. So why am I at fucking Overwatch area? What is the point? If you're not interested in the World Cup, the Overwatch World Cup, complete dog shit. Like literally the entire Overwatch area is just like, and if you were interested in the Overwatch World Cup and you're a huge fan of Super, his team got knocked out first round. Made history, by the way. An NA team has never been knocked out first round until this year. I met Super again this time, actually. Super is awesome. I really like him. But I just had to rub it in a little bit. Like, you guys fucking suck, bro. Are you serious? Then you go to the Diablo area, and it's like, bro, what the fuck? They like try to make it theme like very Diablo-esque, but it's a bunch of nothing. There's like screens in the middle replaying the Sorceress trailer from the original release of Diablo 4. Like, what the fuck? Like, who cares? There is like a lot of seating where they're replaying like the trailer of the expansion. That's cool. You can watch for 3 minutes. And then what are you gonna do? There is a place where you can buy stuff, a Herodic library. And it's like, well, if first of all, the merchandise fucking sucks. How are they such a big IP with shit merchandise? On top of that, why did they not allow an artist alley at the convention? You know how artists carry the shit out of every other major IP? Genshin literally lives off their artists. And and Genshin treats their artists like trash, like actually. And same with Riot. Riot lives off their art and art cosplay artists, and they treat them pretty well. I'll be honest. No Riot glazing here. I'm serious. Like I know some of them, they treat them pretty well. And like Genshin at the very least flies out some of their cosplayers for stuff, you know? Why is there no artist alley at BlizzCon? That shit would kick ass. People that'd be something for people to do. You could easily spend a couple hours in an artist alley, you know? Like how do you not have an artist alley? It's like really? Like I don't know. So like I'm walking around the Diablo area and I'm just like, okay, well, there's like a place I could buy stuff, which the stuff's not really great. There's signings from voice actors, actresses, which I think is always cool. I like that there's like a place for dev signings and like voice actresses signings, stuff like that. I think that's cool. That should always be at a convention somewhere. I'm never gonna flame them for that because at least that's something different. If you're really into that, you can line up for them. That's cool. But it's because of a problem when that's the only thing you can line up for that's new. I go to the Diablo area, there's nothing to do. There's no new stuff. There's no new expansion. And it's like, well, why the fuck am I here? So I walk around for 20 minutes in the Diablo area and just leave. And then I already talked about the Overwatch area, just useless. So I walk over to the WoW area. And the WoW area is the only place that actually has cool stuff. And WoW had the best announcement as well at BlizzCon. WoW announced their 3 expansions, so they can gouge you of money 3 times in the next 2 years. Just real. The way they sold this, I was like, damn, these guys are this is gonna be a case study in business school, how to sell like stuff to your fucking audience. Like this is like they not only did that, but they sell 3-day early access in an MMO. Are you fucking kidding me? People saying I've heard arguments that 3-day early access is not that big of a deal. In an MMO where a lot of like the disparity in wealth in player economies comes from getting to stuff before other people, 3 days is worth, like, I could pay back the money I spend in those 3 days if I were to illegally sell stuff from my account, which I wouldn't. I never do that, but I could. But yeah, it's just like, shit, dude, they did a good job. But slimy business tacticians aside, they announced their World Soul Saga, which is essentially they did a Final Fantasy 14 MSQ style 3 expansions were telling one full story. I think this is a great idea because I think Warcraft has always needed to do something good with their lore. The problem is they've proven time and time and again that their lore sucks ass. Like their writers, I don't think their writers themselves are bad, but there's no quality consistency amongst like their lore. I'm not super big at following WoW lore, but even I know it's kind of weird, man. Like when I'm like they're building, because it's not like they haven't tried to build up to big things across expansions before. Sylvanas was a multi-expansion thing where they're trying to build her into like a baddie, and then she turns into like a goodie. I don't know. And like that thing should have been a big plot point. I should have been really fucking like invested. And then when they did the thing where they're like, nah, she was actually mind controlled and she's actually a good guy, you're like, didn't this bitch burn down the world tree? Like, did she kill, like, fucking ravage the entire like elf population? Like, are we talking about the same girl? Like, it's just like, I don't trust them in being able to perform at a high quality, consistent lore level. But I think it's something they need to do if they want the series to do well. So I say applaud them on their attempts for it, but very skeptical. Very skeptical. Yeah. I also think one of the biggest failings about WoW is that the Horde and the Alliance are not different. The idea, I think from the very beginning, it was a choice for me to choose Horde. I had friends choose Horde, and I knew, like, when I go against the Alliance, they're fucking scum. These guys are fucking pussies who couldn't hack it over, and they chose the wrong fucking race. Like, we are shitting on these guys, you know? And at some point during the course of the WoW lore, it eventually became we came together to confront big D, like big bads, you know? And like it's like, no, man, like, yeah, maybe we come together at some times, but there should be like differences. Like I should have like I don't like them and they don't like me, but we're coming together for like an equal good, and we're gonna go back to, okay, fuck you, you know? Like I feel like it's always a thing where it's like there's so many big bads, we're always just together. You know? So we're always together. In Noir 066 done, can you sing Unforgiven for us? Is that the Lesserafim song? I cannot, man. I can't do that. I could show you a fan cam of them later doing it. I have 10 gigabytes, 12 gigabytes of Lesserafim. It's the full concert. I have 35 minutes of Lesserafim. Oh, so by the way, I was full vlogging the BlizzCon experience. My total vlog time, I think, comes out to about 20 minutes. My Lesserafim concert time comes out to 35 minutes of vlogging, of like just fan cam. And I'm just like, I must have messed up. This concert is only 35 minutes. I was walking BlizzCon for 2 hours. Like there's gotta be some, you know. Ginny wasn't allowed to vlog Lesserafim. I mean, like, how? Oh, I didn't know it was not a thing. Well, you know, maybe they'll reach out for me to delete the thing. But like, the funniest thing is I did it because, not for me, not even for the hits on Twitter, which was nice, but that wasn't for me. I did it because I randomly found out that my editor, Angela, one of my editors, is the biggest Lesserafim fan ever. She's like, they're my favorite group. I fucking love them. They're the best. And I'm like looking, typing to her. I'm like, what the fuck? You're like, for real? And she's like, no, for real. Like they're my favorite. Like, that's why I have like these like Lesserafim like things. I have their, you know, their nice cards. I literally just recorded a free concert for her because I was like, I mean, it's not for me, you know. So I have a bunch of stuff. So it's not even a video. It's just it's the full concert broken up into 3 10-minute sections. But yeah, I thought it's like, might as well, I'll just fucking videotape. It's not a big deal. Anyways, so before we get into the Lesserafim, because that's the very end, let's talk more about the WoW section. So the WoW section is the one section I think that they did a good job at BlizzCon. They ended up doing what happened was, in the WoW section, they ended up doing there was something new you could play, something you could not play at home. I think the whatever of Discovery was available for Classic WoW. Additionally, there was a Dark Moon Fair at the event that had huge lines, but they made a separate Dark Moon Fair at like, that was pretty big. And I was like, that's awesome. Like, Dark Moon Fair, that's so cool. That's for like the people who care, you know, because that's something that you can do that's not available at home. And it's like a cool thing that they could talk about. You know, I think I couldn't go in because the line was pretty long and I didn't have much time. But like I looked at it and I was like, oh, that they did a great job here. You know, I thought like, if there's any takeaway, that like they, at the very least, the WoW section of BlizzCon had the best announcements and just the most things for people to do. Furian, welcome back for 14 months. Thanks for your subbing. It wasn't advertised as a concert, it was an appearance. Okay, sure, it wasn't a concert. They literally walked in and they're like, oh, we're gonna do one more song, and then they did 4, and it ended up being 35 minutes. So like, this is their first Western showing, I think, ever. And it ended up being a 35-minute thing, which you might as well just say it's a fucking concert at that point, because their discography is only like 16 songs, right? Which I think is still more than Blackpink, but that doesn't really mean much. Transient Gundam, welcome back for 49 months. Thanks for your subbing. They Dark Moon Fair every BlizzCon. People go there for dope merch with this random $50, $100 boxes to sell out in 2 days. Yeah, I think that's cool. Like, I think that's a good thing. I think that's a really great thing that they keep doing at Dark Moon Fair. It's because it is all the time just a really awesome thing, in my opinion. And I really like that. Like, as a person who, there were 3 major areas. If you've never been to the Anaheim Convention Center, it is enormous. And what they did is it was essentially 3 huge sections, and they blocked out one game a section. Overwatch, WoW, Diablo. That's how they did it. I actually think Overwatch got 2 areas. It was so huge because it got 2 areas. There's 4 major areas. Overwatch got 2. Because one of the areas was just for the Overwatch World Cup. And it's like really fucking enormous. But the problem is, it feels like it's very big, but there's just like, you walking around and you're just like, what do I do? You know, how do I do it? I think there are BlizzCons that have been amazing. A good example is the Overwatch announcement BlizzCon was crazy. Like when they did it, they like at the very front of BlizzCon, they always put the banners down for every game that BlizzCon has. And then there was a new slot for a new game that year, and people are like, what the fuck is that? Whole section on Overwatch. You can play right there. It's fucking brand new. Like, it was the year Overwatch came out, it was like the biggest game of all time. You went to Anime Expo that year, no one dressed up as anime people. It was all fucking Diva. It was all Overwatch. It was fucking crazy. And I think that was like probably one of the best BlizzCons I've ever been to. I also heard the older BlizzCons were really good as well. The recent BlizzCons feel very much like a lot of pizzazz, not enough substance. Yeah, and then okay, after this, I was there like 4 to 6. 6 is when the Lesserafim concert starts, and they did the dirty. Okay, well, kind of. So I find out when you get there that it's first come, first serve. If you're a general person, there are people, you could tell there are people there who flew in to just watch Lesserafim. That's it. They were camping out for like 6+ hours in the day outside. There was a long line because instead of holding the concert in the main auditorium where they held, I think last year's people, was it Slipknot? I don't remember. The one band that was last year or the year before. They instead held the Seraphim in their small concert hall to the far right, which could fit like, I'm gonna just a ballpark 500 people. Fit like 500 to 800 people, which is not that much. The line was out the door and it was there for like the entirety of the time I was there. I walked in 3 hours before the event. The line was super fucking long. And it was literally, I think they wanted to do it for the security and quality assurance, because like they can guarantee that the audio is really great, that they perform and like yada yada, and they're just like, okay, fuck it. But like, I felt really bad for the people who couldn't make it in. I had a media pass, so I could get in, and here's what happened. There was they also do community night before this major thing. Community night is like one of the last things that gets held at BlizzCon before the outro ceremony. And the community night it's a bunch of cool things. It's like the finalists for cosplays, the finalists for shorts, and art and stuff like that. It's really cool. And they usually hold this in the main auditorium. At least some of the time BlizzCons have been they've held it there. So, because it's an awesome part. You get to see like literally the best cosplays. But this time they held it in the small theater. And I was like, wow, I feel really bad, because like this is like the part of BlizzCon that I would want to see if I was going. I'm like, damn, what? They had some crazy cosplays. The Sire Denathrius, I don't know if you guys saw them. There was a female Sire Denathrius, fucking insane. They did so much work on their outfit. That was nuts. There was Lilith, who won Best in Show. Incredible cosplay. There was Arthas, Lich King Arthas, female, but it was smoking. So the entire time I was looking at it, I was like, oh my god, they put dry ice in the Frostmourne. That's awesome. And then she gets the mic because she won one of the awards. She gets the mic and they're like, how do you feel? Yeah. She's like, yeah, I've had a vape pen in this sword the entire time. And I was like, start fucking laughing. I was like, you know what? Great problem solving. It was not dry ice. It was a fucking vape pen. But the thing is, the community night that should be for more people. People were camping the community night because they didn't leave after the community night. Because right after is Lesserafim, right? So the community night ends. Okay, Lilith won Best in Show cosplay. There's shorts that won, the art that won, etc. And then no one leaves. I wish I filmed it, but it was like 15% of the crowd gets up to leave, and that's it. No one leaves. And so everyone who's still waiting outside, hoping to get in, like no one can make it in. Like, yeah, it was, I knew that would happen, but I was like, damn, this fucking sucks. They didn't have it in a more open area, you know? 3D Force clear your room. I mean, they didn't do shit because, like, I feel like Lesserafim is like, they just wanted to cater to them, and they did. You know, they really did. Like, they had the stage, and Lesserafim put on a great show. I'm still not like huge fans of them, but I think they did a great job. Here, let me show you. This is their opening. Here, watch the camera work, guys. Oh shit! I don't know. Hold on. I don't think you guys can hear this. I think I turned off the VLC. One sec. I gotta turn this back on. Where's VLC? Can you guys hear it? Yeah, hold on. It was not paused at the very beginning. So VLC should be this. You hear this? Okay. This was, they first came in. This is 10x zoom on my phone, by the way. Which is, it's crazy the quality you can get in phones nowadays. Post thinks she's the only star in this band. Her, Yunjin, he thinks she has star power, and everyone else is like, eh. I was like, oh shit, base to base. I like her and Chaewon, but I think that's everyone at the event. They must be the two most popular members. I swear to God, I asked everyone their favorite, it was just those two. Sakura is huge, really? God, I wish I could show you guys, because actually the viewing experience was really hard for me. I actually had to watch this through my phone to get a better viewing experience, because the televisions at the very, I don't know if I would be judging, but the television was really not positioned well for me. I had to go like look at it here, and like I had to watch it through my camera because they were so far away. Why is overpowering you? Damn, these girls are fucking loud. They're really good performers though. You could tell they were getting so fucking tired through their set. They like stop to drink water in the middle of the set. And they were like, there were parts where they could rest. And I was like, oh shit, they are working their ass off. And so anyways, I recorded the whole concert. I have 35 minutes. I have the whole concert recorded. And I was talking to my editor and I was like, wouldn't it just be funny to not release a BlizzCon vlog and just release the full concert on YouTube? I would definitely get smoked by their company though. Oh, what's up, Jummy? Yo, Jummy, you want the raw footage? I have the it ejected straight to my veins. Let me go see what I have actually. Did I upload it all? Which was this one? I think I have it already all uploaded, huh? That's crazy. Oh, I can't. Wait, I have the actual raw in my folder. Hold up. Where did I put this shit? Turn it down, dude. You guys won it, man. Small areas, theater is the main area where they in the past have done esports stuff, but the half of the main area was blocked out because of the size of the stage. They never had the main stage in there. I assume they only had the list. Oh yeah, you already know. You already know it's only because of them. Where did I put it? Is it? Wait, I don't see it. Breaker Faith, what am I reporting once? Do you see the dev job for TFT? I did see it. I'll go over it on stream as well. But I'm still currently going over this stuff on stream. So give me a sec. Shit, which one of these is the right one? Is it this one? That's not the right one. Is it this one? You need a K-pop label that's gonna DMCA me? Oh, I think they will for sure. I don't remember what song is this. Yo, Jummy, what song is this? I don't have my thing on right now. Fire in the Belly. I think their best performance song-wise was their last song. Like, what was it called? Unforgiven. I think that one was their best performance. If you know nothing about the Ninja the most, yeah. I mean, she's also the only English speaker, full English speaker. Is this what Jummy does every day? My literally hands are bouncing as I'm listening to the music. A little. I don't do steady cam that well. But yeah, it was really kind of unfortunate that the best way for me to see this concert was through my phone because of how. So it was actually pretty fortunate that my phone 10x was pretty good. It's 10x zoom. Yeah, I know it's really good. The Galaxy S23 kind of did work for this. Will I join that? Don't worry about it, man. We're almost done. We're almost done. I recorded Twice concert by 23 Ultra. Oh, that's what I would say for 2 years. Dude, I feel like it's a waste if I don't upload this footage. Like literally 35 minutes of this. But it's also like I'm gonna get DMCA'd if I do it. And also like where do I upload it? Just, I can I upload 35 minutes on Twitter, like just straight one video. Make a niche, make a fan cam shit. No one knows it's me. They just have these and like, what the fuck? The quality's ass. Yeah, it was. I mean, honestly, it was better than expected. But yeah, this is. I think these are the 4 videos I have. These are all the videos of Lesserafim. I watched the entire FNAF movie on Twitter. Wow. Sidarian, welcome back for 10 months. Thanks for your subbing. What are the other ones? Oh, if you want to see the rest, it'll probably be part of my vlog in the future. The other parts are I was vlogging getting food with Toast. And we ordered food and we went to a restaurant that Keith Lee went to. A small owned business that Keith Lee went to. A burger place in LA that he gave 2 10s to in his like 10 out of 10 rating scale. And people have been saying that it's one of the best burgers in LA. So I went to it. It's called Easy Street Burgers. They do smash burgers. Let me go pull up a picture of what it would look like. And I would say just straight up, they're really good burgers. Like they're really good burgers. Let me pull up a picture. Let me go pull up a picture. It has been, but it's hella crowded. Like we went at 4 p.m. We waited 30 minutes for these. The patties are really thin and it looks like it would be a mess to eat. Like it would be a terrible texture, but they're actually so good. Like these are the patties are just really thin. So I would recommend always getting at least a double, even if you don't eat that much, because you would eat almost more bread than the patty. But this place does really good smash burgers. Their fries are kind of shit, just straight up. Just not lying. They remind me of In-N-Out fries in all the bad ways. I Shrelled. Thanks for sub. Welcome to the stream. Their bread is really good. It gives that kind of similar to Shake Shack bread feel without the $5 upcharge that Shake Shack has. The Shake Shack is so expensive, man. But this place is just, I would recommend if you're coming to LA, you're in the area, go at an off time. We went at 4 p.m. It took 30 minutes to get our food. You know what I did? I took my camera. Me and Toast just started walking around the area. The area has nothing, by the way. The area has a BMW dealership, another car dealership, and a 99-cent store. We walked for 10 minutes in one direction. There's nothing fucking here. So we just I vlogged 30 minutes me and Toast walking and just talking about random bullshit. We went to the 99-cent store to buy some stuff, and then we came back and got our burgers. And I thought it was pretty good. It was a pretty good vlog. So I'm trying to get it up. The animal starter fries are way better. Okay, I would say In-N-Out has some of the worst fries I've ever had in my life. Like, just, I understand it's like it's healthier and they're more, but like they're just terrible. Like, just straight up. Like, any other location, I'd rather have their fries. Anything. And let me preface this with saying In-N-Out was one of my favorite burger chains, period. But their fries are complete ass. Their fries are dog shit. Like, just anywhere. Like, the fact, and I know what happens. People tell me shit like, no, you don't understand. You have to get it like this. And they specialize their order. They're like, no, just get it like have them microwave it a little bit, like burn it a little bit, put animal style on it. And it's like, bitch, if I have to do all that to make the fries edible, like, don't you think that's a little bit of a problem? I've had it on all the ways you could possibly have it. And it's not good enough. Just straight up, it's just terrible compared to everything else, man. Everything. I'm not have anything else. I saw you the Kanye yesterday. I want to interrupt you vlogging. See your vibe. I'm looking forward to the vlog. Oh, well, thank you. Oh, I met the one girl from my chat who said she came up to me at BlizzCon and she's like, the last time I saw you was 2013 BlizzCon. And I was just like, in my head, I was like, holy fuck, that's 10 years ago. She's like, yeah, we met at the Heroes of the Storm area. And I was like, I looked around left and right. The Heroes of the Storm area. There was no. Oh, God. Oh, shit, man. I really was hoping there would be a Heroes of the Storm announcement, but that was a lot of hopium. I will admit, like a disgusting amount of hopium. Okay, well, let's go look at the TFT set 10 stuff. Where did they announce it? Is it just all on Twitter? Bro, it's just all on Twitter. Hold on. Can I pull this up without getting my messages doxed? Is there like an article? Anyone got an article for me? TFT YouTube. Okay, TFT YouTube.
Hey everyone.
Oh, shit,
everyone.
24 minutes.
I'm Matthew
Okay.
Whitrock, design lead for our newest set, which I'm excited to introduce today. We're calling this.
Okay, first of all, before we get into this, I really like Whitrock. Really cool guy. I've met all the designers and the people who are working on the next couple sets. They've been at TFT for a while. Whitrock, always really chilled guy. I ended up talking to him here and there at events all the time. I really like him. He's cool.
This set, drumroll please, Remix Rumble. We've got a full playlist today, so I'll open with gameplay and then pass it to the rest of the lineup to chat music, cosmetics, ranked, and more. We'll also jump backstage at a few points to give you a behind-the-scenes look.
Oh, I did watch TFT Worlds because I woke up and I had to pee. And then I checked the time. I had to get water. I checked the time. And I'm like, oh, I think Worlds is on. And I jumped into Emily's co-stream for a bit and watched the guy win Worlds in 4 games. I was like, what the fuck? Title's a fucking beast.
At how different parts of Remix Rumble came together. All right, let's jump right into the bands. And by bands, I mean traits.
Okay.
In Remix Rumble, you're the DJ, and the board is your turntable. By combining different traits, you'll create a medley of beats and genres. Let's start with familiar chart toppers, beginning with the ultimate pop stars, KDA. Get the entire lobby bumping with KDA and their most dedicated superfans.
You know, it's been a while since Riot's done KDA stuff. I think it's really cool that this set is music-based. Let me start it off. I love that it's music-based. I really like the theme of it. I'm a big sucker for music, and Riot Music typically does an amazing job. As long as they have a good bass, I hope they do a really good job with this one.
Position them just so, and you'll find yourself at the performance of a lifetime, with incredible choreography and a bunch of bonus stats. Okay, let's make like a collie.
I think the Nijin San sucks ass, but I think the Nijin San sucks ass. But Lily likes it more than Perfect Night, and I think Perfect Night is a better vibe. But I think Gods is probably made better. I don't know if that makes sense, but both of them are pretty low tier.
And hop over to the next band. True Damage and Pentakill are also in the mix, and both stay true to their names. True Damage grants extra attack speed.
Okay.
Wait, that can't be right. This is more like it. True Damage members are all about style and will gain a unique bling bonus that'll power them up as you itemize them.
Okay.
Oh, and before you ask, Akali will be able to be played in KD8 or True Damage. Her trait will change based on whichever band is trending at the time.
Cool, I like it.
All right, metalheads, Pentakill's up next.
It's awesome
Pentakill members
that they brought
have
back
damage
Pentakill.
reduction and bonus damage that increases as they score kills.
Like,
and if
for people that know, Pentakill is Riot's metal
your
band.
team,
and funny enough, they had like the #1 metal album of the year when they did their last thing. I'm not a huge metalhead. It's actually the only genre I'm not really big into, but I think that like I really like that they have a metal band.
manages to get a pentakill, then their bonuses will increase again.
Lord,
just be careful in Yorik's mosh pit.
5309. Welcome back to the
Then there's Heartsteel. Fresh off their
daylight
debut.
Saving? Bro, I did not know it was daylight saving today. So I woke up, I had 2 hours of sleep today. I woke up at 5 a.m. and then someone's like, no, you got 3 hours of sleep. I'm like, this will make me feel better. I went back to sleep.
And already making their mark on the convergence. These guys are ready to bring the energy and do.
Oh, if you redeem a sub right now, it's been broken for like a couple days. So I'll get to you when I get to you.
Whatever it takes for their fans. They may have started out underground, but they're certainly able to take you to the top of the charts and the lobby if you can conquer their risky style. But we can't put on a proper remix rumble with only 4 bands. We also have some all-new groups entering the convergence. With original TFT looks, Lulu and Ziggs make up the jittery, ridiculous hyperpop duo Glitterbomb.
Cool.
Speaking of original TFT skins, Remixed Rumble has plenty. There's a whole new class, superfans, who show off their fandom with style. The trait pumps up your headliner.
Wait, is that Kennedy with a backwards cap? Okay.
More on that later. By turning one or more of their items into Radiant items. My personal favorite new look is Bard, who has joined the jazz trio Free Flow.
He is a jazz trio? Wait, that's sexy. I love
looking
jazz.
as smooth as they sound.
That is
Before
sexy.
I get into the mechanics, let's head backstage.
Bard has always been a balance problem and like I have a really big annoyance, but I love Bard. Whenever Bard's in the game, I think it's really cool.
To learn more about how we made some of these traits with Alex Cole and one of our lesser known devs.
Why did he call them lesser known? That's fucked up, man.
We knew set 10 was going to be our big music set. So when we think back of kind of like what the steps were, we knew we were going to have this big music moment. We were celebrating 10 sets of TFT, which was going to be huge. And really, we just kind of leaned right in and we were like, cool, we know we're going to do all of these cool origins.
9.5 on fire for set 10. I hope this shit is good. Yeah, I hope this shit's awesome.
And then we
Lenel. Welcome back for 14.
Go through the process of what skin lines do we have available that we can tie those to. And luckily we had a ton of cool and groovy skin lines, and we played with them a little bit with like Space Group becoming disco and some stuff like that. But yeah, we were pretty quick to just turn right in and be like, oh wow, we have tons of things to pull from, which is really exciting.
So I'm pretty excited about Heartsteel.
Yes.
The economy trait is always a fan favorite of ours.
Oh, Heartsteel's
But we've had this problem for a long time where the economy trait is you get it at 2-1 or you don't really play it. And so this time we took a very clear goal of how do you play it if you don't hit it at 2-1? And so what you can do is you can play it at any point in the game, and the more you've got, the bigger the payout. You try to lose by just a little bit, but even if you win, you're still going to be getting those fan, and then it's going to cash out after a few turns. And so you can even pivot into it in the late game, and I think that's going to be a real skill expressive part of the game, is that
so you can't like tilt 50. Okay, interesting.
Ability to go, okay, I'm in a position where I can play Heartsteel for a few turns and then get my reward and then pivot back. And I think that's going to lead to a lot of really cool skill expressive moments.
I kind of like
My
that.
favorite trait this set is definitely the country trait, which features our Desperado band.
Desperado!
Historically in TFT, we've done a lot of really cool things with summon traits. We did Baron this last set, we did Innovator in set 6, and I'm really excited for country to join those ranks. So with country, we have something called the Midnight Horse, which is Hecarim, and when your champions sort of get lower or lose health, Hecarim will ride in and save the day. So operating a little bit like Galio from set 4, if players remember that one.
Summon!
So I think the challenges with these two is we kept trying to find the identity for each of them, and they ended up being really intertwined with each other. So there was a day where myself, Whitrock, the set lead, and Mort literally sat down and mapped out the entire set on a whiteboard. I don't remember who it was, but one of us was just like, oh, we don't have a summon trait.
That's cool,
and we kind of played around with that. And on the flip side, we were also playing around with like, is it risky to have our econ trait be one of the main verticals? Like, is that something we want to do or try? Which is really exciting. And we ended up going with it and kind of seeing those two traits in particular, like kind of kept going back and forth and changing shape with each other. But we were happy with how it all landed. Yeah, I would say it's pretty clear on this team that I'm probably the biggest Ari stan around. So KDA being in the set is a huge, exciting moment for me.
I do think Riot like has like I'm all for pioneering stuff, and I think Riot should do that given their position. But KDA is kind of like a fan favorite, tried and true. Like it is nice to see KDA back for stuff. You know, I think that they're great.
When deciding which mechanics to include in Remix Rumble, we wanted to bring you a greatest hits playlist from past sets, starting with Runeterra Reforged.
Fuck.
Portals are making a comeback.
Portals are literally galaxies from set 3, but they do a more aggressive balancing on portals, which I think is good. I do not mind them because I think the problem in set 3 was that they weren't balanced, but they tend to like throw out the really shitty ones. And if we could just throw out Shifting Sands and some shit, I'd be pretty happy with it. I also think the best part about portals is going to be a really weird thing. I do not think you should be allowed to choose your item at 2-1 or 1-1. I think that you should start with a random item. I don't like how people like all crowded around a fucking tier or a bow at 1-1. I think you should get a random item, and it's given that you can't get duplicates. And I think it's better for the game for you to have that kind of like difference. So I never want to see the opening carousel. I think them eliminating that was a good part of the game. And also like I don't want to try so hard at 1-1, man. I'm chilling. I'm talking to you guys. I'm fucking like drinking water. Like I'm like not even here. I'm peeing sometimes. Like I don't want to try to get a fucking bow if like RFC is the best item in the game, you know?
They'll have a bit less impact than some of the wilder ones from last set. We can do without you, Stillwater Hold. But they're sure to continue creating memorable moments.
Nice.
We won't be bringing back Legends for Remix Rumble.
Good.
We learned a lot from seeing how Legends could influence the meta and individual.
The biggest thing is that it made it so they could never make verticals balanced. Because 9 Demacia is a good example, and 9 Noxus of you need 2+1s, but that's really hard to get unless you have Earth, which guarantees one, and then you just randomly get another one like 50% of the time. So it ends up being a fucking clusterfuck when you can guarantee +2 really easily. They can't really balance it because unless the assumption is everyone plays Earth. Similar to TF as well for this set, where a lot of the BIS items were duplicates of one item. Like the fact that RFC was BIS for 2 units ended up being terrible, really fucking bad for the game. I think later people itemized more differently, but the very beginning of the game, especially like Nile and Mort both being RFC users, that was their best item, and they wanted 2 or 3 of them. So stupid.
Individual enjoyment of the set, so we feel like there's more exploration and experimentation to be done in this space.
I think the big takeaway for this set is that they needed to be balanced pretty tightly. I'm okay with some loose balance in the first patch, but like you cannot have a set that doesn't feel balanced to the last patch of the set. But that is fucking crazy. One of the least balanced patches was Multicaster, and that's what Worlds was played on. Like that's stupid. Hey, what's up, Haley? Yo, you see my fan cam?
Potentially revisit it, but we'll keep you
updated. I got 35 minutes of that shit.
Okay, back to what we are bringing back. One of TFT's most beloved mechanics is returning in an updated way.
Oh,
no,
God.
not augments, although we will be introducing new augments for Remix Rumble as well. I'm talking about headliners, our fresh take on the chosen mechanic from Fates.
You can't believe they're in front of my eyes. That was 10x zoom. They were so far away, I couldn't see them except for through my camera.
Headliner.
Chosen? Okay. I remember talking to Albert about Chosen, and Albert was like, I loved Chosen set. It was my favorite set of all time. And I looked at him and I was like, you're a freak, man. I think Chosen, I think as long as I think it's like interesting.
The star of your board. They appear occasionally in shops and are purchased at 2 stars. Headliners have tons of immediate power, and they give you +1 to one of their traits.
This is what I'm worried about. Holy fuck.
But here's where headliners diverge from Chosen.
Yep.
Each one will have a specific headliner effect that empowers them in a way that only a true fan would appreciate.
Only a true
Take
fan.
Bard from the Jazz Trio, who
Okay.
improvises a few notes to either heal an ally.
That is such a cool ulti. That is an awesome ulti.
Or deal a bit of damage. When Bard is your headliner, every 10 casts will generate a meep that allows him to play 1 extra note on his first cast of combat. Bard is the type of headliner that will scale into the end game.
Oh God, man. I'm gonna be rolling for my headliner of choice for fucking the entire game. Okay.
Whether that scale is major or minor depends on how early you can get it. Some headliners will be difficult to find end-game carries. Take Yorick, a legendary unit who temporarily summons ghouls. When this headbanger is your headliner, the ghouls will be bigger and deal more damage.
And they lifesteal. What the fuck?
And one more thing about our mechanics.
Cool legendary.
All of them will be harmonizing together. So keep an eye and an ear out for that.
Oh, there's no more +1 augments? Really?
All right, let's check back in with Alex and Mort to talk more about headliners.
So early on, when we were exploring the different mechanics, we knew we were doing a music theme. And so we kind of had this image where it's like, okay, the band is all on there together, but what is it that makes it special? How can we twist it? And we kept coming back to, it's like, well, who's singing at the moment? Who's the star of the show, if you will? And that kind of led us to a system we call Headliner, which was like, okay, you're going to pick who your headliner is. And we kept coming up with versions that were slightly different than Chosen, but had a lot of the same advantages. Chosen was one of our first big mechanics that wasn't just like galaxies or a variation. And it was something that allowed every champion to kind of be the centerpiece, right? Like you would tell stories of, oh, this was the game I got Silas chosen, and I did this thing. Or this was the game I got Kennen chosen. But what was interesting is as we were kind of researching it, we realized that was before a lot of these other mechanics, right? Augments hadn't been around. And so a lot of the burden of the system has changed. And so as we were looking at this and kind of seeing all the pieces come together.
Bro, Bubble Bobble. Nami carry was one of the funniest carries ever. I actually really liked it, even though it was so super degenerate. That was so degenerate.
It felt like kind of a greatest hit.
You guarantee a headliner every shop? Oh yeah. It's 1 every shop and 4 every if you have one. I did see that.
It's of TFT, which once we realized that was such a great opportunity to bring it all together. Which is cool, because
you'll never miss
And
Chosen.
so that's when we've kind of anchored on Headliner being sort of the upgraded Chosen. You know, we've got Radiant items, augments, portals, and it really does sort of feel like 10 sets worth of TFT knowledge all coming together.
Like you guys know what's gonna happen, right? If you have an early headliner, you're gonna get this stage fucking 4-2, you're gonna bench your headliner, and you're gonna get a new headliner every roll until you find one you like. I don't necessarily think that's a terribly bad thing. I think that's interesting.
Together to make this really awesome set.
Oh, you have to sell it? Oh, I mean, you could do that. Oh, I'm glad it's not just bench.
I think with the headliner mechanic, players will be most excited about the champ fantasies that it unlocks. So whether you are a player that really loves re-rolling those 1 or 2 costs, or you're a player that likes those 4 cost carry fantasies, headliner allows you to do any direction you want every game, and unlocks a lot of variation, which is.
I think, again, everyone like I think people I reiterate this a lot. Reroll needs to be somewhat viable in games for it to be a good set. Players need to have options to reroll at different costs, as well as push higher level for things. Like the best sets are things where you can do multiple parts of that, you know. And the balance is like, well, if you're rerolling a 1-star, you probably shouldn't be beating like level 8, level 9 boards, right? I guess in this stage, level 10 boards. And like a 3-star reroll might be able to get there with like really great augments, right? And so like as long as it's balanced that way, we're like, it's good.
Which is exciting. This are things that we never predict coming in. Like, what is the built different comp of this set? Like, what are the combinations that we during production have no idea are coming, that we see videos of at 2 a.m. From China, and we're like, wow, that's amazing. I can't believe they came up with this idea.
Those cool combinations that keep you coming back and have an exciting payoff, I think is always what we're looking for.
Wait, why did he say from America? Like, are you telling me that we don't innovate as much as China? Hello?
New sets, it's like, what is the cool next thing to try out?
Oh.
Hey everyone, I'm Cole Hicks, lead composer of Remix Rumble, and I'm here to talk about the heart of this set, the music.
Yes.
In Remix Rumble, each trait brings new sounds to your board. While you're building your team, you're building your track. Remix Rumble was an all-hands-on-deck moment for our team. Many different composers and collaborators created original music for each origin trait.
Awesome.
And made it possible for all of it to meld together in any combination based on whichever units you have out on your board. To make genres like metal sound seamless with, say, jazz or pop, we wrote 2 main songs. Through a mix of layers that contain drums, chords, and melodies, your track will be built alongside your team. And as the game progresses, your track will too. Starting off one way during the preparation phase and building up to a more complex chorus for the battle. Let me show you an example of how all this will look and sound. Starting with our disco band, the Disconauts. Their trait gives you a placeable disco ball that will heal
Yo, Tarek looks kind of fire here. Okay.
your allies and grant them attack speed.
Cool.
As you get later into the game, you can add in more Disconauts to strengthen the trait. Then you could add in a destructive splash of pentakill for a killer guitar solo, soaring over it all. Now let's talk a bit about the tracks we wrote. For groups like KDA and Pentakill that already exist in the League IP, we tried to capture their instrumental essence with some TFT twists. And we brought in new genres like 8-bit and country, but more on those later. We also made sure powerful units like Jin got their moment in the spotlight. For Maestro, Jin's legendary trait, we mixed in a Paganini-esque violin solo to create a modern interpretation of classical music, fit
Paganini,
for the virtuoso himself.
What the fuck?
The sound was the perfect fit for a trait that deals extra damage to tactician health and a champion whose ability builds up in a cadenza of damage.
Okay.
By putting out different units on your board, you'll create a symphony of controlled chaos. Try combining the relentless drums of Pentakill with our harpsichord-heavy emo band, Big Sad. Or maybe as your comp changes, you'll create music that features the bass of true damage alongside the groovy horn section of Disconauts. It's absolutely ridiculous.
Wait, that's
just
awesome.
TFT. All right, let's head backstage with the team for a quick recording session.
So like based on where your traits are, you get more like parts, you building your song. That's cool. Like this may be the one set I don't turn the music off at the first game. Okay. Yeah, if you tune the milk stream, you're only gonna hear one band, man.
That's great, man.
Yeah, I mean, that was pretty good first read down and, you know.
Moving on?
Milk's here.
Cool. Yeah, let's move on.
All right, everybody's happy.
I think one of the challenges of working on this set is the multiple genres and how they're going to be remixed into one another. There are a total of, I believe, 10 to 12 genres.
Okay.
Some of them more bespoke than others because it's based on our virtual band. But all of this are being done by 7 composers together.
Wow.
So this is the biggest collaboration within Riot composers that we have done for Teamfight Tactics.
Okay.
Authenticity is both a goal and a challenge. Because we're doing so many different genres, and some of them have a fair amount of crossover as far as types of sounds and things that we're using. For example, we're doing a DJ Sona genre, but we also...
Bro, you don't understand. TFT is the GOAT. TFT makes more money than your average AAA title, man. TFT is a AAA title. Thank you, China. God bless you guys.
Also have a straight like EDM genre. And so you almost have to really lean into the things that might be different about those two things. Like we have this established thing that Riot has done versus a genre that already exists, and really kind of leaning into some of the more expected things that players are going to want to be hearing.
How do we make it so that each of our elements actually stand out in a way that right away an audience would be able to be like, oh, like they're doing this punk rock thing without getting it confused with Pentakill, right? A metal band. They both use guitars, they both use drums, they both use bass. How are those genres being executed differently and is able to be recognized by our players right away?
KDA is another example of like, it's not just what are the things that make it sound.
Yeah, TFT egg alone makes more a AAA title. Bro, holy fuck, wait. That means OCE got paid out millions when they were given 100 eggs for their event. Holy fuck. They were making it rich ahead of everyone else.
Sound like KDA. It's what are the things that make it sound like KDA if just the drums are playing or if just the chords are playing.
Wow, this is sick.
One of the cool things about this set is that it is supposed to be a bit crazy sometimes. So we were able to sort of like lean into it, being like, oh, that sounds a bit silly.
Yeah,
but it's
and some surprising things came out that were really cool. Like, for example, I think we discovered that saxophone solo over Heartsteel is very cool. We have also discovered that a violin solo on top of Jason's EDM track is very cool.
Very cool. And we would have never made those choices.
You say that and you don't let us listen to it? As composers.
They're wrong for that.
Normally,
it's okay to lean into the silliness sometimes because it is a fun idea and it's supposed to be fun. Whereas other genres obviously will work in a way where you're like, oh, that's like, I would put that on my playlist and listen to it.
Yeah. For us, the collaboration is a little chaotic, and I think that's also us embracing that energy of like, we're not entirely sure if this is gonna work, and we're just kind of, like riding with the flow and write what we believe in, and then we come together and let's hear how this is gonna go.
TFT is the space where
I always feel like Riot Music does a banger job, always. Discounting some of their world songs, which I feel like are just more generic as opposed to terrible or bad, Riot Music always kills it. And the fact that Riot Music gets to kind of flex a little bit on this TFT set is very cool, because it means that, like, I think for me, this shows that they care a lot about TFT, which is really good for me. Like, I'm not saying that they don't care. I think that's fucked up. That's Legends of Runeterra, okay? But sometimes it feels like, Valorant gets some of the shiny stuff and all that the other games do want, and it's cool that TFT is getting so much, I guess, on the back end.
As a composer, I get to play around the most and, basically try whatever fun ideas I might have. The team is very open to experimentation. So from that perspective, even though it is a fair amount different than anything we've done in TFT before, I think TFT is the perfect place to do it. And I think the players of TFT are also really on board with these kinds of fun ideas.
100%.
Yeah. Okay.
Hi everyone, I'm Ananda Gupta, Design Director on TFT. Today, I'm here to give an update on cosmetics.
His name is Lord
and then
Llama.
I'll talk about Ranked, as well as a much anticipated release for many of our players, the Asia Pacific mobile launch. We're thrilled to bring more high-quality personalization that will be released throughout the start of Remix Rumble.
Oh, what is this?
Ahead of that, we want to give you a sneak peek and equip you with an understanding of the release schedule, both to prepare collectors as well as inform folks who want to nab their favorite. Chibi Set and Chibi Heartsteel Set have entered the building, and they're looking to pull off a heist straight to the top of the lobby. Chibi Heartsteel Set moves fast and will depart the Treasure Realms after the first 2 weeks of Remix
That's
Rumble.
a cool execution. Wow.
And if you want more, the KDA Arena is definitely more. Drop your comp smack dab in the middle of a KDA show and take top 4 or bottom 4.
Holy fuck! They got the washing machines in the car. Wait, where's the subway scene, man? Hello?
It won't matter with an arena this stunning. After 2 weeks, Chibi KDA Akali will screech onto the scene. Then, the moment I've been waiting for, KDA Kaisa will hit the convergence 3 weeks into the set. She and KDA Akali will be available through Treasure.
Okay, you remember when I said that they should go back to fan favorites? I think they did, and my God, people are gonna bleed money.
Realms that will only last until our next event. Each drop will provide high-value content, from chibis to mythic little legends, and even a chance to hit a random chibi variant like Dragonmancer Ash or Star Guardian Lux. But the biggest high roll of those collector capsules is KDA Kaisa.
Oh.
Kaisa is the centerpiece for players looking to flaunt that extra special drop. But Prestige Treasure Realms are full of high-value offerings from past sets. So, whether you're a collector looking to pick up something you missed, or a little legend enthusiast just getting your first chibi, no matter what you hit, it's bound to hit hard.
Like $500.
After Remix Rumble ships, we've got even more work ahead of us. We know players want more say in what they purchase, and we're working towards exactly that in a system we're internally calling the Seasonal Store. We're not quite ready to go into the finer details yet, but I am ready to get into Remix Rumble's pass. Remix Rumble marks our transition to 3 sets a year, and we're updating our pass structure to reflect that. We'll still have 2 passes in every set, but since sets now last 4 months, each pass will be 2 months long. So we're redistributing rewards and accelerating pass progression to make all the rewards easier to obtain. Not every pass will look the same.
You ever play Lethal Company? Yeah, I'm down. Wait, when? Like now? Can you give me like a couple minutes to finish this up?
Each Pass Plus will have different high-value rewards. For example, you'll see our
video. Oh, yeah, I got you.
Our new Neon Stage Arena in Remix Rumble's first pass, and in the Rumble's second half, Sugarcone Poro. And just as our pass is changing to accommodate 3 sets a year, our ranked season is also changing. Like League of Legends, we're adding Emerald tier to our ranked ladder. It'll add more climbing room, while also recognizing the skill progression that players show between Platinum and Diamond. This comes at the perfect time as we transition to creating 3 sets a year, and 3 ranked seasons to go with them. Without mid-sets, there's no soft reset of your rank throughout the season, so you'll have more time to track your progress on the expanded ladder, prove your skill, and get new Emerald rewards. We're not looking to make the climb harder. Emerald and a longer season should mean a smoother, more consistent climb overall.
I actually don't mind this. So one of the biggest problems of Valorant is that it feels like their seasons, since you reset, it's hard to climb if you don't play a lot. I think that's one of the biggest downsides of Valorant's ranked competitive portion. If there are no resets and you just climb forever, it's fine. You just like, even if you're a casual player, it should be no problem, right? Like this should be the preferred way of doing it. Ryler Dubs, thank you so much for gifting us up. And Brezhnev Driver, welcome back for 2 months. Thanks for something.
We know TFT is a more chaotic game than League, and we don't want to punish or reward you too much for performance outliers. You can play great and still low roll in TFT, and our ranked system should and will reflect that. Okay, before you get too excited and queue up for ranked, let's chat mobile. The launch of Remix Rumble in late November will be the first time TFT is available on mobile in APAC regions.
Yay.
And we're shipping a number of improvements along with this launch that will impact the entire world. But first, I want to thank our APAC players for their patience. We've been working towards bringing mobile to you since we launched it during Galaxies, and we know that you've awaited its arrival ever since. In preparation for this launch, our Tools and Engine team has been hard at work making mobile usability, stability, and performance improvements. And for the tablet players out there, one of these improvements is tablet support. Come Remix Rumble, you can say goodbye.
The only person I know who plays legitimately on like a phone is Becca.
To the black bars and wonky scaling when playing on tablet, and hello to a smoother, prettier, tablet-tailored experience. We've seen a ton of anticipation for TFT Mobile in APAC and tablet support across the world, and we can't wait to kick it all off with Remix Rumble. So, APAC players, make sure to pre-register for our launch, as we'll be offering multiple pre-registration milestone rewards, from treasure tokens to a new little legend, Boba Tea River Sprite.
Boba
And if you're not in
Tea
APAC,
River
don't worry,
Sprite.
this little Sprite will eventually be available to everyone.
That's cool.
Was that the last boba? Yep. Oh. Okay. Hey everyone,
All right,
Sherman back
what's
to
up?
talk about
Yep.
all things TFTs.
This guy used to run UT Austin used to have a fucking insane collegiate esports department. And every single person from that department went on to work at Blizzard or Riot or Twitch. Or like a lot of those people ended up working, and he was one of those.
Sports. It's been awesome to see the growth of TFT esports over the last few sets. We've seen 3 sets of steady viewer growth for set championships, and with the Runeterra Reforged Championship, we're hoping to make it 4. We're about 5 weeks out from our first global LAN event, the TFT Vegas Open. It'll be from December 8th through the 10th, with 512 competitors from around the world as they take over the MGM Grand. I first want to say that we were blown away by how quickly competitor passes sold out back in September, and we can't wait to see you battle it out there.
I might be there.
The event happens early in Remix
that's gonna be my first
testing players' ability
rehearsal.
to adapt, innovate, and lead the meta. This is a moment where players from anywhere can step into the spotlight and become IRL headliners. The player that comes out on top will walk away with $100,000, a trophy, and most importantly, the TFT Vegas Open title. And even if you don't get first,
look at that prize pool. Okay.
128 players who make it to day 2 will win a piece of the $300,000.
If you make it to day 2, you get your money back from the event. So anyone who makes it to the top 128 is doing pretty good. And then up from there, like you're making some juicy stacks, you know?
Prize pool. And all 512 players who participate in the event will get a unique emote based on how far they make it into the tournament. But don't worry, the Vegas Open won't be a replacement for a championship. Now that we've switched over to 3 sets a year, we're adjusting to have a competitive season for each one. So rest assured there will be a Remix Rumble Championship.
Actually, I need to go back.
Get to day
How much money did I lose last time in Vegas? I need to get 14th to make my money back in Vegas.
2 will win a piece of the $300,000 prize pool. And all 512 players who participate in the event will get a unique emote based on how far they make it into the tournament. But don't worry, the Vegas Open won't be a replacement for a championship. Now that we've switched over to 3 sets a year, we're adjusting to have a competitive season for each one. So rest assured there will be a Remix Rumble Championship at the end of the set. It'll be the culmination of Remix Rumble, so we have high expectations for the comps players will bring to the finals, now that they've had a chance to master the set. For those of you competing in Vegas, PvE goes live the 2nd week of November, so get out there and start crafting your go-to comps. As for everyone else, we're super excited for our first ever.
Why did they do this angle? Like the normal angle is like up here, like set on, and they're like, yo, we need a shot. Like we're going down and going up, okay?
We hope to see you all there, either in person or digitally. All right, thanks so much for watching. Good luck and have fun out there. Till next time.
Okay. Not bad. Pretty good. It's coming out next week, I think. Okay, guys. I have to go download Lethal Company real quick, so I'm gonna go ahead and do that. The set releases it's 2 weeks after PBE. So PBE releases on the 9th, I think. ish, and so the launch is like the 27th, I think. It's the 7th. Oh, so it's 21st. Leave the Company is great. I have seen some funny ass clips from Leave the Company. Oh, it's the 7th. Wait, that's 2 days. That's 2 days. Were you a fan of Twisted Tree Line back in the day? Would you want it back? It was okay. Honestly, I didn't really care for it, and I don't really care if it comes back. It just sucks that I don't like losing content. Does that make sense? Wait, did it already finish downloading? Wait, what? Oh, wait, I think it did. Lethal Company with Disguised Toast and Sid. Hello? Hello? Yeah, we're Lethal Company. Okay, wait. He said he needed a couple minutes. Let me go pee. I'm gonna play some ads. I'll be right back. I'm gonna grab some water. Yeah. Self-funded by Lesserafim Field Camp proceeds. Guys, just let him know. he doesn't know. So this is easy to find one person. No problem. In the meantime, before Toast gets in, let me go fix the sound for this, okay? So I'm gonna add another thing for Lethal Company. Join call. Bro, I'm working on it.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. That was the wrong call I just joined. That was Lily's call. I am so sorry. Oh shit. There isn't like, okay, hold on.
It's Legends.
Hello.
Hello, Scarra.
How are you doing?
I definitely joined the wrong call. I joined the first call with people in the other Discord. It was not the right people.
Not the right people.
Yeah.
Awkward and uncomfortable.
Not as awkward and uncomfortable as my Blizzcon interaction.
What happened?
Who?
So there's this cosplayer.
Oh, here we go.
Okay.
So there's this cosplayer, and I watch her on YouTube all the time, and I was really excited. I was like, oh my god, wow, she's here. So I walk up to her, and I'm like, hey, are you so-and-so? Like, I'm a really big fan. And she kind of looks at me and is like, yeah, hi. And so it was like already a little weird. But then she grabbed me by both of my shoulders, but then paused really long before she said anything. So I'm thinking she's like going in for a hug. And I'm like, okay, sure. Didn't ask her. Like, I didn't ask for a hug. You didn't ask me. You know what I mean? So like, sure. So I put my arms up on her shoulders. And then she goes, oh, move out of the way so the cosplayers can get by. And then she like grabbed my shoulders and like moved me out of the way so that people in costume could get past me. And it was awful. And I just walked away. I didn't even say bye. I just was like, okay, I'm leaving now.
How do you get yourselves into situations like this?
I don't know. It was really awful though. Like it was so bad. I didn't want to go into BlizzCon. Like I stopped and like Jody watched it all happen. I would say it was partially my fault, but it was also very much her fault. It was awful.
At least it wasn't the taxi experience.
No, that one was way worse. That's the worst of all of my experiences, I think.
So funny though.
That was bad.
That's so funny though.
But I will say I did think about that before I went to bed last night.
Oh, like and then like in the shower you wake up like fuck.
Yeah. No, that's
Yeah, I was looking through my footage because I everyone was watching stuff, but I didn't join you guys. I had to upload like 16 gigabytes of footage. And I was looking through it, and it's the entire 35-minute Seraphim concert. And it's like 20 minutes of BlizzCon where I talk bad about it. I'm like, I just want to upload the concert and that's it. And I want to see how many views it gets. Like, I'm so curious.
I think if you posted a full Lesserafim concert, that would do pretty well.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I told Tenzin, I was like, dude, you got to make a fan cam of them. Like, you could blow up on Twitter.
Yeah. Or
at least your fan cam could.
I threw a little 3-minute one up there, and people are like, holy fuck.
Yeah.
It was a 10x thing. The quality was pretty good.
Oh, you like 10x zoomed?
Yeah, where me and Toast were sitting, we couldn't see them that easily. I could only see them through my camera and the thing up there because they're really far away.
Screen, yeah.
So I just watched them through my camera as I recorded them, which sounds like psychopathic behavior.
What you been up to today, Scarra?
Oh, I had a really hard time going to sleep. So I woke up at like 3 a.m. I slept 2 hours. And someone told me I slept 3 hours because it was daylight saving wow, I learned that real late. I watched the TFT World Championship. The first place winner won it in like record pace. A Japanese player just owned everyone, and then went back to sleep till 3 p.m.
Nice.
Mm-hmm.
Then you've been chilling, you've been gaming, or what?
Yeah, I've literally just been. I opened up my stream after getting food, and then I just been talking about BlizzCon. I've been watching my fan cams.
Oh.
Yeah.
Like you've been showing them on stream?
Yeah, I kind of I people stream and they just have fan cams. Like I could be one of those people.
You could. You really could.
Yeah.
And you could do like a K-pop world tour.
Yeah. Everyone's like, "Who's your bias?" And I'm like, "Well, Toast only really likes this one girl." I wonder if
is her name Chaewon?
No. Hell
Oh.
no.
Wait, everyone likes her though, right?
No.
I'm not like the other guys.
Oh, okay.
He's a Yunjin lover.
Oh wait, that's the other girl that everybody likes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's still basic. Don't worry.
So you are like the other guys.
But not like most of the other guys, like some of the other guys.
Oh, okay.
My favorite One Piece character is Sanji.
You are weird for that. you are
Scarra, Scarra, did you find a fourth?
What? You never asked me to.
Scarra, just come on, bring your favorite VTuber of the week here.
My favorite VTuber of the week?
Yeah, it changes every week. Every time I talk to you about VTubers, you give me a different answer every week.
That's
who's the flavor of the month?
Oh, you want me to get Sleepy in here?
I should ask him. He's not at this table.
I love Sleepy.
I do like Sleepy too.
Yeah,
He's a funny guy.
Whenever I talk to Sleepy, he's dude. I found out he's the reason why Danny says him and his Overwatch friends are the reason why they say that's heat. That's all they say, man. It's pissing me off. Bob the Hobo one, welcome back for 15 months. Thanks for subbing. That's heat. That's what he says.
All right, I'm like almost halfway to 19.
Sydney's just been killing crabs for the last 2 hours.
Wait,
I've done jack shit.
And it's the fastest she's ever leveled.
Let's go.
And almost the highest level I've ever been in classic hardcore. Do I feel good about it? Not exactly.
Dude, there are some people who get power leveled. Like John was telling me how people get power leveled. 1 to 30, they have a group kill everything you tag. And then 30 to 45, you do some random stuff. And then 45 to 60, you turn in necklaces.
Yeah.
And I'm like, holy moly. Like, you don't even have to play the game.
Yeah. That is what I have heard.
But I think it's hilarious because as soon as you guys touch Molten Core, someone's going to die.
Oh, yeah. No, yeah. We're dead
Someone
for sure.
is going to explode. I watched Seer play, and I'm like, this guy does not know what his buttons do. Someone is going to die.
Oh, no. I think if I hit 60 and then I die, I'm not coming back.
Yeah. I mean, that's expected.
But it will have
But
been a
like
good run.
the point is like you just don't die. Ever.
Honestly, if I hit 40 and I die, I'm probably not coming back.
Yeah. Dude, what Peter and whatchamacallit, Sean were playing one night and they almost died. They were in a group and they did that one tower that has stuff spawn a lot, and their tank just killed himself by jumping in. And
I heard about that.
They like had to run and like ditch him.
Did he end up dying?
No. They like slow fall off the very top. The tank died. 100% he just died. Oh, like even doing a Nixie, I feel like someone's gonna die. The whelps. The WoW permanent duels. Oh, the Makara tournament. Yep, Snuts won. Snuts is a fucking beast, by the way. It sucks that he played against Zicho. Because like I don't think that matchup is very.
Get off the hook for Lethal Company if we don't find a fourth.
Wait,
Well, how about I'm down to play it another time.
Does it need 4? Wait, if you're serious, I will ask some of my VTuber friends.
Okay, well, Sydney loves meeting new people.
Well, I mean, I think she's met Ori already. I think I
Ori?
Yeah, like the cookie.
Oh, yes, I believe so.
Did you like interacting with them, Sydney?
From what I remember, yeah, it was very short.
You can just
Wait,
tell me
is-
you hate her. and I
Wait,
can
wait,
just
was Ori the one who brought my boba down?
No.
No. When did I meet Ori? Was it at the party?
No. Oh, wait, not in real life. Like over like games.
Oh.
I think you might have met. You might have met DM.
Over games.
Let me go ping her then. Let me go ping a couple people.
Don't worry, it's just we're probably just gonna play like 1 hour in and out.
Oh, she literally instant replied no. Okay.
Oh. Any elaboration?
She said no. She thinks she's playing something else.
Hey, NT man. Why don't we set up a lobby for tomorrow?
I can't think that far ahead.
Oh, well, I can, so I could take care of it.
There we go.
No, I gotta think tomorrow.
No, do
What's
you?
your thing?
What's your definition of the perfect night? A credit
This
card.
is why I can't think ahead.
And some company.
Is it because of the concussion?
I'm not gonna blame everything
One of
on the
these.
concussion.
That's fair. Okay.
You have a concussion?
Guard does not pay attention to anything I say. I noticed.
And you love him so much, you know?
Wait,
and
you
so
have a when did you get a concussion?
It hurts.
I don't know. Maybe that time where I got the shit beaten out of me in front of 200,000 people.
Bro, that was like 10 years ago, man. Get over
Concussions
it.
can last up to 5 years.
Okay, that was like 20 years ago. Get over it.
See, this is why there's a social stigma around concussions, because when you talk about it, people kind of like trivialize it, and it makes you feel like you're the crazy one for even bringing it up.
Yeah, you are.
Wow, we're tripling down, Scarra.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. I mean, we can just play tomorrow. Like, I don't wanna waste people's time.
I'm already wasting my time, Scarra. I've been killing crabs on a beach for the last fucking 2 hours.
Literally,
you couldn't possibly waste my time more than this.
You chose this. I asked.
I'm just saying. I'm just saying.
Like,
I know it's a conscious choice I make.
WoW is like a it's like a grindstone. Like, you know, you can't make like diamonds without pressure. Like, it's like that. Like, it teaches you to become a better streamer because you have to fill the gaps of you killing the crab for 2 hours.
I'm like, great. Okay, so I'm walking back on a beach, back and forth, killing crabs. How do I make this even slightly entertaining? It's been fine. We've been chatting, you know. And
Yeah. You just talk about random. It's literally a just chatting stream, and then there's crabs in the background.
Yes.
Or you can play Subway Surfers like on the right.
On the
Like, I'm just saying, it's just fucked up that Michael's the only one who's gotten rank 1. One of us should get rank 1.
I think I downloaded Subway Surfers for like 3 days in middle school and then never touched the game again.
Fair.
All right, we'll play tomorrow. Today we just killed crabs.
What time do you want to play tomorrow?
I told you I can't think that far ahead.
Okay, I'll message you guys in the morning then, and we'll figure out.
Okay.
I'm sorry to have bothered you, Mr. Scarra. What
No,
are you
it's
gonna
not-
go do now?
I don't know. Like, right now, I'm trying to beat Liza P before TFT set comes out. So in 2
That's
days,
in 2 days.
we'll be really busy. So like, I am like 70% of the way through, and I'm kind of owning. Like, when I play, my chat's like Pog, and I'm like, oh shit, Pog.
Did you meet Pinocchio yet?
I am Pinocchio.
Did you meet Donkey yet?
Geppetto? No.
Donkey.
Yes, but he's like kind of a side character.
Is there an ogre in that?
No, I've not found an ogre yet. Shrek has not been found.
Oh, Scar, settle an argument.
Okay.
Which movie had a bigger impact on the world?
Oh no.
Shrek or Lords of the Ring?
Shrek.
He
Easily.
said it wrong. Lord of the Rings.
Shrek easily.
Okay, now Shrek or Harry Potter?
Oh shit! Like all of them, or just like one? I think if it's
Think
just
of
one.
Shrek as a franchise and Harry Potter as a franchise.
Shit. Oh fuck, that's kind of weird. I think it's Harry Potter.
Okay,
Unfortunately.
I want to remind you that Harry Potter is authored by a transphobe.
Yeah, and people still watch and read the book, even though she's fucking crazy because of how much influence it has. Even though she's fucking says that the wizards shit themselves and then use a spell to clean it up. I cannot believe she went on record saying that's how they do it. That is fucking crazy, man.
Yeah. Yeah, it is. Hey, you guys want to watch Attack on Titan?
Yes. Wait. The recent season, final part season.
Final part ending real this time, 100%. No more episodes after this one.
Real.
Yeah, I'm down.
Sweet.
Wait. What about Invincible?
And that too.
I'm super down.
But like I have a timer. Like I'm like a ticking time bomb. If it doesn't get watched within the next couple days, I'm watching it without all of it.
Yeah, no, that's fair. That's very fair. Like I'm down to watch it literally tonight. Like I will end my stream right now, fucking middle finger my chat and say fuck you guys.
Wow,
right
we
now.
We don't gotta do all that, man. Like, it's fine. Like we could just watch it in like a couple hours, you know.
Oh, okay. Well, my bad.
Yeah,
Just wanted to prove that I'm a real one.
Yeah, and I appreciate that. So Toast, you're not playing Fortnite at 8 p.m.
Let me read the message. 8:30. Okay.
Okay. So how about after Toast's Fortnite session, which I can't believe that's a thing.
Okay.
We're gonna play. We'll watch Attack on Titan and stuff.
Okay.
So you got some time with your chat.
Okay. Wait, did you see the thing OTV retweeted?
No, I didn't.
They retweeted there's a daydreaming competition in Tokyo, and the heart rates are checked and you can't laugh, talk, or fall asleep. And it's a 90-minute competition.
And the goal is to have the highest heart rate?
I think the goal is to just like space out. Like,
oh, I see. Okay.
Like you literally just do nothing but like live in your thoughts.
Wait, I feel like I am such a daydreamer.
Really?
I feel like I daydream 24/7.
Yeah.
I feel like I'd be pretty good at that.
I think I would lose it, so I would fall asleep. Okay. But recently after a party, I do feel like I want to dress up as random shit. I think theme stuff is awesome.
Yes, themed parties. Okay, the way I've reframed birthdays is it's just an excuse to get friends together, right?
Okay,
so if you want to dress up as random shit for your birthday, you just let us know. We'll make it happen.
Okay. Wait. I'm just saying, I know there are 4 birthdays this month.
Yeah.
And I'm sitting in a call with the other 2 people with the birthday.
No, the other one person with the birthday.
That's really embarrassing.
No, the other, like I'm one of them and then you're the other. Okay, maybe I phrased that wrong.
Nice save.
No, that's what I meant. Are you serious?
I think Scarra knows my birthday. He got me my favorite dessert for my birthday.
Yeah, you really think I don't know her birthday?
What's her birthday? Go ahead.
You could just, even the month is fine, Scarra.
June
11th,
1997.
All right, who in chat? Who the fuck in chat said something?
What? No, I knew that off the top of my head.
I like to think that Scarra would have come to the June conclusion by himself. Just like I know Scarra's middle name.
What's my middle name? It's public.
Why would you do this to yourself?
No, hold on. Sorry, I'm itching my foot.
That's a pretty serious
William
age.
Richard.
Richard?
You fucking idiots!
Who the fuck? Who told her it's Richard?
You idiots! Did you not understand the bit? Oh god. Fuck, what's your middle name? What's your middle name, Scarra? Jimmy? But isn't that the nickname?
That's my middle name, which used to also be what people called me.
Wait, I thought Jimmy was like a nickname for William.
Huh?
You know, wait, there are some. There are names like that.
It
where,
is.
Like Richard and Bob.
Yeah, it is.
So you're basically your name is literally William.
Okay,
Richard is short for Dick. I mean,
yes. Also, like
and Bob.
Let me explain
Bob
how my
is Robert.
let me
That's
explain
right.
how my name came apart.
All right,
I was named because my dad's brother named my English name, and his favorite white person was William Shakespeare. So that's how I got William.
That's his favorite white person?
Yes. Okay.
Shakespeare?
Yes. So
Okay.
William is from Shakespeare, and
Okay.
then Jimmy is the lesser version of James, my dad's English name. So it's William Jimmy Lee. That is my
Okay.
full name.
Got it.
Now let me explain my brother's name to you, okay? The first name is David, which I think is
Okay.
based off like Christian Thor. And his middle name is Joseph, named after Joseph Stalin. I don't really know why that's the case, but my parents told me that, and I didn't ask them why.
Got it.
I
like how you said Christian lore. Like we're talking about fucking World of Warcraft or something.
I mean, yeah, you know?
You seem surprised that William Shakespeare would be someone's favorite white person.
Yeah, I just like I don't know.
Which other white man or woman do you think deserves to be someone's favorite?
Like okay, I'm trying to think. Who's my favorite white person?
Maybe Bill Clinton?
No. No. Who's my favorite white person? Michael Cera. Or like, yeah, your favorite white person is like Taylor Swift. Like that's like that's my favorite white person.
He's my favorite person, actually.
Okay, fair.
I don't even know if I believe you.
That Taylor Swift is his favorite person?
Yeah.
Oh, who do you think he likes more? Olivia Rodrigo?
No, I just feel like he's saying that to pander.
How dare you?
This man loves Taylor Swift.
You know?
Oh, I see. We're farming. Oh, yeah.
No.
Like he just wants to be like everybody else and like Taylor Swift.
Yeah.
Do you have a favorite white person?
Olivia is Filipino, isn't she?
Shakespeare.
Okay.
No,
Do
actually,
you have a favorite black person?
Obama.
Scarra!
Too far, man.
Scarra!
You're not supposed to answer that. Too far.
What?
No, you are supposed to answer that. You're supposed to say me.
Oh, we're not Barack. Oh God.
We're not Barack at all.
Close enough. Dude, I will still never forget that Toast was almost able to get an Among Us lobby with him.
That was never on the table.
The way it was like a possibility.
Sydney, do you have a favorite black person?
Wait, can I restate my answer? Because I actually have a new favorite.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna finish that sentence.
No, finish it. Who is it?
It's on TikTok recently. I've been following a girl Snitchery.
Oh, I love Snitchery.
Who does like these absolute cursed, ridiculous outfits.
Yes.
Like Rufus from Kim Possible. And I was like, wait, she's amazing.
Yes, I love Snitchery. She's fantastic.
And then Sid. Maybe Sid
You know
before
what?
that.
I will come second to Snitchery. I'm okay with that.
Yo, I'll see. Oh, dude, she is great. You're great too. That's not
Thank you.
Not competition.
So, do you have a favorite Asian person?
Oh yeah.
No, there's just so many.
Huh?
There's like, I mean, God, I couldn't.
Friends don't count.
Friends
Oh,
don't count?
Yeah, friends don't count. I want famous people.
Oh, you want famous people?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
And don't say Jackie Chan.
Okay, I will not say Jackie Chan. My favorite.
Okay, I need to get out of this game, guys. We're not playing. We're not playing Lethal Company.
You know, I'm gonna be honest. There's not a lot of Asian representation in media.
Thank you.
What I'm gonna start with.
Amen.
Oh,
Amen,
you know
sister.
what?
Amen.
Amen, sister.
No, there's really not. There's really not. Because regrettably, the first person that I think of when I think of Asian representation in like mainstream media is Aquafina. And that is not someone who I would.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
You know what I mean? She's not.
Oh.
Hey, can someone kill this fucking crab?
Oh, whoa, 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 whoa.
Where did you guys go?
Wait.
Oh, wait. Oh, my God. You're almost going to die.
I almost died.
Yo, yell at him. Come on, big unk.
Oh, my God. Wait, she has people literally helping her crab farm, guys. Why are you guys ever helping me farm crabs?
Oh, okay. You know who? It's probably Lucy Liu.
Oh, she's great.
Yeah, I would say Lucy Liu. But yeah, there's not a lot of great Asian representation. And the first person I think of is Aquafina, and I don't like it, so.
Do you have a favorite Asian person, Toast?
Steven Yuan.
It's a good one. It's a good one.
Okay. Okay.
Scarra?
What?
Who's your favorite?
Oh, I was gonna say IU, but I think that's kind of cheap. It's like saying your favorite
K-pop star.
Yeah, it's like saying your favorite white person is like Taylor Swift.
Oh, so.
Yeah,
So
that's why I
Toast is
feel
cheating too.
Yeah, it feels a little bad. You know, I actually for a period of time thought Cutie Cinderella wasn't a big Swiftie, and it was like all a play.
No, that girl is dedicated.
Yeah, no, that
from
girl
the
is,
heart.
That girl is like literally the most hardcore Swiftie I know. Like I thought she was like faking it for a bit, and I'm like, oh no, it's not a bit.
Not a bit.
Oh, it is. So let me get this straight. I open up your stream, and you are killing crabs.
Oh, hi, Scarra.
And you have a person next to you killing crabs.
Yeah,
His name's Big Unk.
So this is Big Unk. Basically, I do 40% of the damage to these crabs, and then he finishes them off for me, and I get full XP. And I've grinded, like I'm about to hit level 19 here in just a second. And yeah, we've just been AFK mindlessly grinding levels.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Big Unk kind of go crazy.
Yeah.
Oh.
Before Big Unk, we had what was his name?
Guano Gang.
Guano Gang, and before Guano Gang was Toast.
Are you doing this to 40? Like how long do you do this?
I think I do these crabs until 20.
Yeah.
And then I do this somewhere else with different mobs until 30.
Yep.
I think is how that works. And you say fuck questing and you just do this.
Dude, look at how positive your community is. You're an amazing person, by the way, Sydney. Love your streams.
Wow,
my
thanks.
chat sends me like fucking cocks, and I have to block my chat whenever I play WoW.
I know someone was like, "Oh, you really should block."
Yeah,
but everyone's
literally,
been so nice.
Yeah, my chat is not public when I play WoW.
Yeah, that's what I've heard. Maybe now that you said something, it'll get bad, but we'll see. There's someone else here now.
They're taking your crabs?
This idiot's taking my crabs.
Oh. Wait. So when did you guys want to go watch stuff?
Well, Toast has a lobby, so whenever his
I gotta go play Fortnite at 8:30.
Okay.
Fortnite. We like Fortnite.
Are you excited to play OG Fortnite? Jib, jib, jub, jub. Thanks for someone this stream.
Yeah. Wow. I'm more excited to see Michael's reactions.
Oh my god. Dude, I can't believe his entire house blocked out the day for Fortnite. Like their schedules are just Fortnite today. When they came out.
As you should have.
Yeah, as he should.
Oh, hey, what are you guys doing early next month? Great. You want to come to New York?
No, we're going to Vegas.
Yeah, we're actually going
early?
to Vegas.
Oh, like literally the first week.
Oh
of
shit.
December.
We're leaving the first week. Like if it's the first 3 days of December.
It's the 4th through the 6th, but I would extend it.
No, 4th through 6th? No, we can actually
Wait,
cannot.
What's the TFT date?
It's
Scarra?
10. It's 9/10. It is like really close.
I'll cut you a deal, Sydney.
Uh-huh.
We go to New York, you go to Vegas.
No, I don't want her to go to Vegas.
What the fuck? Why not?
Sorry. That came out really, really bad. I don't want her to waste her time at Vegas. She has a lot better things to live
Vegas
for.
is never a waste of time, Scarra.
Wait, hang on.
It's a waste of money,
why are
but
we
it
going
ain't a
to New
waste of
York?
time. Because I have to go to New York.
Oh, you know I've never had a good time going to New York.
Oh, really?
Because the
I
last time I went
only
to,
have good times.
the last time I went to
New
New
York is great.
I've only been to New York once in the last 10 years, and I had a COVID scare, so I stayed in my hotel for 2 days.
Oh, that's right. I remember that.
And I was
Yeah.
just like, fuck, this blows.
I remember that.
Are you going to New York for a sponsor?
Yeah.
Can we get some money?
Yeah, sure.
I'm not taking money from her.
Wow, Scarra. It's very kind of you.
She needs it. in the most positive way possible. Oh wait, no. In like the best way possible.
So broke. If you have a Prime sub, I really could use it. I'm actually so broke. Even Scarra pities me.
No,
like
just-
if you had a Prime sub, it doesn't cost you anything, but it helps me because I'm really broke.
What happened to shame?
Scar, you spit on a man in World of Warcraft. Fuck off. I don't need a lesson from you in shame. Scarra, thanks for the 5 gifted subs.
No problem. You need it. All right, the Rat. Welcome back for 16 months. Thanks for your
I
subbing.
just made so much money. Thanks, Scarra.
Mhm.
Now I can afford to pay you to go to New York.
Damn, my rate's cheap as hell. Man, maybe we could make it to New York. It would be a little tight. I think I can't because I have another sponsor on the first week of. Let me double check. Hold up.
Yeah, New York. We'll make it fun this time. And it's going to be decorated for Christmas. I don't know if you've ever been to Christmas time New York, but it is so insanely
That sounds
beautiful.
awesome.
It's so beautiful. We can go to Rockefeller Center.
I
We
cannot
can see the
go.
tree.
I have literally a potential sponsor on the 8th of December.
Okay.
So wait. If I go, I could come back and make it for sponsor into Vegas.
What is your sponsor? Because I could
It's like
maybe
a
get you a PC.
Dream.
It's because my sponsor is for Alienware, and Alienware makes PCs. And I could
Oh.
say, hey, you got a PC for my buddy Scarra?
Oh.
Just say, just think about it.
Okay, the problem is my stream has to be 4 hours. So like I wouldn't want to just stream in there for 4 hours. That's that's a long
next
time. Yeah,
Next
yeah.
time.
But it'd be okay. I do want to make it up to Vegas. I have some, or not Vegas, New York. I have some friends up there, and I heard the food up there is amazing.
Yeah, I mean, New York is awesome. It makes me sad that you didn't have a wonderful time the last time you went because it is such a fun place to be. Like we would have a very good time.
Yeah. Well, so but you're still coming down to Vegas, right?
I don't know. Toast, you coming to New York? No, okay.
Yeah.
So here's the thing, though. I would do Vegas. I would do New York into Vegas. I'd come home for probably 3 days, and then I would have to go to Washington.
Wait, is it true your parents would kill you if you don't show up for Christmas?
I think my mom would be really upset, but it's more so like if I didn't go home for Christmas, like everyone goes home for Christmas, so I would just be like by myself. You know what I mean?
Right. That would be fucked up to just spend Christmas by yourself.
Yeah, which would be sad. So it's
So,
like I'm
on an
just go
unrelated
home.
note, I'm gonna be the only one staying behind for Christmas, right?
Oh, you want to come? You want to come to my family's?
Nah,
Unironically, Scarra,
I want to be
I
a
think
loser.
I think you should go.
I want to be a loser.
I mean, it's like great, sure, great time to stream, but if you want to, we have all sorts of Christmas traditions. We make cookies and we do the stockings and
I
it
want to see a
snows.
picture of you guys and Scarra. I would love to see that.
Yeah, that'd be good.
So, am I seeing you in Vegas?
Let's talk. We'll talk about it.
Man, what is this pussy shit? How you get us to go to
Dude,
New York, but
did you just hear me? I have to go. I'd have to do so much traveling.
So what? This just works one way. We go to Vegas. We go to New York so you can
No.
do your little sponsor.
Your little sponsor. Do you hear how these men talk to me?
Yeah, that's really fucked up.
You too, Scarra. You too. You called me broke.
Don't make this a gender thing.
I mean, you're
Okay, you want me to make it a race thing? I can make it worse. You want me to make it a race thing?
Is it worse to be a sexist or a racist?
I feel like if it's a race thing, that's like more what Toast is used to. Like he's more comfortable. That's his battlefield.
Okay. So he knows how to navigate it.
Yeah.
He's like been there,
is kind
done
of,
that.
Yeah, he's definitely not as experienced.
Got you. Okay.
That's a good thing. I'm not experienced in being a sexist.
But you are in being a racist, and you're okay with that. And that's all right with you.
Guys, I don't think I played a game. I'm just fucking chilling. It's not leaving company. It's just good company. Here we go.
The silence was so loud. Oh, he's okay. Here he goes. Yeah. Sorry. What were you gonna say?
Nothing.
Okay. I need to repair my armor.
Dude,
Oh.
as long as your wand's not broken, you're good.
The wands
Okay.
have durability? Oh, they do. They do.
My wand. Oh, my wand could. It's 6 out of 45. We could sometime soon.
Yeah, if
Gonna have
only
to make a
there was
trip.
someone with an anvil with max engineering that would drop something nearby.
Is there anvils in classic?
Oh,
I'm pretty
shit,
sure there is.
there aren't. Oh, that was definitely like a Cataclysm Plus thing, I think. But okay, never mind.
I liked that though, Scarra.
Yeah.
I appreciate that.
Yeah. Wait, are there repair bots? Does anyone know? Oh, have you guys played the finals?
No, but I want to.
I mean, it's a 3-person game.
Oh.
Bells Gregory, welcome back for 6 months. Thanks for your subbing. Yeah, I'm just. The beta test ends today.
Oh shit. Well,
Toast.
What's up?
So you ever want to play the finals?
Yeah, I'll play anything with you two.
Okay, because the beta test ends tonight.
Say what you mean, Scar.
Hmm?
Sorry, go ahead, Sydney.
No. I've decided I don't want to say what I was gonna say.
No, say it.
No, it's okay.
Don't do that thing. Don't do that thing.
No,
Just say it.
no. I don't need to. It was unnecessary.
No, just say it. Go ahead.
No.
Yeah, okay.
No, say it.
Do you think it would hurt my feelings or Toast feelings?
No, it was like the comedic timing is gone.
Oh.
So now I just don't really feel like saying it anymore.
Right,
No.
right.
Like it was there, but then we spoke at the same time. So then you know what I mean. So it's like fine. Just what were you gonna say?
So would you prefer to kill crabs or play the finals?
Well, I'm at this awkward point where I'm level 19 and I'm like, I don't know, a quarter of the way to 20, and like I don't want to end on 19. You know what I mean? So I want to kill crabs until I hit 20, and then I'm down to play the finals. But I don't know how long that's gonna take.
At this rate, about 30 minutes. 40 minutes?
You got 30 minutes.
Yeah, I'm not doing anything else. my life is not that important.
Okay, so then here's the other caveat to this. In 30 minutes, it'll be about 30 minutes until Toast has. Oh no, because he's playing at 8:30 now, not 8. We'll have a little. We'll get to play for like an hour.
Wait, don't wait. It's 6:44.
Yeah.
She wants to kill enough crabs to make it to 20. At her
Yeah,
current
yeah.
rate, it's gonna take. Oh god, maybe it might take 40 minutes.
Nice, Scar. Let's use this time to figure out your future.
Oh.
Okay. Then let me start with the most impending thing in the future. Okay.
Mhm.
Our birthday is coming up. What would you want to do with it? Because I want to do something. Most of the years, I'm like, I don't want to do anything. This year, something's gonna happen.
What changed? What
I
made you
will-
want to do something?
I thought it was lame not doing stuff, so I wanted to do something.
Okay, yeah. What do you want to do?
So
I know what I want to do.
What do you want to do? Strippers?
Nah, Molly.
Okay.
Okay.
What else do you want to
meant,
do?
Molly, the friend we met.
Yeah.
The other, yeah.
No, I mean ecstasy.
No.
Okay, no.
And her sister, Ecstasy, who he also met. Really sweet girls.
No, I mean MDMA.
The song, that one song, we can play that while we hang out with them. I love that song. It's a great song.
So what else do you want to do?
I already said my wishes.
Okay, great.
Okay, so
Scar, what do you want to do?
how do you guys feel about cruises?
That is a sick fucking joke, and you know it.
What? Wait, but you're my friend, right? If I said I want to cruise,
If you wanted to go on a cruise for your birthday, like I would go, but it would.
and if it was a Disney cruise and we went to see the exact same places you guys went to before, how would you feel about that?
Like, I would do my best to warn you, but for you, Scarra, I would go.
Okay, how do you feel about EDC? But the C is spelled SEA.
If we went on a cruise that was like one of those party cruises, yeah, sure, I'm in. Like the Carnival cruise.
Okay,
where it's like a bunch of people our age.
How do you
and
feel
we,
about
like,
Iceland?
always wanted to go.
Toast, how do you feel about Iceland?
Is it cold?
Oh, yeah.
I am not going to Iceland for my birthday.
What
Unless
about-
that's what you really want to do.
Okay, it's not, but it was a cool idea.
I think I need to repair. I'm like taking so much damage right now.
Oh, you don't
Yeah,
have
you can
a
play it safe and
you don't have a helmet, a shoulder pad, or a cloak?
What do you guys just both have my stream on your side monitor while you're streaming? What is happening?
You're my entire stream.
You're
I changed my.
watching me kill.
I'm literally changed my title from Lethal Company with Toast and Sid to Good Company with Toast and Sid.
That's so cute. I love it.
Yeah.
Well, here we
Yeah.
are.
Like,
Okay, well, if you guys want to travel for your birthday, we should figure it out like kind of soon. You know, like if
Yeah,
you really
I f-
want to go to Iceland, that's
I'll be
something
honest.
should be
I
booked
feel like
now.
Toast is more of a homebody, so if we would be traveling, it would be very close
Okay,
because
is that
would
what
be-
you want to do, or
No, you know what? How do you guys feel about throwing another party?
we could throw another party?
Toast said no parties till the end of the month.
He did say that.
I can make an exception for you.
Okay.
What kind of party? Like a rager party?
Oh, that's a good question.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I kind of did like our last one.
It was a good party. We could do like you know how you've been wanting to do a themed party? We could
Yeah.
do some sort of theme.
I do think a theme would be sick. Like and I think I know the theme. It's Shrek.
Okay.
It's Shrek.
Okay.
And no one can copy the same outfit as someone else.
Oh, so we have to be like some obscure Shrek characters.
No, you just have to call the Shrek character like first.
And then the people who don't get those have to be the obscure Shrek characters.
There's a lot of Shrek characters, okay? Like there's like that one guy, Rumpelstiltskin.
Okay.
And there's the witches.
Literally named the worst character from the entire franchise there.
Yeah. And there's you know what? Maybe there's not that. Lord Farquaad. There we go.
Okay.
He's a banger.
The mirror.
The mirror. That's a good one.
The guy
like
who
the
says
henchman.
pick number 3.
Yeah.
Yep.
You be that guy. Who would you guys be?
I mean, I would feel like those would have to be Shrek.
That's fair.
Why do you think that's
he
fair?
should be, I do think he should be Shrek. He's the biggest Shrek lover of the group, so he should get Shrek.
Is Shrek your favorite character from Shrek, Toast?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, fair.
I resonate with his struggles.
Of being
People
an
look at me and they
ogre?
just think I'm some big dumb ogre.
Okay.
Scarra, who would you be?
Fuck. I kind of think Lord Farquaad would be hilarious, but I think if you're gonna be Lord Farquaad, you gotta sell it.
Yeah.
You gotta be
You'd
like,
have to commit to a wig and everything.
yeah. I gotta be Donkey, right?
That's a banger. That would be a banger.
Well, I'm kind of liking this Shrek idea, but I don't know if Toast likes this idea. Wait, okay. First of all, are we doing a joint party, Toast? How do you feel?
Well, it'd be weird if we don't, because our birthday's on the same day.
No. It wouldn't be weird because we would just throw your party the day before or the day of, and my party the day after or the day like the weekend.
No one
know I
wants to
share
go
a
to 2
birthday.
parties within the same couple of days. People barely made it after TwitchCon.
What do you mean barely made it? We had like 350 people.
No, I know. We had but like there were so many parties afterwards, it was hard to get through all of them. I would not have gone to our party if it wasn't at our house.
Okay, party pooper over here. I would have made it cross country.
I have to go get my dogs. I'll be back.
You can grab the boba too.
Yes.
Toss that turn in the bar. I need a hero. Wait. I actually kind of want. Is this the right one? All right, Toast. Do you want to throw a party? Or do you want to throw like a kickback?
It sounds like you want to throw a party.
I don't know if I want it to be that big. It could just be
I
like
just said what I want.
Yeah, okay. I will talk to you later about this.
Oh, you got something to hide?
I will figure it out. Because if it's gonna be a thing, it needs to be something that like is like a thing now. And it's like, well, do we just wait until like, those 2 idiots get back too?
I'm not a big party guy, so
Yeah,
I'll
yeah.
do like you said, I'm a homebody.
Wait,
but I'm
you
not.
you say that, but our Halloween party, you came back in 3 different costumes.
Yeah, I just want to get my money's worth.
I literally saw you, and the next time I saw you, you're not Poseidon anymore. You're like a Smurf, and then you changed again. Oh, the Shrek version? Oh shit! Hold on.
My theme for the night was characters that gets people wet.
Oh. All right, let's get the lights P.
Have you ever had this problem where you're like getting frisky with a girl and then you take off their pants and they dry like the Sahara Desert? Like, what do you do?
Well, I'd imagine you'd wear the Poseidon outfit.
No, I'm asking seriously. I had that happen once and it was a real confidence destroyer.
Huh. You gotta get into the mood. Have you tried playing some music? You know, like I hear Smash Mouth.
I tried, man. Nothing was working.
None of the music was working. Nothing was hidden.
Nothing was hitting.
Oh. Piss on them. You guys are fucked. I don't really have much for you then. Oh. Is this not the right version? This is not the right version. Yo, I keep trying to play the Shrek one. This is not the right version. What? Oh, this one's it. Is this the right one? Wait, I think the Shrek 2 song is so good to play when you're playing like a Souls-like.
Oh, I Need a Hero?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's on my rotation.
Ooh. Sorry, my push to talk button is my...
The Shrek version especially, not the Bonnie Tyler version.
I had the wrong one and my chat was pissed off.
Where have all the good men gone now? Where are all the Oh my god, there's no Death Guards here. Holy shit, it's coming.
Fuck! Oh, do you get the katana for this? Is a katana? Wait, this boss is kind of awesome. Oh, you can't see the health bar. Hold on.
I need a hero.
Yo, where's Sid?
Yeah, for Dow. I hit 34.
Oh hell yeah, you're one off.
Yeah, but I was close to hit 35 like we did.
Oh.
I think we're gonna be doing this while we're in our 40s.
Okay. Sorry.
No, I don't know.
How are the dogs?
They're I put your boba on the
Like the one in my building?
You wish.
You do wish. That's a funny joke. No. In my
Okay. See, this is how it works.
But like I'm willing to deliver it to you after I'm done streaming.
Nah. You already showed your cards. It's fine.
Okay, shoot yourself.
Yeah, I will suit myself.
Okay.
Okay.
Suit yourself.
Okay. Yeah. No, I am suiting myself.
Like you wouldn't have to walk over here because I would walk over there, but you just got to give me like, you know, until I get off stream.
Yeah. No, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's not a big
Okay,
deal.
fine. Suit yourself.
Yeah. No, I am suiting myself actually.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah. No, we're on the same page here.
All right.
God, you the same.
What were you guys talking about while I was gone?
A Shrek themed party, but Toast is a homebody. I don't know if he wants to do it. And then I think maybe we delay the party so that the 2 idiots who are leaving us come back anyways.
Okay, but the 2 idiots will be back in time for your guys' birthday.
Oh.
Yeah. But what was the other thing you guys talked about?
Don't remember.
Surely somebody remembers.
You know, you have to ask your chat about that one.
Okay, what were you guys talking about? What were we talking about?
Fuck.
Toast costumes?
Yeah, Toast costumes. He had 3. He says the homebody had 3 costumes for our party, man.
He did. He costume changed multiple times.
Like what?
I want to be a good host.
Uh-huh.
Keep the spirits going.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, I'll turn off the music again.
Toast said he dressed as characters that make others wet.
Yeah.
Who were you again? You were
Poseidon.
Poseidon.
You know, god of the
Smurf?
seas.
Mm-hmm. You were Papa Smurf.
Sexy.
And he makes other people wet. How?
Oh, shit. You serious?
There's gotta be a Mama Smurf.
Yes. Literally, the
I'll
rivers.
give it to you.
The rivers flowed when he came out in that. Honestly,
I will give that
the
to you.
women were impressed.
Yeah.
Multiple.
Okay. And then what was it? You were All right, I'm about halfway there.
Oh my god, I don't know if we're making it.
You made good progress. 6 levels in 1 session.
Yeah. That is good progress. It makes it really easy when I get to just sit and call.
Yeah.
It makes this really, really easy.
We do 5 tomorrow, 5 the next day. Boom, level 30. You caught up to Sean. And
Oh
me.
my god.
Boom. I could do 5 a day. Like this. I feel like there was something else that I missed while I was gone.
You think I put Scarra?
No, I didn't hear anything.
Yeah, me neither.
I'm a hero!
So did you decide what you want to do? Like, you want to throw a party? We're traveling somewhere?
I'm not traveling.
Okay, not traveling.
But
the next is a
party,
party.
maybe.
Okay.
Maybe.
Maybe a party. No travel. That could be done. What about... I'm just gonna keep tossing ideas.
Mm-hmm.
Nice dinner.
Ooh. Maybe. That sounds okay.
That sounds okay. Okay. Toast, how do we feel about that one?
Dinner?
Yeah.
I do eat dinner.
How do we feel about like a really nice dinner?
Alright, my favorite thing to eat is hot pot.
Phase 2! Cuba Bear, what about for 25 bucks?
No, if I
Hi, Fido.
had my choice.
No party, just hot pot.
I want to do what Scarra wants to do.
Oh. What was a
Scarra,
small kickback with hot pot?
Oh, we could get multiple hot pots.
Yeah.
Hot pots. Have like a quote unquote party or just like kick back at our place and make hot pots. We have multiple pots going. Chill out.
That does sound pretty good.
And we can theme it. We can make everybody also dress like Shrek.
Oh.
Eh? Eh? That sounds fun.
Sounds
yeah,
pretty
Shrek
good.
hot pot night.
I think I made it very clear what I want to do that day.
So I guess that's what we'll do. We eat hot pot. I don't know if that's what he wants or not. I mean, like, I know that's what he wants, but then he said that I made it very clear that's what he wants. I feel like that was like... Shrek, you wanna watch Shrek?
No, the other thing.
It's a Shrek dude.
I'm gonna give Spyro the...
You
away
bitch!
from-
You fucking bitch! Fuck you!
That's worth $25, Spyro.
Ricky, here you go. Is this one? Yeah, that was for you. Look, there's one right here. Oh, they love it.
That's my first phase 2.
They
That's
love
okay.
it. Look at them fight over it. There you go.
It's really one shot. Well, with my life, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Aww. Look at him go. Cute.
Try 4 5. I think it's 4 today, 1 yesterday.
Level 56, holy shit.
Oh, Hayasaka?
Are you all, what are you? Are you also watching my stream?
What do
Is
you think
anyone
we're
stream?
doing?
What are...
Oh, yeah, you just said level 56. I'm like, I have to see that.
Okay.
Oh, I mean, I'm now playing Liza P. The Shrek music.
But why aren't you wanding? Keep wanding.
Well, because someone joined my group, and I'm gonna get shit XP for it, so. Oh. Wait, it didn't give me shit XP. No, maybe it's because he's not here. I love when people ride up on horses really slow.
What's up? fucked up. I fucked up. I fucked up.
Oh.
I don't even have enough bag space to accept these. Hold on. See.
Oh, I fucked up. Oh, I fucked up.
Holy shit, and 30 gold! Sheesh.
Sheesh, 30 gold? Okay.
The slow walk on the horse is hilarious. So what do I do with these bags now? Do I get rid of them or do I give them to someone else?
Up to you. You can mail them to an alt character for if you die.
Yeah, for when you re-level a character.
I'm not dying. No, I'm not dying.
Have you seen Faker when you get LG?
Oh, they
no.
sell for 20 silver, just kidding.
I went to sleep and I woke up. I was trying to stay up for SKT. They won before I woke up. I was like, what the fuck?
Almost. What? Almost. Wait, this is lit. I have so much bag space now.
You fucked her. You fucked her.
Yeah, I am struggling on the armor front.
Is Scarra playing WoW?
No.
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
Dude, don't bait me like that.
Scarra, you would make all of us so happy if you just played WoW.
Yeah, look at how excited John got.
I saw you two on WoW and I saw Scarra in the call and I about squealed.
Oh, dude, I don't know, man. I feel like it's too late.
Do it for John, Scarra.
No, it's not too late at all.
It's too late, man.
Too late. It's
Anything
never
for views
too
just started.
late.
Slime just started. Pokey just started.
Pokey?
Asmon just started. But he's not
Like
joining the guild.
Pokey main?
Yeah.
Yeah, you guys know her.
She just started playing World of Warcraft?
Well, I saw her name in the guild forum.
Well, that could be anyone.
Wait, I heard she got a Naga though.
She what?
I was told she bought a Naga and everything.
Oh?
Alright, maybe it is Pokey main.
Oh, apparently she did.
Nice.
Who else just started?
I see
Hey, Money
a
Wubby just
hero.
started too. Dizzy just started.
Oh wait,
Oh,
hold
hey,
on.
you know what? Big fan of Payment Wubby.
It is
Exactly.
never. And people are always going. Like someone's gonna die.
Not me though. Not me. I won't
Not
be doing
you.
that again.
But Scarra, most importantly, check my Discord.
Wait, I'm literally in the middle of a boss fight.
Scarra, pause your game now.
Wait.
Pause your
wait, give
game,
me a sec.
mister. One.
Okay, give me more than a second.
Don't make Scarra do it.
No, I fucked up.
Are you hopping on WoW, John?
No, I'm waiting for Scarra.
Oh. Scarra, like what we're doing right now, where we just hang out and chat about things and just like have a nice time. That could be every day. We could be in here every day. It wouldn't be a waste of time if we're all becoming better friends, you know?
True.
She hit you with the friendship.
Oh,
Yeah.
she did hit me with the frag card. She knew how to play her cards right there.
Yeah.
Hey John, have you heard of Lethal Company?
Yes.
Have you played it?
No. I just added to my wish list.
Oh, you want to play it?
Yeah, I'd be down.
Phase 2.
Where's the fuck is Sentinel Hill? Is that in?
Yeah, Westfall.
Ah.
You don't want to go to Westfall?
Well, I'm already in Westfall, no?
But you can get to the repair guy if that's what
Yeah.
you're going for.
Yeah. Well, it's just like when I log off, then I'll just.
What? It's a grab!
Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna hit 20.
Fuck!
I'm gonna log off. Fly somewhere, get some rested XP. Take a break, and then maybe play more WoW later. Whatever we decide to do.
Wow, she just skipped past the finals after agreeing to play with it with Scarra.
Wait, there's no way we're gonna have time to play this.
It's okay. I'm used to it. It's not a big deal.
Oh.
Wait, no, there's no way. Like, it's gonna take me.
No,
we won't have time before.
yeah,
lobby.
exactly. No, I'm not blaming you. I'm
I'll actually
blaming.
move my lobby to 9 just to make time for my boy Scarra, because I care about him.
Well, okay. Okay.
Wait, John, what am I looking at?
Oh my god! One sec.
Huh? I also need to text my dad back at some point in time.
Yeah. I see it.
Sorry, look.
Yeah?
You could have the name Lily Pichu.
Oh.
See? Wouldn't that be sick?
That would be sick.
That would be pretty good.
Why is Quarter Jade level 3 opposed to everyone else?
Jody's playing?
No, I was gonna level a hunter and then.
I was gonna say she repeatedly told me she would not be.
Oh no, yeah, she would hate it.
She told me to. So what do you think?
So TFT PB comes out in 2 days.
True.
Fair enough.
But like honestly,
can't fight TFT beta.
I'm like
test.
I'm like kind of dude, if you give it to me a week before, I'd be interested. I should have played when I was sick, honestly, 'cause that's what you were doing.
That's what I told you. Like, no, I can't play. I'm sick. I'm like, what? What do you mean by that?
Oh no, I was like bedridden sick for 1 day, but the other day
I was
like,
bedridden sick for 2 days.
Okay, didn't know it was a competition.
You feel me?
Oh, I feel you.
Wait, how's the game you're playing right now, though? That game looks sick.
Liza P.
Life of P?
Yeah, I'm playing Liza P. It's okay. They took the game that Toast hates the most.
What is that?
And then the money they spent on this game.
I'm gonna guess. Path of Exile.
This is the game that that was blessed Unleashed.
Wait, what game does he hate the
Bleach?
most?
Bless Online.
Oh man, I
Toast, you remember that
forgot
game,
about
right?
that. Like everyone was trying to play that MMO at some point.
So yeah. Anyways, the devs for that game, it dropped a terrible game and then made this fucking gem, like amazing game.
Wait, so is it like a... What is that genre called? Is it Souls-like?
Yeah.
Is it called Souls-like because of Dark Souls?
Yes.
Wow.
That's another game.
No, that's the same publisher.
Fuck!
¿Qué pasa?
Bless you.
This game is just me dying at bosses for hours, but then when I beat them, I feel like a god. Chat, I hope you're not pissed at this song because you're gonna be hearing it for the next hour.
So John, before you got here, we were discussing what we were gonna do for the November babies.
Oh God.
They want to have a Shrek-themed hot night.
Ooh.
Also said something else.
I don't remember what you're talking about.
Wait, what was that?
I don't know, Sydney forgot.
Sydney?
Was it?
It's his birthday.
He said he wanted to have hot pot.
See, the words I speak hold so valuable.
No. I apologize for it. I'm sorry.
I remember.
What was it?
I'll let Toast tell you what he wants to do.
No, I want you to say it.
No, well, I'm not going to, so.
Just don't do it.
Sydney. Don't make me do my puppy voice.
Ew. You couldn't even get through it.
Wait, you have a puppy voice? Wait, can I hear it?
No, please. Please.
Alright, so when are we totally our next big party though?
New Year's Eve.
Really?
Yeah, I'm not gonna go to Countdown. I'll line up blows. My wand broke.
Wait, we're making it legit? Okay.
Okay, I'm going back to my old wand now. Everything's broken. My dog is screaming. Why are you... We're really fucking struggling out here, but I'm like so close. It feels dumb to Hearth to go fix my shit and then walk all the way back when I have like 4 bars left.
I let go of my right click.
So I will not.
I've never had a Thanksgiving Rager. Yeah, but I feel like it shouldn't be a Thanksgiving Rager. Favorite boss is the final boss. I heard the final boss is sick.
You gotta go to the 1,000 needles? Nah, I ain't going to the 1,000.
Wait, that far away? Ooh.
It's like in another zone.
Yeah, it's Thunder Bluff, man. Right below Thunder Bluff, right?
Dude, I do not want to go to the 1,000 needles. That's what I'm
Okay,
gonna
wait.
do.
Wait, need music,
Right
need
up
music. All right, guys, what do you think the best music to fight a boss is?
I think Sean has the best music to fight a boss. His
What-
entire playlist is like, if you were in the Matrix, this is what you would listen to.
Okay. I have an Elden Rings playlist.
Okay. What about? Okay, wait. I got an idea.
Immigrant Song's pretty good.
That is a good one. But now all I think of when I hear that song is Thor.
The Thomas Tank Engine theme. Eye of the Tiger. Rumbling. Shinzo wo Sasageyo.
Oh, Sasage is so good. And topical.
Spyro's got it. I think he keeps his brother's. I can't believe I was able to do this like mindless ass task for so long.
Yeah, you've now crowned yourself as an ultimate gamer.
Yeah. I feel like I've really gotten better at WoW because of this.
I have thousands of hours just in Orgrimmar jumping on the bank. Not even kidding. At least hundreds.
Jumping on the what?
Just jumping on the bank in Orgrimmar, easily 100+ hours.
That was your spot?
Yeah. No way, man. Like, I'm pretty sure I would die in Hardcore Classic by jumping off something. Because I've killed myself jumping in Orgrimmar mindlessly like over 100 times.
Wait, sorry, I missed that. What was it?
And I would kill myself by jumping off something in Classic Hardcore.
Oh yeah, Horde Zone is like a death zone.
Yeah. Oh, it's more delayed than normal, man. No, no. Okay, we need to switch. We need to switch. Sasageyo. This? They Soul Blade fan? I don't know what that is. Three hits? Oh yeah. Whoa, it hits under her? No way. I didn't go around. My bad. Final. Watch finale. I heard they did a little bit better on the finale than in the manga. But I'll be honest, I dropped that shit a long time ago, so I might pick it up again. You play Vindicated? I don't know what that is.
I'll be honest, guys, this Fortnite lobby keeps getting pushed back.
Oh? We're playing finals?
No,
Yo.
Lethal Company.
I'm just saying, we have 4 people. We're 1 away from a Rainbow Six Siege lobby.
Too far.
With my dad at 8
Dude,
Just
ditch
get
it.
him to join Discord.
Wait, true.
I don't think my dad uses this.
What?
It's so simple to install.
It's so easy. I just actually gave my dad a tutorial today on how to add me on mobile.
My dad being on a Discord call live on stream is the scariest thing ever. That is my worst night. No, he's gonna say some shit we are not gonna come back from.
Yeah,
not
no.
like he speaks inappropriately, but like
Oh no,
I
no,
do
no.
not trust him not to accidentally.
Oh no,
leak
no, my
something.
grandfather is like that too. Oh yeah. My mom is a 50% chance of saying the funniest thing or getting canceled instantly.
Oh yeah, that's my mom. Like I don't think my dad would get me canceled, but he would just say something that I wouldn't want online.
Yeah.
Wait, that sounds pretty good.
Yeah, no, I'm good. Love the man, but that's okay. You don't have to do that.
So Rainbow Six Siege, okay? I've been watching this guy named Jinxie, okay? And I kind of want to play.
Okay.
How? You fucker.
Here's what we do. We play Lethal Company, and once we get a 5th, we switch to Rainbow Six Siege.
Okay, that still doesn't help the fact that I have to take a call with my dad at 8.
I told you the solution already.
What was it? Have my dad join?
Have your dad join.
Fifth
I'm not having my dad join.
No, he's the 5th
Discord.
player.
I'm not having my dad join Discord.
Okay, I'll meet you halfway.
Okay.
I'll have my mom join Discord.
That'd be hype. Yeah, what's up?
Okay. Well, how does that help me?
So you don't feel alone.
Yeah, he met
But
you halfway.
is your mom a dox risk?
No, but she's racist towards one group of people.
Wait, that's weird. My mom's racist to multiple groups of people.
Okay.
On an unrelated note, Sean will not be allowed to join the call while she's here.
So what do we do with John?
He's out.
Ooh, right.
We just don't say anything, right? We don't call him Masayoshi. His name
Oh yeah,
is
no,
John.
don't say that. That's gonna trigger her.
His name is John.
What do you mean? I took my headset off for a bit. What up?
Toast, why don't you explain?
It all started 60 years ago.
Okay, we don't.
About these issues.
Of what?
Well, see, just so John is in on the joke, so he's not left hanging. Basically, I was like, oh, I have to take a call with my dad, so I gotta go. And then he was like, oh, have your dad join Discord call? And I was like, no. And he's like, what if my mom joins? And I was like, how does that really help me? And he was like, yeah, but my mom can only join on one condition. There's a particular group of people that she doesn't like. On an unrelated note, Sean can't join. And then I was like, oh, well, what about John?
Oh, don't worry, I'm half.
That's already too much.
Damn it. Wait, I think you love me.
Hey, you've met my mom, right?
Right?
He's there, in San Francisco for dinner. Jody was there.
But you kind of just sidestepped it.
I
learned.
When we went for a league?
Wait, yeah, he was in the picture.
Yeah.
Wait, what?
You don't remember meeting my mom?
Oh! No. Wait, was this the League of Legends tournament thing?
Yes. We all went to San Francisco and we met Toast's mom and sister.
There's a
I'm gonna be
phase
honest,
two.
I don't
Every
remember
boss
anything
has a
from the League of
phase two
Legends
in this
event
game.
other than when we went last minute on stage without knowing and seeing Mr. Beast in the hotel lobby.
Yeah.
Mr. Beast.
Yeah. Wait, I don't remember seeing Mr. Beast.
I don't remember that either.
It was me and Broden, and we saw him walk by. And we're like, oh my god! We're go say hi. It's Mr.
Not
Beast.
you, pretty much.
I'm so close. I'm so close. Okay, what if I hit 20, I call my dad, I end stream, I call my dad now, and then I come back and play games with you guys. After the call with my dad. And then I'll
Does it
play
have a Fortnite lobby?
finals or whatever.
Yeah, but it's at 9, but they keep pushing it, and I'm thinking of just like not doing it. Because I want to play Lethal Company.
Oh, you really want to play Lethal Company? How many players is that?
4.
It looks hilarious.
Oh, we're done.
I'm down. I missed out on the refresh on the bus.
Okay, alright, let me hit 20, I'll end stream, call my dad.
Oh
Take
my
a
gosh,
little break, come back.
Alright. Say hi to your dad for me.
I will. Indeed. I'm not like going in, so I'm not. I'm about to hit 2, 4.
Wait, did your dad hate me for taking a nap on the couch? I felt so bad, even though I was so tired.
Not at all. He didn't care.
Thank God. My first impression going to his house is I say hi to him and I go sleep on his couch.
I think if anything, he was glad to just be able to hang out with me without my friends around. I think.
Oh, true.
Fine. Yeah. I don't think he cares.
That was a banging couch, though.
No, that couch is so. I want that couch in every house forever.
Okay. Phase 2, baby. Let's pop immediately here. Double Falcon Eye off the bat. Dodge 2 more Falcon Eyes. Wait, he ran at me.
You already tipped the big ones, right?
Yeah, I gave him 20 gold. Do not give that motherfucker any money.
Shit.
It's 2 parts, you fucker.
My stuff, and then I'm gonna fly to.
You can log out in Westfall. There's an end there if you don't want to run.
Oh, I do be in the inn. I do be in the inn. I'm gonna repair my shit and sell some shit. Hello. What do I not need? What do I not need? I can get rid of this. Okay, what can I get rid of? Okay, get rid of my bags. Holy shmoney! I can get rid of this. I don't want to get rid of that.
So I stuck with weapons this game. I like my weapon.
I don't need all. Fix my shit. 1 second, I'm about to get up. 1 second. I have to talk to someone specific to this, right?
Yeah, usually blacksmith, weaponsmith, armor. When you mouse over them, okay, like little and it's a bag icon that means.
This phase looking kind of good, guys. Okay, fuck you.
Wait, did the head already drop?
Oh.
You're trying to get in the head? Dude!
Apparently it's just ZG this time.
You're dead for it.
I can't believe you're level 52.
Stop. I'm about to do 3 dungeons.
Oh.
It's dungeon time.
So is this game that we're about to play worth me restarting my stream after I come back?
Yes.
Oh, you're gonna want to stream this one.
It is. I've seen some very funny moments.
Okay. All right.
Fuck it, just take the call with your stream.
Huh?
Yeah,
No,
just mute. Just
my
mute
dad.
it. No,
my
just
dad
mute it,
will
and then they'll read your lips.
45 minutes.
Yes.
My dad will talk for 45 minutes.
Oh yeah. Your stream will love it.
Yeah. Okay, I'll be back. I'll call my dad. I'll be right back.
Yep.
Okay, bye-bye.
Am I the worst player ever, or? Yeah, I'm the worst player ever.
What dungeons are you doing?
Zul'Farrak.
Zul'Farrak?
Okay,
Oh no. That's a scary one.
I gotta lower the volume, guys. It's I'm down to listen to some Sawano stuff. Sawano's got that sick drop. Maybe I'll raise the volume a little bit now. I fucked this up.
No, what is that? And that interests me in the staff of Jordan.
I did not get it. Oh no. But that game be harder than Elden Ring? I think it is harder than Elden Ring. There's Elden Ring, you can kind of make it so that you can, the game is easier through a lot of different ways. You can over level stuff too. I feel like in this game you're kind of forced to fight bosses on certain level. You know?
Are you good?
Oh, sorry. Yeah. Let's. My parry button is my push to talk button, so it's a little weird. Hey, this boss.
The monkey headpiece of the monkey.
Oh,
10 gold. Shit.
That's a little annoying.
I was gonna pay 10 gold for that. What are you, crazy?
Dude, I hear Soda's guild is just crazy. Like your other guild is just giving you guys gold.
As they should do.
Wait, they're giving you gold?
Nah, they're giving Soda gold. He's hogging all the money.
Why are they giving him
Say
gold? What about us?
We deserve better. I want to pay 10 gold for 10 gold. That's bad. $150. What? These guys are on drugs.
Oh no.
No one's gonna pay that much gold. 10 gold for this thing. Nah. Oh wait, there's only 2 gold? Hell yeah. That's much better.
Let me go. Fuck. AoE on that. The AoE is not super obvious for that.
My chess piece is 60. This piece of shit.
Oh, I got one pop back. When do you feel most in the zone for the fights? I don't know. Like when I'm watch, you're about to see me be in the zone, right? Right here. I'm.
Dusky Bracer with the +3 stamina chat.
Fuck.
Oh, that sounds good.
Actually, last month you purchased the boss emblem Victor Jax.
Wait, Dusky Bracer with the +5 strength.
It's amazing. It stacks on so much attack. It's also the best. Wait, is it really? I thought it faded away. Oh, I'm down to go back and buy it right now.
Nah.
Lasts for 15 seconds. Oh, that's a long time. 15 seconds, like the whole fucking fight. Oh shit! Where is he? He's in one of the art
Wait,
gazers.
25 gold. That's not that expensive.
Here? I think it's the first one, and then you walk to the left and up. I think, right? Yeah. Yeah, I remember. Up here.
Is monkey better or tiger better?
Wait, but the sword looks so
You're a worthy
cool.
hunter.
Fuck.
Armor, miscellaneous, finger.
Arm of God.
And ring of the monkey. 5 gold each.
Sword is the worst boss ever. It sounds so cool
Oh,
though.
this is 5 gold? Nah, man. Tiger. I really want to pay 10 gold for a couple of rings.
Director? Nah. No, you don't. Exactly.
Of course I do.
Oh. You do.
Just sell some stuff, you know, try to make some money. I'm pretty broke.
Let's just give it. Yeah, but I think it's fun. But like, I'm gonna need another better amulet, so this is probably one of the best.
46 silver.
If it's 50, if it's 15 seconds, that's crazy.
For the shield I'm selling. That's all I can get for it. 46 silver.
Huh? Was like a green drop?
Yeah, these are green drops. Trying to get some money back, you know, it's hard out here. 6 silver?
How much is the epic mount?
1,000.
Huh?
Yep. Yep.
$900 with reputation.
Ooh.
How hard is that?
Well, you just have to be honest, right? So I think it's pretty easy, actually. With your gnome, right?
Yeah.
With.
Whoa! I did not get a stack in there.
I'm honored.
Yeah, you're almost always paying the 10%. Upgraded, baby.
Here we go, baby. Fuck. Fuck. Oh yeah, I'm fishing for the 4th amulet slot, but my current
raise my first
amulets are literally like damage on perfect
There's a
guard,
quest we could
damage,
get. I think it's an iron
and then
forge,
damage.
and then you get a duskwood.
Sounds like a lot of work.
Yeah, I've also put it off, but I'm also a mage.
Problem is I don't have stamina recovery, so it's kind of hard. Like it's actually really hard without stamina recovery.
It's wow, so clutch. So
Oh fuck. 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 Guys, this boss is taking me forever.
Which boss?
The thing with the stabby thing. Take out card damage. Yeah, the stabby thing. No. I want a triple damage. Fuck it. I already have one. Oh no, I have ass.
Is that your character's hair or helmet?
Oh, it's a helmet. What?
Talk to me, Scott. What happened?
Never seen it do that before, ever. What? Wait, I've literally never seen that before. The second charge didn't even have a wind up. It just.
What does liar or die mean?
Oh, so you're Pinocchio, and so the game's called Liza P, and you're trying to become a real person, and the game is like has a lot of decisions where you have to lie.
Oh wait, that's actually sick.
Yeah, they did the folk tale really good, the fairy tale really good. Like there's Geppetto, there's like Jiminy Cricket.
Ooh.
Yeah. So it's like a steampunk world where you're a puppet, but you want to be human.
Can you kill a whale in the game?
Can I kill what?
Can you kill a whale?
I hope so. One of the final bosses better be a whale.
How sad is you guys down?
Not too sad. I'll just go again.
You would go again?
Yeah, it depends how I die though.
Disconnect.
If I died to disconnect, I don't know. So like, I only quit Fortnite because I realized third partying, there's nothing you can do if they just rat it perfectly, which just turned me off heavily, which made me not like Battle Royale. Any randomness or anything out of my control, it turns me off.
So fucking go. Dude, fuck, man. I keep mistiming it. Oh, it was so... Fuck, man. I even got the Fable art there. Like, it's so good. I got the 4 Falcon Eyes.
Level 60s die.
The Fable.
I feel like everyone is just so strong and safe that actually dying is pretty hard now.
No, Simply almost died today.
Damn.
By Cleaves. Cleaves from a boss. He went to like 5 to 10%.
I like the fire. No. This fucking boss piece of shit.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Fuck. Shit, shit.
Ooh.
Okay. Fuck that guy.
Blinding powder meets fade leaf. What the fuck is fade? Why did I need that to use an ability?
I'm so sad.
No way, bro.
Oh yeah, Bashi is the hardest game I've ever played in my life. I'm not great at platformers, and that game is like, you have to be like such a good platformer. Bashi is so disgusting. That game, like, that game was so hard, man. So you're playing Bashi, playing League? Oh yeah, I played when I was playing League as well. Beat Bashi, no, I got to the 5th boss. Fuck. Okay, I can't do 4 shots. 2 shots is guaranteed, and then depending on what he does, the next 2 shots are kind of like, eh. Maybe if I backdash or sidestep into the 2 shots, but I'll play consider this hardest boss in the game. No way. I just think he's annoying, man. I don't think he's that hard. Like I literally, as I'm playing this boss, I'm like, eh. Romeo boss is kind of, I feel like harder. This boss is just annoying, man. He has some moves that you're just like, okay, fuck me, man. Like for instance, why can he double charge me when the second one has no starting animation? You know? Why is it in that move slows down at the end? So you're guaranteed to get fucking owned. Oh, my damage here is kind of crazy, by the way. Two. No, I'm dead. Guaranteed kill. I don't have life to live his grab. I didn't. Oh, the startup to his grab is so bad, man. Skin side down 1 for 28 months. Thanks for subbing. Yeah, I didn't realize the walk is the starting animation. Fuck. Guys, I don't know if I'm beating this boss tonight.
Don't say that.
This guy's owning me.
If anyone can do it, it's you.
You're right. Wait, John, what's your pump up song?
Well, I'll link it.
Yeah.
Link it in the
But second, I gotta put it on after this.
Alright.
Okay.
Hello.
Yo, welcome back.
Welcome.
I was talking to my dad about the party, and it was. I wish he could have come. It was so cute. Like he was like, yeah, it's always been one of my dreams to have or go to like a Project X party. You know, he's like, I've always wanted to do that. And I sent him a picture of like the aftermath of the house, and he was like, holy shit, that looks awesome.
Wait, that's awesome.
He would have had too much fun at that.
You want to invite him to the New Year's party?
He's already going to a New Year's party, so he was like, yeah, I'm going to like a New Year's masquerade ball party. And I was like, oh, we were thinking of throwing a New Year's Eve party. And he was like, oh my, you should do a masquerade party. And I thought that was a great idea.
That is awesome. Masquerade, that is such a cool one.
Well, that's what you wanted to do, right? You wanted to do that?
Yeah, honestly.
Yeah. We should do that. That sounds fun.
Are we playing the thing?
Okay, link you the actual playlist, Scarra.
Fuck. Okay.
What was the one? We're playing finals or we're playing the other one?
John's
about to start that.
Oh, okay.
Well, no, we're playing
I'm down to chill and call.
Okay.
Alright. Scarra, do you have lethal company?
Yes.
Shani, do you have lethal company?
Yes.
Well, let's just give it a shot this year. See how we feel. It's not great.
Wait, hold on. I'm playing a boss with music. John, it's working.
Yeah? Wait, hell yeah.
Actually use 2 heals. It's fucking random arm. Okay, I'm dead. Okay, let's go play it.
No.
This is fucking his 4th arm came out of nowhere and hit me randomly, man.
Alright, boot it up and let me know once you guys are in.
Wait, what are you doing?
Lethal Company.
Right now?
I mean,
are you still doing your Zul'Farrak?
Yeah.
Yeah, you can join us after.
Nosferatu. But would you prefer
Nosferatu.
like this, John? Like you want us to wait for you, John?
You can honestly fill my spot and I can watch.
Would you prefer for us to wait?
No, I wouldn't worry about it.
All right, I'm ready.
Yippee! This is the best day ever. And I've had some good days.
Wait, is a game like that good though?
It's pretty scuffed. It's more funny than.
Oh no.
Yeah, you love that shit, man. Like when Toast asked me who from our friends likes to play random scuffed stream games, you were the first person I thought of.
I'm gonna tell Buddha I can't do it right now.
No. Look. I might still end up playing Fortnite.
What?
So I got like 50 minutes.
15 or 50?
50.
50.
Okay.
50.
Well, he's questing right now. He won't join my party, so I think he's doing something. So I'm not join for 50 minutes.
Okay. All right. Do you have Lethal Company installed?
How long does it take to install?
It's like less than a gig.
Oh.
It's really quick. Can you guys hear the music, by the way? I think I had the audio working, but I get some.
I'm not restarting my stream for 15 minutes of Lethal Company. I'm sorry, I'm not.
Okay, but can you do me a favor?
Yeah. You want me to record it for your YouTube?
Yeah.
Yes.
No. Wow. No. Whoa.
Oh.
Let's. Yes.
That is what you want,
You
right?
fucker.
That is what. Okay. Yes, I will record this for your YouTube.
I mean, like, it might not even be a fun game, so I wouldn't worry too much about it.
No, I'm already hit recording. I'm hitting start recording.
Guys, Ori sent me this game. He said it was pretty fun. Co-op inspired from HP Lovecraft.
Okay.
Why am I in Booty Bay if I can't get any of the quests? Why can't I get any of the Booty Bay quests? Do I need to do something for Booty Bay? I need to, like, unlock friendly reputation? What's happening?
This game has the most upsetting. It has the most upsetting
Menu music?
menu music ever. I'm so unnerved by this.
Don't worry, it's not a horror game. It's like a funny haha.
Well, no, it's not even that it's scary. It's just really obnoxious. That's what it sounds like.
What is the game called again?
Lethal Company.
Can I go pee while he's downloading it?
Yes, you may.
I'll be right back. I'm gonna pee. I'm gonna play some ads and pee, guys.
Is that the Star Wars Cantina song?
It is indeed.
Alright, I'm in.
Okay.
Power Wash, by the way, got a SpongeBob DLC update.
Power Wash?
Yeah.
What that?
It's a game where you get a power wash and then you clean muck and dirt off houses and concrete.
Oh my god, this game is
sounds awesome.
I'm inviting you, carne asada burrito.
That's me. This is the ugliest.
I'm back. Who's ugly?
This game.
Oh.
What?
Just give it a chance, man.
So.
Oh shit. Oh, okay.
Guys, what am I doing? What am I doing with my life? I need pub music that's not this. This is literally fucking killing me. Wait, are they waiting for me? Hello?
Yeah, where the fuck you at?
Oh, I was here the whole time. I didn't have push the talk on. Whoops. Oh, there was an invite. I got it.
Do prepare all your scrap. Is anyone listening to me, by the way? Or am I just yapping? Oh, okay. All right, cool. I wasn't sure if I was just fucking yapping to no one.
No. These are like all instructions. It's actually really important now.
Okay. Ding the bell until the company answers, and remain quiet, but don't fucking loiter. Company doesn't like that.
How do I turn you down? Not saying you're very loud. I'm just saying.
Is it just her or is everyone?
Scarra hates me.
I think it's just her.
I got nothing, man.
Okay. Hold on. Oh, okay.
Okay, everyone access the terminal, buy the items you want, and let's get started.
Okay, I wasn't done with the instruction manual, but no problem.
Alright.
Okay, I think
PC on the right.
How does that sound, guys?
Please enter your favorite. Ooh.
Hello?
What am
What's
my role? I'm the leader.
You're the leader.
I'm the leader. I
yes,
think that
carne asada burrito. Please lead us to safety.
I'm the leader.
Okay. What do I pick up?
Everybody relies on me. Let's go to the moon.
Moon. Oh shit! What did you do? What are you doing? What are you doing there?
Sending us to the moons.
Yeah, we have 3 days and we have to get 130 gold.
Right, I see it. Okay.
Is everything okay over there?
Yeah, no, don't. Everything's fine. Don't worry about that. Everything's fine.
Okay. I'll start contacting our backup team.
What the fuck?
Man, just pull the lever, John.
Pull the lever.
Pull the lever.
To see a list of moons, the autopilot. Moons.
Sorry, I didn't mean
moons.
Oh, sorry.
What? I didn't look at the list of moons.
Oh.
We're flying.
Oh, I see it. We're out.
Where are we going? Is anyone gonna shut this door?
What door?
Oh.
It's currently abandoned. Hazard level B.
Don't.
That sounds low.
8:02 a.m.
Okay,
Good morning.
Climbing?
Okay, I just want to make sure the graphics are giga shitty for everyone.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, it's supposed to be like.
Okay, cool.
Well, it's nuanced.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I see a station over here.
Wait, the way you run is so silly.
Oh. We got delivery.
Wait, play the ice cream sound.
Alright, well, this is the walkie-talkie and flashlight I ordered.
Oh, you ordered stuff?
He placed a fucking order?
What?
All right, everybody follow me, the leader of this ragtag crew. Oh, wait, sorry, not that way. Don't follow me that way.
King Tribes under it?
I, the leader, knew that.
Where the hell are we?
Hello, leader, where are we going?
There's a silo with a ladder inside there.
Oh, main entrance. I found the main entrance.
Oh, if you right click, it tells you.
Oh.
Guys, we spent 2 hours not doing anything, okay?
Oh shit, time moved real fast, huh?
All right, leader, go in. Wait, we're missing someone. Wait.
Yeah, let's get in here.
I'm on my way.
I'm gonna press this button.
That's wait, we need John. Wait.
That button.
Get out of John.
John's here.
Okay.
You can't even press the button. All right, I will be descending.
Okay.
Tattered metal sheet.
Ooh, we can sell that probably.
I don't think we can descend anymore. Oh, sorry.
Open the door.
That was loud. That was really loud.
Ooh, another door.
Oh, it's kind of dark in here.
Anybody got a flashlight?
I got a flashlight. Oh, an exit. What is this?
Egg beater.
Can I sell this?
Wait, what is this?
I think it tells you the valve.
Do we all die?
What happened? Who did what?
I thought it was a trash can. I was gonna step on it to see what sound it made. It was a landmine.
You stood on landmine.
I'm sorry. I thought it was a trash can. I wanted to see the metal sound. Man.
We got five.
We got five.
We lost money, bro.
Oh god.
We have $9 left. We have to go to the next level without anything.
Okay.
Okay, I also thought it was a trash can and I stepped on the other one. John, we stepped on both the trash cans.
No problem.
Watch skip.
Look, it's a bird. Ah.
8:02 a.m.
Oh,
wait.
Is this fucking quicksand? Am I?
What?
Can you hear us? John, can you hear me?
I think we can only hear each other. We can only hear each other.
Oh no, he's looking for us.
Oh god. Oh no, man.
Did you hear me down there?
Wait, what happened?
Oh, no, get it. No, but I think Sydney died, but she can't. The ghost can't talk.
Are they both dead?
Scarra, are you dead too?
Go. We left them alone for 5 seconds. For 5 seconds.
No.
Oh.
Welcome.
Hey.
Welcome. So how'd you get here?
Scarra? Oh man. Barbara,
No, I believe
Thomas,
in John.
give me a sign if you think we should just go next. Or shall I complete one mission so we have money for the next level?
I believe in John.
I He's dead. He's gonna literally die.
No, he's got this. Bro, I can't. See how far you can get. Look at him go.
All right, the first mission, of course, because I listened to everything Sydney was reading, because that would be super rude if I was not listening.
Fucking didn't. I know.
Our mission and the reason we are
we
doing this job is
we can
He's
hold
gonna blow up.
we can hold the right mouse button to leave early.
Retrieve materials to get back to planet Earth. Go green.
And then we strand him?
I think he's just forced. He like comes back.
Now,
with us.
the instructions.
I kind of want to see what dumb shit he does.
This should be the way. Over.
Where this is like a cooperative team building game.
That's where it came in. Wait. Guys, do we not have enough money for a flashlight?
This guy is so fucked.
It's so fucked.
Ooh, light. Tip. Use a ship computer terminal to access secure doors. Okay.
The way you walk in this
Guys,
game is so
spooky
funny.
music are playing.
It's so stupid.
What was that? What the fuck was that?
All right, guys, I have an idea.
Don't do it, John.
Oh no.
I have an idea. Trust me, okay? Just trust me.
Oh.
Okay, I'm trusting him. Good try, John.
So there's a spooky sound. I didn't want to go in there alone.
No, I understand.
And I have no
Nice try.
flashlight.
We didn't make it past 10 feet from the dropship.
Wait, so where did Scarra? Wait, Scarra, where did you die?
Okay, so there's this place, that's a little sandy, little quickie, a little sandy.
We go behind again.
Oh God, we're gonna get fucking fired.
We have to meet the quota. What is our quota?
130. We have 0. You see that at the top?
We actually have like negative, right? Don't we owe them money?
Well, no, because we have fined
Okay.
$0.
We can do it this time.
Wait, what?
Okay, how's the level B?
Okay. We watch for quicksand and also landmines. There's no way John died already, right?
Where's John? Huh? John?
He ain't here.
John?
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 John? Oh, okay. Not dead.
Can I scare you?
Nice.
No.
I definitely thought you were dead. Okay, and we're back again. This time?
And
what
we're
could go
back.
wrong? Let's try it left. We keep going right. Let's see what happens.
Okay.
Oh, that's really dark. Hey, you still got that flashlight?
No. Oh shit, this is dark. Let's go somewhere else.
Wait, what? My mommy left me
I
what
feel
I
like-
do.
Dark in here too.
I think everywhere is
Don't-
gonna be dark.
Don't take candy from strangers, bro.
I
Don't
got steering
go
wheel.
anywhere with anyone in my chat. Oh, that's good. That's good.
It's dark over here too.
Ooh, I see some light at the bottom.
V-type engine. That's worth 46 credits. Grab it.
Wait, what?
Wait.
I got it. I got it. I got it.
Nice, nice, nice.
Now, nobody fucking die.
Roger that.
Roger that.
Oh wait, this is okay. This is the only thing I can carry. By the way.
Yeah,
okay,
yeah.
okay.
We
Okay,
can-
let's you hold on to that.
Okay, I'm gonna hold on to. Here's a key.
Oh, that's a good key.
Oh wow.
Is this a door?
That looks scary as fuck.
Sydney, is there any way you could lower your mic a little bit? It's only for in this game.
Yes.
Only for in this game.
Does this help?
Do it again.
Hello, this is Sydney. Does that help at all? Does that help at all? At all? I am
That's
talking.
perfect. That's perfect.
Okay, cool.
Okay, guys. How are we feeling?
Feeling good. We got some money already.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, we made for it.
How do you feel about this
Right
dark
here.
room right here?
Where'd you guys go? Oh, okay.
Upstairs. I'm over here.
Okay.
Okay, it's really dark.
Wait, what if I return this to the ship now?
Yeah, yeah.
Wait, true. Nah, we can get a bigger haul, man. We can get.
Well, no, but this is all I can carry. Like my hands are full.
Guys, I can't see. Guys, can you see?
Wait, yeah.
No.
Also, like, we're gonna need a big haul too.
Yeah, we need 130 credits
guys,
worth.
guys, right here to the left. Right, and right here to the right.
Oh, ooh, I opened the door.
Oh.
Ooh. Oh, with the wheel? With the key. Ooh. At least my screen right now.
You wasted our key?
I cracked my helmet.
I mean, wasted. Where's the stuff?
I didn't know it was gonna be empty.
Okay, okay. What about over here? What about over here? Oh, we need the ship terminal.
Oh, someone needs to be. Okay, Sydney, maybe you go back and then you open this terminal with the.
Wait, this is open.
Open this door with the terminal. Oh, wait, that sound.
I don't like that.
What was that?
I don't like that. I don't like that.
Oh, no, that's just steam leaking.
Oh, okay, cool.
Oh, here's another key. My helmet is also cracking.
Oh, got a key.
Yeah. Wait, do we have like limited oxygen? What?
I don't know. There's something going on.
Guys?
Ooh,
Guys?
Oh, open
Yeah?
this door. Who has the key?
I have the key. Oh, here's the door. Here's the door.
Huh?
That was
Where
John.
is it?
Fuck you, John.
Oh, door. Over here. Where it came from?
Wait, I opened the. No, I opened the door.
Can you open the door?
Wait,
Oh,
guys,
you
I got
opened that door.
there's a reactor. I'm grabbing the reactor.
How much is that?
Nice.
That's so big.
How much is that worth? Increased
radiation,
level of
radiation.
radiation. Run! Get out of here!
We're ready.
So. Forward. Oh my, it's hard to see this. Forward. Left?
No, wrong way. Back.
Wrong way. This way.
I'm hugging the wall.
Oh, we're so fucked.
No. We're fine. Is it this way? It's this way.
Okay.
Oh.
You led me to a dead end, Scarra!
Oh, wait.
What the fuck is that?
Data. They found a new creature.
I found something. Wait,
you
no,
okay?
don't go left. We go right. Oh, no.
Wait.
There's something here.
Wait, don't. Okay.
There was something in here!
There's literally a creature in front of us.
I'm not kidding. There was something in here.
Hey, can you close the door?
I'm opening it!
Holy shit, I see it.
I don't see shit. What do we see? I'm dead.
Okay, walk.
What the fuck?
He doesn't know he died.
What the
Oh god. Oh god.
Wait, tell autopilot ship to leave early.
Yeah, we
Guys,
can
I'm
do
at
that
the
if we don't
door.
believe in him.
Oh. Hello? Oh no. I'm at the door. Follow my voice. I feel so bad.
Oh.
There's no way they're dead, right?
Oh.
There's no way they're all dead.
No one knows it. It's one little bug.
Who's gonna
It's
tell
nobody
him?
Guys, I didn't remember my passing. Hello?
Uh-huh.
Oh, that looks like a big fucking monster.
Oh god. Does he have
Oh my
anything?
god, he made it out!
The company, everyone's dead.
Oh no! Oh, he's sick. What was that? He was like holding his stomach.
Oh.
This. Oh no.
Oh no, he can't swear anymore.
Yeah,
Maybe he's out of breath.
Get to the ship. Get to the ship. Get to the ship. It's 6 p.m. It's dark.
So, is it like, you know, like
So
1 day left or like 0 days
I
left?
think
you know what
it's
I mean?
we're dead. Like
Let's
we
the
just
commands.
lost.
View radar scan. Switching player view.
We got 0 loot? No. We got some loot.
Okay, well, that's me. Wait, who was it? Who was that? Is that them?
The real
Monitor
loot was the
Cardia
friendship we
Scarra.
made along the way.
Why aren't they moving?
Why aren't we moving?
Masayoshi.
I wonder.
I feel like there's no way we are the dumbest group. Like between the 4 of us, we can't have
Okay,
gotten
there's
0
zero
money.
movement. Ow. Someone's got to live to tell the tale.
Yeah. We're gonna get fucking fired, man.
Yeah. Hey, he got the laziest. I wasn't the laziest.
I was the laziest.
What happened, guys? What happened?
Yo, buddy!
Oh wait, we got one more day.
We did not meet the profit quota. We're getting fired.
No. We got one more day. We got one more day.
This is our final day.
What's gonna happen?
Building immediately to sell your scrap metal and other goods. You have
Oh.
0 days left to meet the profit quota.
Okay.
You can use the terminal to route the autopilot to the company building.
Do you think they're gonna send a hitman?
No. What does this do?
Where are we? Do we go to the company?
Okay, yeah, we gotta go to the company.
Wait, what?
Are they gonna yell at me? I'm sensitive.
gotta go to the company.
Dude,
I
what?
can't
They're only gonna
take
yell at
it.
you, no one else.
Can't take it.
Wait, is it okay if I land ship?
You can try, but I think they want us to route to the company.
Oh. All right, leader Sydney.
Yeah.
Wake up, Marine.
Yeah.
Lead the way. Get us some loot.
Oh no, we're not going to get loot. We're going to get yelled at by the man.
You have to explain to them what happened.
Oh,
Okay. I'll use my nicest voice. Hello, peoples of the company. Your favorite lackeys are home. We come bearing gifts, many gifts of things that we found amongst our travels.
Oh, it's holding the items that we collected for them.
I have a wheel. I'll sell my wheel.
Hello.
Oh, this is where we sell the stuff.
Hello.
They are not impressed.
No, it's fine.
Oh, he took the wheel. Decent, well back for 88 months. Thanks for subbing. Yo.
Nice.
Yo, he hooked us up.
Okay. Okay, now what?
We go buy more stuff. We buy a flashlight now. That'd be insane.
Oh, that would be above average.
Is there nothing else we had to do here? What are we like outside? What the fuck is going on here?
I think we're outside of our pay grade. Who said nah? Yeah, let's get back. Let's go back.
Why is there blood on the floor?
Huh?
Why is there blood on the floor?
Yo, John. Toast? It's a hazard level 0.
Yeah, safe. I don't know, but there was blood.
Oh. Oh. We found John.
There's okay, no, but there's blood on the floor. Why is there blood on the floor?
Wait, where's Toast?
Toast? What happened to him?
Hey, is there a friend in here?
This thing fucking kill him?
Hello? We want our friend back.
Uh-oh.
What'd you do to him? Is this his... So when does he come back?
Well, I mean, it's gotta be safe.
Okay, I guess we just start the next... Just start the next mission? Will he come back after that?
Yeah, for sure, for sure.
Yeah, alright, okay. Well, okay, we'll just wait, wait here for John.
Oh!
Is he back?
What?
Oh,
Hey, guys.
hey, there he is.
Wait, what happened? Did I die? Did I die for a second?
I may have left you behind.
As you have not met the profit quota, your performance has been deemed below standard.
You left the ship!
Welcome to our disciplinary process.
Oh, we're gonna get disciplined. We're gonna get.
Oh! Wait, this game kind of owns. I'm not gonna lie. This game is so funny.
Wow, well,
Okay, now that we know what we're doing, let's just meet the quota.
Toast,
Yeah.
did I remind you of anything?
No, don't.
Welcome to your first day on the job. This is your very own autopilot ship.
Okay, look, everyone come here. We have 60 credits.
Yeah, 60,
All right?
60.
60 credits.
Make yourself at home.
We can buy 4 flashlights.
That does seem very good.
5 flashlights.
Wait, someone ran off.
We trust you will be a great asset to the company.
John!
A great asset to the company.
John, you want a flashlight? We're getting a flashlight.
Wait, oh, do I go inside for it?
No. And at 9 a.m. a flashlight will land on this.
Oh, it's time based.
Yeah.
Wait.
Every hour Amazon delivers. Oh, there it is.
Oh. Wait, but guys, look at this.
Huh.
What am I doing?
Oh my god, what the heck?
Like that shit?
Hey!
Hey!
Get it.
Huh?
Get it. Get it.
Wait, who's that over there?
Huh?
It's been an hour.
Whoa, John, right here, John, right here.
Yeah.
Right here. Pick that shit up.
All right, let's go.
That was an hour?
That was 1 hour.
Okay, surely we got it this time.
Yeah.
That's worth $29. A V-type engine? I'm gonna go drop this off at the ship. This is worth a lot of money.
But what about the rest of us?
What is it? Wait, what is your right click muscle do, like when you flex that? What does it do? You see that?
Oh, it scans. Wait, where does Sydney go?
She went to drop off a
Go to go
V
drop it
engine.
off.
Oh.
Guys.
You're gonna wanna see this.
Guys.
Okay, so did a bug monster kill you guys earlier?
Yeah, I think so.
Oh god. Oh, I don't like that. I don't like that. I don't like that. Oh, nice. She deposited it.
Hey, wait, where'd John go?
Oh god, wait. I'm up against the door. Can't be accessed from terminal.
Okay, I hurt myself. Oh, a fish! Someone got a fish! I just realized there's a battery. Guys? 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 Guys?
Scarra!
Where's everyone
What?
else?
Oh. So Sydney went to go return something to the ship to sell it.
Okay.
And that's all I know. I lost you.
I think.
So far, I pulled a valve that turned off a pipe. That's all I found so far.
Oh god, Steam Link. Steam Link.
What?
The leak in there, man. Guys?
Sydney!
Hey!
Sydney!
Hey!
Hey, I dropped the stuff off.
Please. How much money is that?
Oh, hey. It was like 60 maybe? I tried to find the place where I could put or turn on the, or open doors, but I couldn't find it.
Yeah, where is Toast?
Oh.
Oh yeah, we lost Toast.
You think he's fucking dead?
No, I don't even think there's a monster in this level. But maybe. By the way, I think that Steam area has a lot of... Good luck.
Okay, not gonna go that way. That didn't sound promising. So, okay, we have a solid amount of money. One thing that I can do is go back to the ship and see how much stuff is left on here for us to collect. Hello? Okay.
Yeah.
I'll be back.
Yeah, I'll be back too. I'll just say okay. Hello?
Careful for the swarm of whatever fucking animal that is.
Huh?
Okay, okay, access terminal.
Oh my god. There are 11 objects left. Yeah, you can't put that in there. I tried. You just have to leave it on the ground.
Oh.
But that's worth 39 and that's worth 29. So we got a fair amount of money. Hey Scarra, you want to go see if those bugs are friendly?
Yeah. Which bug?
These bugs over here for science. I'm just wondering like if those are friendly bugs or if those are not friendly bugs. Oh.
Oh. We're good.
Oh, everything's fine. I definitely was trying to get you killed, but I'm glad that you didn't die. All right, I'm going back in.
Oh, fucking.
I feel like it's dark, and we have a fair amount of money, and we should go.
Oh yeah, but every person that doesn't join, we lose 20%.
Well, I'm gonna imagine Toast is fucking dead, if I had to be realistic.
Okay, no, we're monitoring Toast. You see? He's not moving, but he...
Let's monitor him. Yeah, no, I'm pretty sure he's fucking dead.
Are you, I mean...
Yeah, no, I think Toast is dead. John, on the other hand, is alive.
Yeah, right, here's not.
Yeah, and he should come back so
Right,
that we can sell
right.
our things. Scarra, close the door! I'm closing the fucking door!
Oh, wait, but what about them?
I don't know! There's a monster outside! I had a feeling we should leave before it got late!
Okay. I press the
Start
button.
the ship! Start the ship!
You press the button.
I'll leave his ass! Leave his ass!
How come we're not leaving?
Did we move?
Oh, we're moving.
Oh, okay.
Oh, he was deceased.
Oh, he was. Oh, okay. John's missing.
Wait,
Do you
if-
think that's because we left him?
It says I'm the
Huh?
most paranoid. Moose
That's
Love,
'cause
thanks
we
for so
left
much
him.
for the stream.
Oh, John!
How did you die,
John!
Toast?
I ran into a trap.
Oh.
Oh,
John,
no.
what was your view at the end there?
There is no
John,
way.
John, if you
guys take off while I'm running towards the ship.
Oh, dude.
There is no
Dude,
way.
If you saw what I saw, John, you would have left me too.
Sid Press did everything. I did not agree with her. I was like, we have to hold out for John. John is the one, the homie.
You should have just choke slammed her to the floor.
Did you see the
can't.
There was a monster, John. I was saving you. You were either gonna run to the ship, get here, and get eaten by a fucking monster, or we were all gonna die.
I would have juked it.
Okay, real quick,
I'm
guys.
sorry. I won't leave you next
Real
time.
quick,
I
guys.
promise.
Take your flashlights and charge them over here. This thing right here. This thing right here. Make sure it's
cool. Thank
topped
you.
off.
Thank you.
Another report. You don't want to hit the button. I don't know what you're talking about.
John, I am sorry for leaving you to die. I will never do it again.
It's okay, bro. Got me a burrito. I'm good now.
Oh. Yo.
But we need to make sure we're back before dark because there's fucking monsters, man. There's
Bro.
big fucking monsters.
Mm-hmm.
Are we good?
Yeah,
We're good to go.
I'm blinded.
All right. We've made about $80. Let's make some more.
Okay.
Oh, we are not gonna get fired. We are not gonna get fired.
Wait, this is a different biome.
Well,
Wait,
actually,
Yeah, we're in the rainforest now.
I've made $80. And now I need all of you to pick up your slack.
we have made $80.
Yeah, I'll make sure to pick up my slack and make it to the ship next time.
What just happened?
I don't know. Did you die?
Guys?
Oh, we're good. We're good.
There's no way.
Alex doesn't hold the right mouse button, guys.
No, I gotta walk through the fucking forest by myself. I'm gonna be fucking monsters and shit. Oh, look at this big gaping hole. Oh, maybe I'll just go down it. Can't see the floor. That seems like a great idea.
Men moment.
Stupid boys. Stupid fucking boys. Can't send a man to do a woman's job.
I was hoping she'd fall
Ooh,
right
an
there.
engine. All right. Is this a jump quest? God, I wish John was alive. I'm not a jump quester. We'll save that for later. That'll be like a... I'm really desperate for some money. And that's when I would... It's kind of scary. Okay. Oh, wow. You know what? I'm comfortable bringing home a couple of things. And saying I contributed. Because guess what I didn't do? I didn't fucking die.
Oh, is that walkie-talkie? What is that?
Oh.
Right off the bat.
Oh, it is.
This is a... Okay! Okay, I made some money! Okay, bye!
I hope she fucking just runs into the hole.
It's like, I don't want to play without my
Run into the
friends
pit.
anyways, you know,
Run
because
into
that
the pit.
sucks the fun out of things.
Yeah, just fucking run in there.
Okay, there's... bugs, but the bugs are fine. The bugs don't hurt you. The ship is this way. I've run out of stamina. I feel like there's a lot of critters in the wood. Do you know if there's gonna be some critters that would be... What's that noise?
Yeah, the
Did
way
anyone else
that you
hear that
run
noise?
is so
Was
funny.
it just me? No? Okay. Cool. Anyways. I'm gonna keep go. Don't turn around. Whatever it is, it's not there if you don't look. It's not there if you don't look it. Home base. Would you look at that? Beautiful, beautiful. Love to see it. We're just gonna take off. We're gonna get some money. We're gonna take off. We're just gonna take this ladder here. Bring home a... Just gonna get up the fuck... Okay, who landed the fucking ship on a rock? Okay.
Perfect.
Close the door for safe measure. And, let's store our items. This, and we'll hit, oh, nope. And I'm dancing on him.
Oh,
Dancing on him.
damn. She
Look
hit
at all
the-
this money.
hit
Look
the
at all this money
gritty
I
on
brought
that.
home. That's some... This is good. We're happy with that. Let's get the fuck out of here. And now I wait for Tweedledee and Tweedledum and Tweedledummer to come back.
Wait, am I Tweedledee?
No, I'm
We're
Tweedledee.
flying, right? We're going.
Wait,
I
then
can't
I'm
tell. The screen shows
Tweedledum.
shitty. I can't tell if I'm in the air or not.
Honestly, oh,
Ah.
she's gonna gloat.
Yeah, but do you think it's deserved? Are we stupid?
Hey!
Hey!
Where is
Hey.
Look
Oh
who's
no!
back!
We all lost our memory.
Oh,
no.
What happened to
Uh-huh.
us?
Oh, that was crazy. You all just lost your
Honey,
memory
I
at the
thought of
same time.
Burrito.
Uh-huh.
Pleasure to meet you.
Pleasure. Anyone have anything they'd like to explain? Anything at all?
Wait, what does this thing do, guys? This remote?
I don't know. Who's Nosferatu? Stop fucking with the lights!
Oh, that's what this thing does.
Could you not see the lights turn? This is what I have to work with. This is actually what I have. Put the remote down, Scarra. That's worth our money.
We need to use it
gave you-
inside.
No, we need it. It's
Crash and fire, boys.
All right.
we're selling that shit so we
Oh,
don't
yeah,
get
yeah,
fired.
Yeah, okay.
Okay,
All right.
let's go.
Avoid the giant pit.
Yes.
That I mean, maybe it's something good down there though.
Why would they even put that giant pit there?
That's what I'm saying.
Why would, for idiots like you?
Well, I take offense to that. It's currently 9 a.m. We are making our journey down.
Wait, where's John?
Wait, where's John?
No way, right? There's no way, right?
Guys, I don't have
Yeah. Well, I think only Sydney has a flashlight.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I mean, you think
I will lead the way.
you think John died?
I
Nah, no way, no way.
Okay.
There's no way he's already dead. Okay, I went downstairs.
Okay. Oh, there's a door.
There do be a door.
Hello?
Any stuff?
Hello?
Any stoof?
Not seeing any stuff.
Wait, there's actually the whole room is empty. Oh.
I'm not seeing anything.
Well, guess we go back. John. Jonathan.
All right, he might be fucking dead.
Yeah. I don't know why I'm leading when you have the light. You lead us. Leader City.
Here's a key.
Where's Toast?
Toast.
Oh,
there he is. All right, I have a key. We went in here already or no?
No.
It's unfortunate because I have a really shit sense of direction.
Nah, that's.
Oh.
Oh, sorry.
Okay,
sorry.
you open the door. You open the door.
That was not me.
No, please. No, please open the door. Okay, can't go in that one. This is a dead end.
Making my mental map, okay.
Secure door. Can be accessed. Don't walk that way because I think you might fall down and die. It says can be accessed from the terminal, but I looked at the terminal and I could not find any way to open doors.
Same.
Oh, here's the staircase.
Ooh, nice.
Crap. Oh, I got a big bolt.
Nice.
Oh, I see some light down there.
I think my flashlight died.
Oh.
Flying in the dark, boys.
Wait, I have a locked door up here.
Oh.
Okay, I have a key.
Well, I don't know if we want to open it, but it is locked.
Yeah, why not?
Oh, landmine.
Oh, okay. Yeah, don't step on that.
It's in a jump quest.
I don't know if is it a jump quest?
I think so. I think you're supposed to jump. But like, can you drop that bolt before you try it?
No. I'll try after. I'll try it after.
How does this work?
Where was the landmine, Toast?
Right here, where I am.
I don't know where you are.
Hello.
Here.
Hello. Hello. Watch out!
When I said over here, I should have meant that you had to jump.
Oh look, she flamed us for 10 minutes straight.
Yeah.
We fell in the pit.
And I'm not gonna flame her at all because that would be fucked up.
Okay, I don't think you can disable this landmine though.
What if I throw something at it and we just run?
Don't.
Wait. Okay, you stand over here.
No, that's not. Can we not do this? Can we just?
Oh, I can't throw it. Yeah, okay. So how do we do this?
Don't do it.
So what if we just walk to the left?
Yeah, we just ignore it. I need to go play Fortnite.
Okay.
Okay, so let's clean it up here.
Where are you?
I'm just gonna run around. I'm gonna look for treasures.
Okay, but don't run too fast.
Alright. Wait,
Okay,
just
I
bring
am
me outside.
Okay. Wait, I found the gear. Wait, where are you?
Okay, fine.
Well, get over here. I'm in the light. You follow the voice, the direction of my voice.
I'm going even further down.
Balida. Do re mi fa sol la, si do. Hello, hello, hello. Hello, hello.
Yeah, no.
Hello, testing 1 2 3.
Hello.
Testing 1 2 3. I am okay, I know you can't. Can I pick a boat? Wait, hold on. Maybe I can pick a boat. I can pick a boat. What is that?
I'm just gonna go through the fire.
There's a gun. There's a gun. There's a gun. There's a thing.
So I'm assuming the red dot means bad guy.
I cannot believe.
Uh-oh. Host is coming back to the ship.
The fucking minigun.
What the fuck, man?
That was wild. That was so wild.
I can't believe John was alive the whole time. John is on the ship.
Is that drum beat or the footsteps of a giant dinosaur?
Oh my god, it's.
What the fuck is that?
Oh my god.
No, careful! There's a monster. There's a monster. Coming!
Get on the ship! Get on the ship! Toast! Oh, oh man, you were so close. You were so close. You almost made it. Close the door! God, close the door!
His hand went through the wall.
Yeah.
Wait, you almost made it, man. What happened?
I think
Lily came into my room and asked a question.
Oh my god.
Okay,
Press the button.
I'm confused.
John.
So like,
Press E.
This guy's toast with like a forest cam now.
John, god damn it.
But then for carne asada, it has
Press-
like the
E.
Bluetooth Wi-Fi logo collab. That means Scarra's dead now?
God.
He's piecing it together.
Uh-huh.
I'm going to assume you guys are all dead. 'Cause none of you moving.
Okay, that's fair.
And I'm being
That's fair.
spawn camped by two muscular broad men.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm gonna start the ship.
I'm okay with that.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I could have closed the door.
I'm okay with that.
I wish someone told me.
Maybe John is the smartest one of us.
Maybe he is.
When I jumped over and I looked back at you, I definitely was like, I don't. Is this something I should say?
Well, guys.
Well, let's go turn our treasure.
Yeah.
See what happens.
Guys,
hey John.
I have a genius plan.
We have to meet the profit quote. We gotta go.
Oh, we have to sell?
Yeah, we have to sell.
We gotta go meet the boss.
Everybody pick up something to sell.
You have 0 days left to meet the profit quota.
Everyone
Is there
everyone
anything on
has
the
stuff.
floor? Oh god, I don't have to. Alright, let's go sell it.
Mm-hmm.
Can we like sell our computer? Can we sell it like if you want to take that, we could sell parts of our ship to beat the quota?
Is this everything?
Oh, is that it?
I thought I brought back one more thing.
Oh, I don't want to open him off, you know.
Who's he?
Oh, yeah, okay.
Nice.
It's okay. It's okay. Let's just.
How much
back away.
did we make?
Let's see.
Ooh, not enough.
104.
There's a sheet metal. Someone take that out.
We're 26 short. We're 26.
Wait, what about the sheet metal?
Anyone got 26? Yeah. Where was that?
Mr. Giant.
John, John, nice.
Mr. Giant.
Oh please. Oh please. Please let
Come
it
and get it. You guys know that reference? No.
be. Okay. Maybe that's enough.
No.
Oh,
Man, wow.
$48.
Wow, we fucking suck.
Oh, dude, I was collecting a beehive, and then I got spawn camped by the 2 broad dudes.
Do you think they'll let us pass with 120?
Yeah, I think they'll be okay.
Yeah. I think they're benevolent. I think, yeah. They seem like understanding guys.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-oh.
Oh, see? We're good.
Yeah. Oh, we're live.
Nice.
Once you have not met the proper
God!
Guys, it's time.
Everybody hold on to something!
It's time to panic. It's
God, I can't be taking. Guys, we don't suck, right?
Try our best. And I think all 4 of us contributed equally.
Yep.
In that expedition.
Welcome to your first day on the job. This is your very own autopilot ship, where you will eat and sleep for the duration of your contract. Make yourself at home. To complete the onboarding process, you will want to check the instruction manual and sign into your ship's computer terminal. We trust.
I need to do my ZF.
All right, guys.
All right, Scarra.
You know what? I want to say we all contributed equally, and it sucks that pulling all of our money, we just weren't able to make it happen.
We're just 8 short between all 4 of us.
Yeah, honestly, like, it was an equal contribution.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I'm really glad that you guys were there to help me gather the money. I could not. I
Tyler
truly
Rin,
could
thanks
not
for
have
subbing
done
up
it
his
without
stream.
you.
Oh yeah.
So thanks for that.
So you hopping on WoW?
Ooh.
Mob tagging, you know?
Ooh.
Big Unk.
Ooh.
Guano Gang.
I need.
Oh wait, I mean, if you're 35, you don't have to play.
I'm not.
You think she's 35?
Whoa, Scarra.
Sorry. That came out really aggressive. You think she's 35? I don't know if that's much better.
Yeah, I'll be on in a little bit. I need to take a small break. And then I will be back.
All right.
Farewell,
GG's, everyone. Thanks for
GG's.
playing.
Bye-bye.
See you guys tomorrow.
Bye.
Okay, guys. I'm gonna go play some ads, and then we're going. I don't fucking know. What are we doing, guys? Am I playing Liza P? I have 2 days technically to finish it, but like, fuck this boss, bro. God damn it, he's so annoying. By the way, in the process of me playing this game, I told Ori that we should play this game. So I think I'm getting a group tomorrow for it. All right, Lies of P it is, guys. Lies of P. All right, then we gotta play some fucking hits. Thoughts on headliners? They're gonna be a balance problem, but we'll see. Maybe definitely an easier balance problem than Legends. Iota, oh, what's up? What the fuck? Went back for 31 months. Oh shit. Yo, have you played Liza P? This game, it's fucking fire. But it's like the way I'm playing it is kind of hard. Do I have no pots? Well, that's a little awkward. You think I need pots? The bad, so I was like, oh, that's fair. This is definitely one of the harder ones to do. You fuck me. Wait, that was so fucked. It didn't let me use my fatal right there because I used my thing and it did too much damage, I think. Oh no. Oh no, that was whatever. I started with no pots. That's kind of illegal. Okay, pump him full of damage. What's cool? Yeah, the scythe is fucking awesome. It's a string scythe. It's not even a real fucking thing, by the way. I thought it was a different. Oh, that's fucking bad. John, yo, what the fuck? Yo, John's here. We gotta switch music. We gotta switch music. Hold on. This music is not banging. Hold up. Welcome to the stream, guys. This is the right one. I'm playing Liza P. I'm on this boss. Been on this boss for about an hour. And because you guys are here, it's a done deal. What the heck? You have such small text. Yeah, John, watch this. This is for you, okay? Hold on, watch this. Putting acid on my weapon. Dodging his attack. 3 hits. 1, What? Oh, dude, the hitbox of that move is so bullshit. No, hold on. Restart the music. 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 No, that's not. No, this one's for you. Yeah, I'm about 70% of the way through the game. I'm using a scythe weapon. It's fucking sick. I have not skilled health once because I'm not a bitch. So my health is base health from the game. 8. Honestly, 7 too much for me. All right, wait, hold on. I misread that. I misread the pattern. Hold on, wait, we gotta restart. Hold on. Sir Shelby, welcome back for 38 months. 6 for subbing. Troller Fighter, welcome back for 92 months. 6 for subbing. This one's for John. Turn dream like you. Oh. That's me. Let's go. All right, hold on. He has 2. Fine, I don't even need those. I got a gun. Fuck. Fuck you, man. Phase 2. Bull? Get the fuck out of here. I blocked it. What? Fuck. There's no way. Oh, yeah. Hold on. Restart. Figure check? No, it's not. The skill check. I'm saying he does this weird double dash thing. I swear to God, he just owns me every time. Three hits. 2, 3. That's me. Hell, not this time, baby. 2 hits. 1 hit. He's fucked. Ooh, that damage. Nice try. Ah, I'm the hero, baby. Fuck! Oh, this phase 2 is such bullshit, man. No vigor, full damage, 5 pulse cells, 3 damage amulets, 1 dream. Got it. Okay. Phase 2, baby. No! No! I have such low vigor if I could grab that out and die. If he walks, it's his grab. Fuck, man. All right, maybe it's another song. Maybe it's not this song. Maybe it's Oh, this doesn't really feel like a. Doesn't really feel like a. No. It's actually this one. It's actually this one. Hold on. Okay. Oh, I'm feeling it. Oh my god, I staggered him in the middle of his hit, man. Woo! No! No, it hits the sides. You don't roll. Fuck. That was, oh my god. Okay, yeah. Wait, that would work kind of well. I kind of like that one. Maybe I'll put some Shiva after this. That phase 1 was kind of fucking crazy. You got it. Fuck, I missed. Bro. Give that another hit there. My stamina didn't recover much. Okay. There's two. No, I dodged too early. Fuck. Okay, another one. Oh, that's a whole playlist. Okay, let's see what this playlist has got. If I just autoed him, I would have phased him. God, fuck. I want to see the speed run of this game. Once I beat this game, someone remind me to go through the all boss speed run. I'm so curious what people do for this. I actually fucked up. Okay. No. Oh, I almost fucked it up. Wow. People like almost doing everything no hit. Speedrun. Yeah, I'm curious what weapon people use for speedrun boss kills in this game. It's gotta be like, I don't know, man. Is it the wrench? I heard the wrench does so much damage. Grabbed me almost. No. It's 2 dragon swords of the parry dance. Oh, 2 dragon swords. Do I have that weapon? Dude, honestly, I'm getting close. Guys, do you feel it? Next 20 minutes, for sure. Before 10, I have it. Alex, went back for 41 months. Thanks for something. My friend developed this game. Yeah, they did a great job. Like, they own. Tell them, no, they fucking know. You don't even need to tell them, they know. I don't want to fatal this. I want to fatal the next one. Fuck off, man. I got him here. Wait, I didn't need these 2. Okay, I used 3 pots. No way. Fuck. Oh, one shot? No. It does about 80% of my life. I just don't have much life. I don't think it one-shot me. Did it one-shot me? Was I full? I think I blocked the move before, so I was like 90% life. Dun, 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 dun. I got spooked here. Three in a row? Fuck you. Fuck you, okay? Fuck you. 4 in a row. Five? This is fucked, man. Oh, this is Shiva. It's fucking over. I'm so bad. I'm so fucking bad. Wait, but I kind of want to replay this song. When the boss is a big border, you can stun it with a heavy attack. And it falls to the ground and then you can execute it. Red Line Dancer, welcome back for 21 months. Thanks for resubbing. There's some weird stuff happening. Oh, okay, hold on. Sorry. This is an awesome song. Backstep. I'm a beast. I unlocked an animation, man. No. Okay, wait. I'm restarting. Wait, it's 7 minutes long. You know, I could beat the boss. It's 8 minutes long. I can beat the boss. Haven't the FF16 music? I have not. The boss music? I did it so bad. I should have just immediately after the thing, not healed, use heavy attack, heal, another heavy attack, left click, fatal attack. Fable Arts. Fuck, man. Well, but now I can actually beat the boss in this song still. Saki did a really good job at FF16. Okay, hold on. We'll see. I don't even know if I'll need the music. Sit the fuck down. God, what I did to this guy, fucking illegal, man. Okay, that was illegal. No, I didn't dodge it. No, man. Okay, hold on. FF16 boss music. I beat Champion Victor. I beat Romeo. I beat everything, man. I'm about to beat this boss right here. fuck me, man. It's 3 hits actually if you fucking. Wow, I forgot. He's dead. Oh, my Falcon, plastic Falcon eyes. Maybe made a mistake there. No way. So next, I'm just playing through the soundtrack. Let's see if I like any of the songs. Wait, is this a carcass or a puppet? Wait, is it really a puppet? No way. Wait, there's no way it's a puppet. Wait, it's both? No! The sequencing was wrong. I missed my... Oh my god. I just realized if the carcass, holy fuck, can I switch amulets in the middle of the fight? Cause like I'm having more problems on the, I'm just gonna do this. Fuck this. Yeah, I parried the grab. I got lucky. That timing is really fucking fast. If you're a baller, you can't, no, cause I need to use my Falcon Eyes on it. So I'd rather just do whatever, change the element grind. So I'm gonna not do that just because you said it. What a weird trade. I actually died there. That's crazy. Oh, this is such an interesting boss. If it's Carcass, Fire, what you call it? Susceptible first phase, and then Lightning Puppet susceptible second phase. What a weird boss. I lost 40 damage per swing, by the way. That's fucking crazy. Fuck. Okay. Not a bad phase, not a bad phase. And now I have more damage on the boss here. It's so good. I did the thing where I did 2 Falcon arm rotations and he charged me, and I'm a fucking dumbass. I'm a fucking moron. It's whatever. Reminds me of the monkey from Sekiro. I don't remember. Dude, Sekiro is definitely an easier game than this, I feel. Mainly because you can't really adjust stats. So there's no, well, easier in the way that I play it, where I don't fucking have stats. You told us to play the game, but we already did. No. No, I'm fucking bad. What the fuck? Who's that? What? Who's that? My brother? My cousin? Yeah, I got fucking invaded, man. That's the AI summon thing. Yeah, I imagine it's the summon that I get. All right, I'm gonna try switching it in the middle of the fight. Oh god, I think I have enough time. But I can't use my falcon eyes, but it's fine. There's no fucking way. I used to here, I think. Yeah. Beast. That killed me? No way. Yeah, I lived there. It must have been really close, actually. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. Oh, actually, nah. This boss is. I think this boss is so doable. It's just like I keep fucking up the second phase. Fade up here? Or Fable Arch here, right? Good timing, good timing. No! Holy fuck, that was so good. That was so good. Switched the amulet, fucking double topped them, got hit the free hits on the ground. Damn, add 5 heals, yeah. The fucking stupid amulet's like a 15% damage increase, so it's actually so worth putting it on. What song is this? Some Final Fantasy 16 song. It is called... Yeah, that's a Japanese name. I've never seen it do that before. What the fuck? Wait, doing that specific pattern is so rare that like I never got punished off that before. Oh. The credits for Final Fantasy 16 lasted for 40 minutes. Oh my god. That's stalling. Scarra, you have 2 days to beat this day. Okay, Ray, you're right. Okay, don't worry, I got it. Just watch. Are you ready for this? Perfect dodge. 3 hits. You ready for the kill here, Ray? No. Let's go. How do I fuck up the parry every fucking time? I was wondering if you saw the Becoming Tarek video and your thoughts. Never saw that. The timing for that ability is really strict. A lot more strict than you'd think. But like you have to parry it. Like you parry, you get so many hits down the middle. Four hits? Fuck it. Yes, let's go. Okay. Pretty good pace, pretty good pace. That was a grab. Two Falcon Eyes here. The Falcon Eye here. Just hop off here. No! Holy fuck, I accidentally hit a little too hard. Oh, that sucks. Oh, this is a TwitchCon vlog? I'm good. I'm not really interested. That was close though. That was really close. That owns. Fuck. I think I just grindstone there instead of using Falcon Eyes because that bot was a lot of openings in the second phase for it. I don't need to do it at the beginning. Oh, my damage here is going to be fucking astronomical. Oh no. These are not good. That is the one sequence that is punishing. I need to roll. Oh, that is crazy. That's actually fucking crazy. What? That sequence, I've seen it twice now. That is I insta die in that sequence if I'm not jumping. I'm pretty sure, yeah, I just acid grindstone the second phase, and I'm good. I'm making some mistakes in that first phase, but for the most part, the first phase is kind of done for. What? No, I didn't parry it. Guarantee I parry that. I heavy. He staggered. I get the fatal. I get a heal off the fatal, and we're in there. Fuck. Just it's fire electric. Fuck. Electric. It was close. The amount of mistakes I'm allowed to make in the second phase is so bad. Like, oh, I'm just getting fucking rolled, man. Wait, I equipped the wrong necklace. No way, I've been equipping the wrong one the entire time. I lowered my damage against the boss. That is fucking crazy. Here we go. This is so close, man. I was not ready for that. Dead. Phase? Oh no! No way! I was playing so much catch up there because I got hit early. I had such a good transition too. Yeah, fuck me. I feel like I'm there, you know? Like I've got the kill, I can taste it. Yum. You know? But I just can't, I can't do it. Oh no, I messed. There we go. Out. Okay. No way. No! I thought he got staggered there. No. I would have guaranteed the heal pots, the stagger. Oh no, man. Oh, fuck me. I think I need to keep pressure up with the electric grindstone, but it's just so hard, man. If you fall behind in that match, in that fight, you're struggling to even get heals off correctly. Fine. fucking bad. The walk is the grab. The walk is the grab. I dodge it. I Fable Art. I get a heal back. I stagger him. I punch him when he's down. Maybe we gotta turn the lantern on. There we go. I need light to see. I'd rather switch. That's not good. One pot in the dream. Isn't it? No! 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 Oh. Oh, so close, man. Sorry, that move is the weirdest move. That's the only move where I'm like, fuck. Phase 1 is ruined because of that move. Oh, my timing is bad. All right. I don't want to hit. I'm really behind on spam. 3 hits. Optimal is heal here because he has iframes and then hit him as he's coming up. Nice. Switch amulets, grindstone. What? Oh, there we go. Oh shit! I almost. Oh, that's the grab. Oh, thank God. I thought he was jumping over me. No way, he killed me from 90%, man. Dude, my health. Oh. I don't think I need to upgrade health for this guy. It's just a don't suck ass, man. Oh, this opener on this boss looks hella good. 3 hits. China. Can't believe they beat down a lot to get a hit there. Oh fuck! I forgot the stupid ass move. No! I thought I could Falcon Eye him. I didn't know his follow-up was so fast, man. Oh, I should have dodged backwards and Falcon Eye. Who wins T1 or JDG? Is that tonight? I have no fucking idea, but I think it'd be cool for Faker to win another world. I am of the belief Faker's gonna retire in the next 5 years. I'm down for him to win 4 of the 5. I want him leaving as the GOAT. No question. I don't want anyone to think there's a second player. There wasn't. He's the GOAT. You think that's already GOAT? Yeah, but like I wanted to like cement it, you know, like heavily cemented. This phase is crazy. That was my best phase one ever. Oh, I forgot to change it. No way, just double hit, man. No worlds lost to China? Ray, really? It's only been MSI? But that's a crazy stat. I think you need extra HP. I think you need to shut up. Oh, whoops. Wow. I'm down. I am down. I hate that move. I hate that move. Still good phase 1. Still great phase 1. Oh, it's looking clean as fuck, boys. No! I can't believe I missed the parry on that. Oh my fucking god, man. The charge move, it's like, oh fuck, it's such an easy parry too. It's just, I just fucked up. Oh yeah, Faker did lose a best of 5 to China in finals when he played Galio. That was the best carry performance I've ever seen in my life from a Galio player. I could not believe that a Galio could carry a whole fucking team, and that's when I realized he's the GOAT. I knew it, but I realized again that he's the GOAT. I had died here, but I dodged them. I'm not gonna hit here. I need to stand there. Ugly phase 1 so far, but fine. Recoverable. Usually, if you run an auto there, you go under the hit. So I'm curious how I died there. Is it because when I use my attack and increase my hitbox? That might have been it. Because usually you always slide under there. That was a really weird one, honestly. Like super weird one. I don't fucking know what happened, man. That's attack and extend your hitbox might have been. I was stuck on this block for 4 hours. That's okay. I can't fucking see. Oh, the camera angle just fucked me there, man. Here we go. Phase 2, another heavy attack. Had damage stats. Go in here. Roll. One auto. Fable. Another auto. Another auto. Oh, one too many. One too many. He's dead on this. 4 hits. 3 hits guaranteed. 4 hits. forgot it came out like that. Okay, I feel like this boss is not that hard. Like just straight up. It's just like I feel like I had more difficulty with Romeo and Juliet, even though the time may be about the same. I think I've spent around 3 hours on both. Maybe I'm coping. Maybe this boss is actually hella hard. I don't know. I feel like it's not. The second phase just needs to be played a little bit better. Like character 64. In normal video would have done it that? Nah, it's not a bigger problem, trust me. The player skill problem. Oh my god. Wait, that hitbox is not pushing. I would. Oh god, oh god. We're good, we're good. Two heavies here. Lights. Table art here. Auto. Table art. Auto. On that. I got it. Oh man. Should I kill him here? I played that really bad phase one. Okay, recoverable, recoverable. You charge my kills with the high figure is pretty strong. Does your pulse cell scale off of your health? It's flat? Okay. I feel like I'm reliving the same moment in my life. It's Groundhog Day. But I swear to God, I could break free. I could do it. Three hits. Record seal, like, yeah, I have it. I have that upgrade already. Wow, I giga fucked up here. I don't like this. I realized. Oh. He is still so much life, man. I fucked up this phase one so bad. Wow, that was so close. Wow, I went from fucking up to kind of doing okay. Perfect parry. I did so much damage there, and I just fucked up the parry at the very end. If I hit that, I get, I think, 3 autos in with electro abrasive. Man, fuck me. I think the biggest thing is I need an amulet slot for my stamina recovery. I get owned on stamina like all the fucking time. My stamina is just fucking dead, man. Oh, kind of awkward. Here we go. That comes back here. Good block here. Good phase 1. Good phase 1. No way I'm on the edge of that. No! No, I just need to parry it, man. I think I just do one auto. I think the second auto is giving me stress on that. Oh. Close. I'm getting so close. So, you remember when I said I was gonna beat this by 10? I'm gonna beat this by 11. I'll beat this right here. Wait, hold on. We gotta go back. Wait, we gotta go back. Hold on. It's this one. I feel it. This is the song I've been waiting for. 3 hits. It needs 4 here. My stamina's really fucking for the. No! I greeted so hard here. Fuck. I thought I had it, but I'm so. The thing is, the heavy attack to stagger is your second one when you're playing this weapon. Fuck. It's not the first one. You've been able to level another WoW character to 20, really? Fuck it. I don't need it. This is like, this song is so fucking good. The fuck down. Here we go, guys. Oh my god, that one sequence. Okay, we're in there. Perfect. I need a hero. It's me. I'm the fucking hero. Oh, wait. I almost fucking died there. My life flashed before my eyes. Holy fuck. Oh. Feeling so like I need a hero. Holy fuck. Holy fuck, bro. Let me go teleport here first. Pick up the weapon. Username not founder. Thanks for the 5 gifted, man. I appreciate it. I got it. First try. Okay, how many bosses are left? I don't want to be spoiled on what they are, but can I just get a general idea of like what am I looking at right now, story wise? This guy is fuckers in the hotel. God damn it. 4? Okay, that's cool.
No matter what, serving welcome.
Wait, what item did I get? Okay, I need. Wait, what about this girl?
By the way, do you remember when I mentioned my partner?
Yeah.
His last location was Krot Central Station.
Krot Central
My gear
Station.
won't protect me. Can you find him for me? Thanks. I think he was trying to secure an escape route.
Okay. More bosses? Holy fuck.
I found the last treasure thanks to you.
The last
saint
one?
will always remind me of the rascal who let the punishment fit the crime, I say. And in a twist of fate, you must become the weapon. A great weapon calls for...
Okay. Okay, I no longer have this. The 2 dragon swords. Is this the katana? Holy fuck, it's a technique weapon. Okay, what else? Like Puppet Devouring. What is this one? Fury Attack? What the fuck is that? It's a speedrun weapon? Oh, yeah, I see the technique on it. I'm like, oh shit. Fury Attack is red moves? Oh, you can dodge red moves. Oh, interesting. Alright, fuck it. No, I'm not. I gotta give it a little gander, you know.
At the house of...
Okay. Oh, it's actually the weeb weapon. What the fuck is that? Is this the parry? That is so fucking cool. That is honestly... That is so fucking cool. The damage looks pretty good as well. Holy shit. Well, I'm kind of down. Wait, what about this Fable Arts? What about Fable Arts? What the fuck? Is that rain? Is that a combo? The first record's really good. So what is the first F? Is this just dodge? Is it the gap closer? It's like Dodge, jump, stab. Okay, I'm down to use this weapon. I'm a speedrunner now.
I recognize it anywhere. This is a saber from the country of the morning. You found this in the barren swamp? Remember how I said my family were weapon experts? One of my earliest memories is of them talking about maybe a thief stole this from the Grand Exhibition. With no one claiming ownership, I suppose it's yours.
Oh, I literally
know
have
my way around a weapon.
our family's weapon. Dark Moonstone of the Covenant. Heard the MMO TRPG WoW. Nope.
Welcome.
Yeah, I'm gonna crank it. I don't know how many cranks I have. I think I use all my technique cranks. +3, and then I have 2 left. Okay. All right, it's juiced. Like, there's no way it can't get more juice than when I got it.
Whatever choice you...
All right, so did I get a quartz there? I did not think I did. Does the parry hit on the right click of this sword do a lot of fucking damage? Is that how it works? Damage stagger, okay. I have 0 words, okay. Dude, I think I need to go endurance actually more than the other one. I have enough whatever for weights. I thought I was gonna get another amulet slot, which I will, but I think I have enough to where I don't need more. Like, does anyone remember what she said? Where her friend was? It was Krat. Fuck, man. Krat Central Station? What? Having C mobility, C technique, and upgrade both is the best way. Really? S is a waste? Keep going, the story, got it. But I feel like the soft cap shouldn't work that way in the game, though. It means stats are so lame. That's really how they do the cap in this game. Is it 30? Yeah, but the scaling shouldn't cap at 30, if that makes sense. It doesn't make any fucking sense. Extra meter, yeah, but that doesn't make any sense to me. Like, it shouldn't be mediocre. Wait, guys, I did the thing. I did the thing, but it didn't parry. They didn't. Holy fuck. Where did my stamina go? What the fuck? It's like a fire dungeon? What happened here, man? Oh, I did not. No. Capacity, yeah, I was going for capacity, but then I ran some weight problems, and so I've just been going back and forth. The problem with this game is that it doesn't increase your stamina regen to go endurance. The fuck? Yeah, I'm gonna have to use a patience amulet next, I'm pretty sure. You want stamina, right? You need to decrease the weight? Okay, well that was... Nah, I'm pretty sure I'm just gonna use the amulet. Pretty sure I'm never gonna decrease weight below like 65%. Given that I'm running 4 amulets, it's literally gonna be impossible, right? I do not regret destroying the stained statue. I had to stop it from being used by humans. If any regrets is one, God save the child that came from a wide ocean. Like, I don't know if I can get... Oh, I technically could get myself below 62. But there's... What the fuck? Are they gonna follow me? Whatever. Oh, while I'm roaming around, I don't care about this. I'm pretty sure this is the best. This is the best, like roaming trinket, because the actual HP you get is actually really good. Oh, now I'm at Krat's Session State. Okay. He's dead. I overkilled him thinking that I would need to do more damage. I did not need it. Only 123 trained to Saint Marion. There's blood on it. Okay, I can't go left. So I have to... Wait a second. I just realized something. I'm a fucking dumbass or what? Okay, I missed the Trinity key. Oh fuck, where did I miss it? Oh no, I like missed an area? And I don't... I need to go back. Once I find the next... Yeah, hold on. Yeah. Can you guys tell me? So I got the last one. I don't remember which... I found the room. I just didn't remember it. You're fine? No, I think pretty sure I lost one. But I fucking hate these mobs. One before the Romeo boss? Yes, that might have been the one that I missed. I'll go back for it. I feels like this weapon doesn't do that much generic damage, but but if you get the parry off, it does stupid amounts of damage. Okay, I just gotta be parry king. Let me go back to try to hit up the room as well, because I actually need to kill anyways. So it's before the Romeo room. Romeo was Opera House, right? This? You look at your Trinity rooms? I think I missed one. Is it here? Down. I got this one. It's the one before this. Maybe I didn't miss it. But what was the one before? It was like a, I don't know if I got the door. Archbishop Tower. I have the factory one. The one in between the factory and the other one. So this one? I wish it told you where the door thing was, but that'd be stupid. The game already tells you where the quest givers are, like once you finish the quest, and that is like very good. Cathedral? Yes. Wait, which one of these do I go to? This one? Or am I in the right spot? Shop. I don't even know what is in these trading rooms, but if there's a chance that there's quartz in there, I kind of need it. My build entirely revolves around having enough like weight limit to be able to hold multiple amulets. So I'm running the double amulet thing. Up, I guess. Where is the shortcut? The right side here? If it's Bell? Oh, I have no idea about that question. Did the altar? Yeah, I'm pretty sure I did use the pray here. Or over there. The shortcut is... Go right here, right? We're doing right. I missed a door to get loot, and it's been a long time, but I'm supposed to go for it. I just remembered that I've had this forever. That does not sound good. Lost this. fuck is this area? Yeah, I just asked for help for... Wait, I've been here before. I just need to find the Trinity door. What the fuck is this shit, man? And usually I don't want help, but I don't want to spend a year fishing for this stupid door, you know? I don't remember why. I didn't have the key when I got to this door. I didn't go back. It's here, right? There we go. Holy fuck. Finding this would have been a nightmare. Thank you. I have the key. It's just, I swear to God, this would take a fucking year. What is this? That's the day. Even Noble Cleric with Curse God if he plucks out his fingernails. I feel like I should emote there or something. Quartz me? What do you got for me? Ooh. I always equipped all the new outfits. That one's okay. But I got an amulet? Black cat amulet, right? Reduces damage from falling. The only key, yeah, that's the only key. Yeah. I got everything else aside from this. Now I go back and actually do the actual main story. I wonder if that's useful for like some secret in the future. I don't know, man. BIS for Scarra, actually. Nope. All right, I'm good. Oh, I'm trying to finish the game. I'm wondering how long I have 2 days to beat this boss, guys. 2 days or to beat this game. Trying to figure out how long it's gonna take me. By 2 days, TFT PBE comes out. Fucking hate. See the quartz. I need to go through the middle, actually. No way, man. Okay, new strategy. I lay 4 fucking magazines into that guy, and I just beat his ass. Another strategy. We're moving over to the carcass stuff. Deep strategy. Almost lost all my ergo. Almost died again. Yes. The most important thing I need. All right, I got the sauce. I'm now leaving. I don't know which way to leave. I guess I guess choose a side. I think left side is progress, or left side is not progress. Oh shit, left side progress. I want side quests first. Probably right side though. Maybe. These are featured. Yeah, I got all the quartz from them. They are the easiest quartz things. Except for I died a couple times, so I'm actually a dumbass. But and you're adding 2 more quartz in the game, right? Actually, when is the Lies of P patch coming out? They talked about it in the director's note, but there's no like hard date, right? Oh, this looks spooky. This is very spooky. What the fuck is going on? Oh, there it is, month. Okay, cool. Bro, these trash are so much stronger. That's okay. It's okay. What was that sound? What is that? All that's here? Is there like a quest giver? There's like a sign. 23. I want to go to number track B. Spot refill. Okay. Oh, it was S's refilling. Track B is a secret, right? Because it talked about it in Dude, I am not used to this fucking sword. Stuff in, oh, there's like stuff in front. Did I go up and drop off? Cool. Shortcut here. Not even sure where the shortcut is. Oh, it's the beginning of the, oh, okay. So I have the shortcut there, which means I probably work my way down one of these areas. No, not this. I work my way to the left then. I read a note that said something about this is B. This is B. This track, I get on? Is there something special about this? I read something about that, but I don't know what it, I don't know if it does anything. See, 2123, right? It's track B, whatever. Figure it out later. Did I just take a full loop? Nothing happened. I just looped. Fuck me. Back to the sword. True. Okay, so we go up, and I'm good. Don't like this guy. He ran out of stamina. Wow, that was not what I expected. Wait, how much is Radiant Ergo Frags? How many do I have? $500. Oh, that's a lot. Oh, I can juice myself a couple levels. Like a lot of levels. Wait. Oh, this is the right way to go. It just... Okay, the door's already open. We're now on track. That guy looks like he fucks. I hear it. I was wondering where it was. Did I go through? Dude, there's just the dead ends? Restaurant isn't it to hit New Game Plus? What makes New Game Plus good with the man? This is good. You just need to use 3 different weapons. Oh, for the different elements. That's kind of. Oh, I cannot get that. Oh, I see. Okay, it's fine. I'm here. I need a fire grindstone for this guy. Just playing. Well. Well. Oh. Question, does perfect guarding on your amulets work? The boss amulet work for the sword parry? It does? Great. Great. It really is. Dude, me trying to learn how to do this new parry against a character that has no fucking, oh my god. It comes out pretty fast. Not any dog, I'm the fucking dog, bro. All right, hold on. Oh, never mind. I need a fire fucking grindstone to deal with this guy, man. Get chill. Dude, I feel like a dumbass. This weapon is so hard, man. Toast, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome to the stream, Toast viewers. I'm getting fucking owned. I'm playing Liza P. I'm currently about 70%-ish away through the, I don't really know the exact number. I have 2 days to beat this game. And I just beat a boss right before this. But I am learning this new weapon, this weeb weapon. Look at this. And it is fucking hard. Like, I'm getting owned. By 2 days, TFT PvE comes out in 2 days. Host will definitely be playing that as well. Here we go. Out. I did not time that? You're kidding. Dude, oh, the fucking parry timing on this weapon is so different, man. Number side using, I got this katana that is apparently an incredible weapon. But the way this weapon works is you hold right click and then and you parry that way. And it does like insane damage, but you have to be able to hit it. I have not been able to hit it, man. It's too hard. Yeah, you get like a, it's literally as like long sword from Monster Hunter World. And if you miss, it has all the problems of you missing from long sword in Monster Hunter World. Yeah. Full size cape, yep, one of the best. Get away from my thing. Here we go. I fucked up. I fucked up. I fucked up. Oh my god, man. I can't pick. This weapon is so hard. The enemy just enemy has to get over here, Legion arm. What makes the puppet string arm so good? Does it work on bosses, or is it like you go to them? What's the final upgrade for it? Oh, you go to the air. I see. 1.5 second delay, bro. You telling me that does nothing, man. That's like telling me the capital of Zimbabwe. Like, I don't fucking know. I think that Zimbabwe is a city, so that would be just as useful. You think when I play this game I really count fucking numbers? Hell no. Goodbye. Let me get my souls first. Alright. I'm ready. Wow. That's crazy. That was kind of awesome. That was kind of awesome. That was not awesome. Fuck, man. That was... God, I can understand. You're telling me someone plays this game and no hits it with this weapon? They're a fucking freak, man. No hitting this type of game is... You're fucking crazy. You're not gonna get hit with a random hit of decay from a stupid ass character. Yeah, no, that guy is actually fucking insane. Like, I can't fucking imagine no hitting this game, man. Oh, you're obligated to use right click? No, I'm literally required to. What is going on? Wait. Wait, he's stuck. Oh, he's not stuck anymore. Parry stops him. Yeah, the parry does so much damage. Actually, crazy. Okay, I will kill this boss. I promise. Ow, what the fuck, man? What the fuck? What's it do? Attack Titan? Nope. Oh, my timing is so bad. He has a lot of delay on his abilities, man. No, I was spamming the left click, but I probably wasn't close enough. I couldn't get the execute. Yeah, I feel like you just need to hit 2 parries and kill him. Okay, well, what is making a lightning katana? This element fucking blows. Does he take my ergo? Why is it so low? No, I didn't get the parry off in time. Wait, yeah, does he take my ergo per hit? Dan till 97, thank you so much for the sub. Welcome to the stream. When you get hit with your ergo on the ground, it hurts your ergo. Wait, really? Wait, I actually did not know that. I cannot believe I did not fucking know that. That's a interesting mechanic. Guy hit me, man. Yeah, back when you killed him? Yeah, about that. About that. Oh, do you see that, Perry? I tried. Wait. I tried to get another parry there, but I think I ran out of stamina. Oh my. Wait, wow, the stamina cost of my parry is crazy. Also, that was cool. Oh, I have humans, puppets, and carcasses now. Awesome. Told you guys I was gonna kill it, man. It just took me a fucking year. Actually. I've perfected the greatest puppet, now that child again. Is this not where I started from?
We are... Yes, behind the train car where you woke up.
What?
Wait, what is this? Who would put a workshop like this here, of all places?
Dear Geppetto's puppet, that's me. Who would come with a workshop trade? I'm really thankful for you. A workshop trade hated by Geppetto, isn't that something? If not you, how would I have found this place? Unfortunately for Geppetto, I have the ability to read someone's memories. In Malum District, at a hunch, they thought that if they followed you, Geppetto's puppet, they'd find a relic he stole, and the hunch was right. The relic has been returned to our sacred place. Now the stage is set. The doors will open. I know all this is confusing. That you'll learn everything. You are a good guide. What the fuck? I got used and thrown away? What the heck? Can upgrade stuff here? Force me, baby. That's a brake cartridge. Okay. Wait, that was an interesting lore segment. What on the fuck is going on? I will figure it out. SM, yeah. Dude, you know there used to be a writer that worked with influencers called SM. So when I saw that, I was like, holy fuck, Riot is the company behind this? I wouldn't put it behind them. Bro, it comes full circle, man. Oh, how do I get over there? Oh, that's awkward. Okay, I try to do some weird finagling. this level just because of the weird banshee screams every bit. Oh. Holy fuck. Wait, no lie, I should go back here. It's Turtle Lord 24, 1 month for 6 months. It's scarring time. Oh yeah. Did I find him yet?
I think he was trying to secure an escape.
I did not find him yet. Okay, quartz. I get my 4th amulet slot, which is big, very big. Oh wait, it's not even. Fuck me, man. Need one more. Well, my nose, I never lie.
So, you found the workshop train. And the letter.
Yeah?
I know who sent that letter. It has to be
Simon.
He has always been after my inventions. P organs are the best at bringing out Ergo's power, and he's obsessed. Don't pay that snake's lies any mind. Trust me.
Wait, is Geppetto the bad guy? Monka. I am probably not gonna dip into.
Whatever choice you.
Much. Probably earlier fight, not till I get the upgrade. I don't think it's worth it. Once I get my amulet, I'll be able to figure out how much weight I need to accurately use all my stupid amulets. Okay. So usually when you have 2 shortcuts, there's like 4 shortcuts till the end of the stage is how I feel. 4.
Don't kill me. I'm a human. Just a soldier. Are you a stalker?
Oh, it's her. Her friend.
Quiet militia. The suburbs are sealed off. There's no escape. Communications cut off too. Someone planned this all out.
Oh.
If you meet someone named
He
Bell
died
in
of
the
soldier.
city,
Loot? Any loot? That's fucked up, man. I didn't get any loot? Wait, hold on. I need honestly, I just attacked them thinking that it wouldn't work, and it worked. And I'm like, oh. That's unfortunate. I'll go back and give it to her later. I hate these guys, man. bad ending for. I got a bad ending for doing that. I put him out of his misery. I did the good thing. I'm the good guy. We're the good guy. Master Chef. Mr. Gordon Ramsay's here? You killed him. Yeah, he died human and a hero. I'm gonna tell her that. On that wall? I missed something? Oh, it was the mark I saw from upstairs. Yeah, I remember it. Down here. Thank you for reminding me. Where the fuck was it? I know there's a collapse, but why'd I have to cut communications? Please let us out. Oh, okay. I feel like I'm near a boss. Maybe. I don't like this area. That looks like a mini boss. Let me go up. I feel like with this weapon, you're gonna see a lot of like me failing non-stop, and then randomly just me doing 1,000,000 damage to bosses.
You lost, little lamb. Hand over all you got. Feelings on the rich never gets old.
Fuck this guy. Did you see me try to parry? I brought up I swung my dagger and shit. Did not fucking work. He's smooth. He moves a little quick. Not the right way. All right, this guy seems human. My perfect amulet for this. Oh, where'd he come from?
You lost, little lamb. Hand over all you got.
What the fuck? No way, man. These stupid things. Okay, you're right. We go up. Kill the guy who falls here. Kill the other person who falls.
You lost, little lamb. Hand over all you've got. Feelings on the rich never gets old.
Does this follow you because they aggroed when you detoured? Oh, from the before. Holy shit, they follow me that far away? Wait, that's so funny. I spent the entire game learning a parry timing that I have to relearn playing this weapon. I'll take the mini boss. That did look interesting.
You lost, little lamb. Hand over all you've got. Feelings on the rich.
I fucking suck or what? There were times that enemies all attack each other. Oh, fair. Dude, I'm telling you, it's just I'm gonna fucking lose a lot, and then randomly I'm just gonna kill everything. Because I need so much time to relearn the parry timing.
You lost, little lamb. Hand
Oh no,
over
are you
all
lost? What? It went through him. What?
Feelings on the rich never gets old.
I ran out of stamina. Maybe I should try to oh fuck. How about other weapon? I'm just practicing this one. Wait, but the beginning of that one was kind of fire though. Like I kind of did everything. Yeah, use both. Oh, God, using both seems so annoying, man.
You lost, little lamb.
You
Hand
lost?
over all you've got. In a city where everything is upside down, the strong rule, not the wise.
Fuck you.
Feelings on the rich never gets old.
The right click is the parry. Oh fuck. Wait. Wait. Yeah, I know. It just doesn't work. Before I bet, can you try gifting sub? Bro, it doesn't work. When I gift other channels, it's different than gifting individual people. I'm telling you it's broke. I don't even need to try. Ask me again in a week.
You lost, little lamb. all you got. Welcome to the city of the future, and the future is death. In a city where humans on the rich.
Bro. I would use this weapon on my first playthrough. Yeah, that's the difference between you and me. I'm a beast. I say as I die 50 times to this boss. I'm pretty sure I just need an acid weapon and just gonna go out on this guy. I'll do it on my next playthrough.
You lost, little lamb.
My next playthrough, I mean,
Hand
that's
over all you got. Humans on the rich never gets old.
Oh, fuck off. No, I can't believe I'm dying so much to this guy. It's fine. Here's the secret. I use an acid stone, grindstone. I grind it up before fighting him. I kill this guy in 3 parries. I think acid's good against humans. Fire, carcass, electric, puppets, acid, human. Dying to a boy wants food, bro. Never underestimate a man with hunger.
You lost, little lamb. Hand over all you got. Humans on the rich never gets old.
It's fine. It's giving me some practice. The fact that I have to use 2 parry, man, I don't know. I feel like for sure you always have to use the stamina regen trinket. Because damn, I am just getting fucking railed by not having stamina sometimes.
You lost, little lamb. Hand over all you got. Humans on the rich
Dude,
never
I
gets
parried the 3rd hit. That was great timing. And then as I went to parry something else, I missed it. It got blocked. I lost all my stamina. Like, what the fuck, man? My stamina is just terrible. Maybe I need to just hit all my ergos and increase my stamina a shitload.
You lost, little lamb. Hand Welcome to the city of the future. And the future is death.
She missed. That's not even my fault.
And the future is death. I don't want to die.
I got so lucky there. One of my swings dodged the swing.
Belly. That's not so wrong.
Yo, thank God. This kid needed to die, man. The robber believes she can escape the city. I killed a woman? Really never beating those allegations. You sleep now? See you, 40. If I do this. Ergo is here? Oh, Ergo is light. Wow, the regen is so good. Oh. Stabilize booster? Oh, it's just for the trees? Oh man, I was hoping it gave me the boss weapon upgrade. That's the one stuff I really want. Please, man. I don't have any fucking health. Another Dark Moonstone? I have so many Dark Moonstones, man. Stargazer? Usually that means the boss is very close. I'm feeling the boss is very, very close. I'm a little spooked. This game is more fun gameplay wise. It's pretty fucking good, yeah. Okay, so my Trinity is here. Got it. Next Trinity key is stuck here. Wait, I came from here. Okay. Oh, I'm good. Yeah, this is the first area of the game. That's like in the fucking corner, man. I do need to go back to the thing to deliver the conversation. The quest. I'm finished the quest, right? No, I traded with it. Wait, I thought I was gonna be slick and like dodge the attacks. I dodged the Tunlick and I just got owned. No way. That's what he does. He licks you closer and then does. Oh, I see. Oh, dude, I'm dying so much to. I just want to collect that piece of loot there because that could be a quartz. And I need one tiny quartz, a small quartz for my next amulet slot, and that would be a banger. That would be sick. I fucking suck. This guy is harder than the fucking bosses. Dude, okay, it's fine. I want to just sword parry everything, but it's actually so impossible. Like, it's so, if I fuck up a little bit, it's doomed kind of deal. Dude, he got me somehow stuck in a corner here. I couldn't roll out or reposition. Man, I should just fucking take it straight up and healed and just fucking win on him. If you guys think about it, I get like 1,000 coins every time I do this, so eventually I'll just be superhumanly strong. Ooh. No problem. Just parry it to Fable Arts. Quartz me. Mjolnir. Sounds kind of sick. Sounds kind of nasty. Dude, I was in the motion to parry so early. Like, that guy could have went out on a smoke break. It came back and beat the shit out of me afterwards. You hold your charge? Dude, parry longer? I don't think I can. Oh. You reached early to dip out? Yeah, but I mean like does that if I dip out early, I guess I have to wait for the thing to hit to use my like I lost so many souls. Holy shit. Okay, I'm gonna go back to the hotel because it's too embarrassing that I just lost all my souls there. But hard mode, no HP, yeah, I mean, that's the point. I just wish there was better ways to scale your damage in this game. Feels really impossible. But I guess there's no way you could balance it if someone did like 99 into strength, essentially. That would be kind of cringe.
Good to see you. I was getting worried, waiting. Soldiers like me are blood. This.
He was killed the action fighting puppet. It was me. I was the puppet.
When we came to Crop, sometimes you meet people who make you believe I need to stay alive to notify others of his death. But it feels like something inside me has died as well. Anyway. Strange. It hurts so much.
Oh, you can't hear it because I turned off my sound.
Whatever choice you make.
No matter what, sir, welcome.
People have no idea so many. Thanks for keeping.
At the house of any.
Can't buy me.
No. Now, allow me to return the surprise. This little wonder creates a lead-acid battery in a flash.
Yeah, one Buster, yeah.
The golden ergo is the purest form of power we can use, and it's nearly perfect. We could power it. You see, the alchemists ordered transportation from me, powered by this. I'm not sure, but maybe it's still in just one problem with the base. I don't know exactly where it is. I don't know when exactly either. I had to just
He doesn't know anywhere where the base is. Okay.
After all, I am the prince of the Krat social scene, and I surrendered to their mysticism. A secret alchemist.
Okay, I have to go talk to Antonia.
I know my way around.
Not this girl. Is that this girl?
Whatever choice you make.
No, it's this girl.
I heard what happened at the exhibition. How frightful. It's no wonder you're trying to track down the alchemist.
Yep.
I'll tell you one thing. Many secrets are buried in the city of Krat. Beneath us, there is a passage connected to an underground base of the alchemists.
Oh.
It's until the petrification disease, the hotel worked hand in hand with the alchemists. But I didn't know they'd be so corrupt. Everything changed when Simon became...
Okay. Oh, Simon was their leader. And he took the thing from Geppetto.
The passageways to the underground base are locked from their side. We can't get through unless they... And the underground base is the only way to... If we find the right alchemist... I heard that some of them occupy the collapsed tower of the train station. And the collapse makes me wonder whether they had something to do with the recent...
Collapsed tower of the train station. Oh, why not trade then? I don't know. I didn't want the weapon or... I didn't want this. But like I'm not gonna take this. Okay, I'll just buy it. Whatever. Did she say train station? Am I crazy? Oh, it's probably in the future. Oh damn, welcome back for 30 months. Thanks for something. I have recovered my ergo. Fuck me. Is my weight? Why is my weight fucked up? Oh. Yeah, let's do the weight limit real quick. It's actually so... My stamina is recovering so fast. You're telling me I didn't parry that? I timed it perfectly. Okay, maybe it wasn't perfect. But Lies of P, the other Souls games. I think it's good. It's the best one outside of Sekiro I've ever played. Oh my god, man. Why do you even need to kill this? I know this isn't even gonna give me anything good. Play WoW retail, we'll see when we get to it. My fucking god, man. I think WoW retail is like, I don't know, man. I just want a good WoW experience. But the last couple times I played WoW did not feel very good. Just straight up. I'm not gonna lie. I've been very underwhelmed with WoW. Or have fuck eyes. No way. But S2 will always be Neo 2. I feel like it needed some grinding. I don't know. I feel like Neo 2 was one of the worst for PC is my problem. Because it like, I think to switch stances I need to use the arrow key. So it's strictly like impossible with the keyboard. It was definitely a game that I was like, oh, I can't play this. Read about AOT ending, never read it, have not watched it. And then I play keyboard. Oh, I play all of them with the keyboard. I'm telling you, it was like Neo's like one of the worst ones for keyboard with default keybinds. Everything else is pretty playable. I'm so scared. My life is so low that I'm really I'm just potting at near full. Fuck, man. I'm the fucking best. I'm the fucking best. You're watching Pluto? I am not watching anything. Do I want to watch Pluto? Yes, but I'm currently watching nothing. Okay, go upstairs. Oh, it's a dude.
I don't suppose you'd like to. Sorry, I've been on my own. Even if the abnormal.
Oh, he has more throwing weapons. A leech and caliber. Oh, I should take one of these. Resistance to overheat, electrical shock. Hey, these kind of look great. Take one of each. Fairy Tale, the first parts one out there lived in a technician who made only 3 puppet brothers. The alchemist who, there's no way my next fight is boss fights 3 puppets, man. Who built the craftsman's workshop tower, made phenomenal puppets. Oh, I closed it instead of reading the rest. You know what? Oh. Hello, Scarra. Hello, hello. Cool.
Whoa. This used to be the workshop's transportation base, close to Kron's Central Station. Maybe that's why the puppets were so hell-bent on attacking the place during the frenzy. But I didn't see it myself. I didn't know the scale of it all.
That right?
So let's add that earthquake to our list of strange and bizarre happenings in Kron and keep moving.
When they disrupted the meter goes all the way to the top, I died. So my beloved Gideon, the world is dying. I hear news. If on top of this I'm not able to see you, I may suffocate and die. Don't wait. I'll wait for you at the sign tonight. Don't be late. Don't be late, bro. They can find love when the world is dying, but I can't find it normally. That's fucked up. That is mighty fucked up. Oh, I thought that was a trash bomb. I thought it was a trash bomb. Oh. It disappeared? No fucking way, man. That's the first one I've... Oh, it comes back? Nice. Wait, I'm dying. No, I didn't get a spin. The things respawn, they respawn, man. Of course they do. You have upgrade publishing? Yeah. I didn't want to use it because I heard everyone else is using it. And you know, I gotta be non-meta and shit because that's my whole thing. If I can't be hipster, who else is gonna be hipster? Oh, fuck. Maybe I can skip that. So I have to deal with this guy. Like dodging more and blocking less would help. I feel like that's so like, why would that matter? That's like saying I feel like putting more points in the health would help. Like, yeah, I would, but obviously I'm not doing that, so. Like, I have to get better at parrying somehow, and it's better to do it on trash than it is to do on bosses. Oh my fucking god. Oh, I can't not even see my life bar. What does that sound? Someone's here. Fuck. Okay. Anyway. I like this weapon for parry. I mean, the parry is fucking insane. I think it feels really great to parry with this weapon as well. And disruption is actually taking forever to get off. These stuff, yep. Oh, I got a radio fragment. Wait, so I think I got everything on this. Is this everything that's in the side here? No way. There's gotta be something else. Oh, I can go up here. VR changing missing purpose of you trying to parry, brute forcing everything. Yeah, that works for like one act. But the way damage scales, it does not work like you think it does. Oh God, that is not what I meant to do, man. Why is he here? Oh my God, he came from up there. I fucking suck. I don't know, man. A sec. Wish there's a shortcut here. No way, man. How did that even happen? Cannot. Okay. I'm surprised at the range of that. I got fucked up because I targeted the crystal and I couldn't unlock. That was so weird. Oh my god, I'm dying to trash, man. Yeah, I think this is the like even before this point in the game, there was like no benefit of going glass cannon in this game. You're not doing more damage at this point than other builds because you stock cap so easy. It just I can use like one more boss ammo. That's pretty much it. There's no way. I'm shit. I think I just run past everything. Like I want to kill the. Maybe he dropped something good. Good parry. Good parry. Oh my god. Oh god. It was a star frag, but it wasn't even fucking worth it, man. It just ran past this shit. Fake Code Vein, I beat the game, question mark. Did I beat the game? Like I played a lot of Code Vein. I don't know if I beat the game. I definitely beat a lot of the bosses. Might have been like a 60% completion. They say when crystals appear from the ground, it's a sign of the end days. It's the end, we're gonna die, everyone's gonna die. Oh. How? Huh. How interesting. How am I getting disrupted? Dying through the walls. Literally. Oh, that was spooky. That was, oh my, almost died. Yeah, I don't know what boss I ended on Code Vein. Code Vein was a kind of an interesting game. Very, very interesting. That was not the right timing. I ran out of stamina during the dodge. No. I feel like I need to take stamina. I need to take dodge decrease stamina usage on my. I probably need to redo my P organ soon because I am taking like extra ergo per kill stuff, and I really need like all damage. I need all fucking damage. Ten points of stamina? No, I think I just need. I'm pretty sure I don't need that. I just need to get the ergo. Extra ergo from killing enemies is not really useful for me. Technique at 40 is kind of a waste. I can't believe technique at 40 is a waste, man. That feels so wrong. This is stop cap? I mean, I'm pretty sure I have 30. Oh, I have 40. No, I think the stop cap is 40. Gee, I'll remember it. Well, I'll take it for taking to beat the swamp boss. I think about 3.5 hours. I'm not really counting. I'll be honest. That's the attack? Yeah, I'm just not used to it. Everything about this weapon is weird. I am fucking stuck, man. A motivity trick. Cool. Yeah, I think if you're the perfect player, this weapon's super good. But if you're me, I think I would do better on the booster glaive. I'm gonna be honest. This weapon is so hard. Oh wait, is this like the boss one? Is this like there's a boss soon? Yeah, I was gonna watch a speedrun when I'm done with my game. These guys get staggered so easily. That's crazy. I literally hit them like twice in the back and they're limping over like an old man. I'm killing their ergo jar. I just thought I just stabbed them in the back and they become, oh, well, I'm a genius, bro. You want to become a workshop technician, a primer for aspirants. No other cities receive more attention than craft the city of puppets. Are intricate like humans, before master orders, monopoly of the power stone ergo and the skills to optimize the efficiency will give crafts workshop the edge. Legendary craftsman G. That's probably the next boss. I see a ladder. Ooh, I do see a ladder. That has to fall down from that. Ooh, maybe that's worth falling down for. Oh my god, they're suicide bombers. Okay, my bad. A special crat supply box. Those are always awesome. Go back to Genshin after taking a lot of break is exhausted. So much to do. Actually, Genshin is one of the games where I feel like the content pipeline is really crazy. I'm happy they reinvest a lot of their stuff back into the game. Shooting, man. There's a special room? Nope. All right, I will make it all the way back up. I played a year and there's 10,000 missions. Really? Yeah, I think it's cool that Genshin reinvests back into the game. I know a lot of games don't do that, and so well, I do think Genshin is like a premier, like a crazy gacha game. I do think they do some good. They do some good. Like someone's gotta be the gacha gamer, you know? Wow, that's a squeaky voice I hear from upstairs. Clearly, I'm not gonna go up there and get my ass beat. Playing Soulsborne. Is this the boss? The Walker Evolution. Wait, this guy's kind of annoying. All right, wait. Okay, it's fine. Where is the ladder I let down here? It's somewhere here. Oh, it's to the left. Okay, cool. Not a pain in the ass. I think if I just block one of her moves with my parry, stuff would be going good. You know, I was expecting this mini boss to have a gigantic ergo case in her back that I could kill and then stagger her a million times and then kill her ass. I thought that the level was leading me up until that point, which would have been really interesting. Bro, I'm stuck in a corner and she has a grab. And I'm dead. Why use controller? Because I don't have one. Why don't you use keyboard? Pretty sure I just normal parry to kill this boss. I think if I just give up my ergo, it's easier. But like I have a lot of ergo. I don't really like. If I open with my double falcon eye, it's probably way easier to kill the boss. Like I'm just gonna do it. I'm gonna give up the 10k. I think I can brute force this. I just need the one good parry. No, man. Why did I get ergo? You can potion that saves your ergo? Oh. How does that work? Do I need to drink a potion every time? You know what's weird? I don't like using items in Souls games. Is that weird? I feel like that's why I really enjoyed Sekiro. Because they had like one main offhand you would use, but it really was just like you, the sword, and the bad guy. I am getting cooked. This boss kind of... This mini boss is kind of hard. Stamina system in this game? Yep. There's a green bar. The fuck? I'm not dead. Wow. No, if I... Oh. Fuck. I'll give you the one last go. I definitely need to call it a wrap soon, guys, and go to sleep. So I mean, every day I'm killing like one boss usually, which is pretty good. Also, it seems really easy if I just corner myself in a hole to beat this boss. All right, this is not that easy. Here's what Falcon Eyes I can. You roll out these 3 Legion magazines and probably get 6 shots off. Looking for my nap? Oh, perfect. You're about to see a master in action here. Okay, I can't. My focus is dying right now. I'm definitely playing pretty bad. So it's okay. I'm gonna call it, guys. Thank you so much for tuning in. I am gonna go ahead and raid Tuanto, actually. Someone's talking about Genshin. You know what? This is the Genshin dude. Thank you so much for watching. I'll be back tomorrow, streaming all day. Peace. Goodbye.